Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. The book's popularity had already reached its peak. Izumi Sagiri's work was completed very quickly. Within just a few days, all the beautiful illustrations were sent. Yukima Azuma took a look. The quality exceeded expectations. After sending the illustrations, there was no further response. Perhaps they had already fallen into a deep sleep. These illustrations were definitely drawn with full effort, without rest. The love the girl had for the work was clearly visible in every stroke. Yukima Azuma packed up the illustrations and went to Laplace. The 7th floor of the Laplace building. Currently, this is the office of Laplace Bunko. It was previously Dengeki Bunko, and after the name change, the original team still works here. Machida Sanoko had also resigned from Fujikawa and moved here. Upon meeting, Machida Sanoko couldn't hold back and immediately asked, "How about the illustrator, have you found one? There will be a storm coming soon, it will affect distribution. If we hesitate any longer, we'll have to wait until July to release it. By then, the current hype online will be wasted, we need to act fast." Yukima Azuma said nothing, just handed the materials to Machida Sanoko. Machida Sanoko took them, opened them up. Immediately, she was overwhelmed by the exquisitely surreal illustrations. She widened her eyes, staring at Yukima Azuma. She couldn't understand at all. Yukima Azuma, a rookie in the light novel industry, had no connections. How could she find such a talented artist in such a short time? This isn't something that can be solved just with money. She took an illustration out of the file. Machida Sanoko looked at the bottom right corner where the signature was. When she saw the name Miro Manga-sensei, she no longer wanted to ask anything. This is ridiculous. Nevertheless, Machida Sanoko only wanted to say the more ridiculous, the better. She had gambled her whole career when she moved here. Yukima Azuma was even more of a monster that ordinary people could not understand. She felt even more excited. Everything's ready, then let's start the marketing campaign immediately. We'll officially release it this Saturday. With the current hype online and Miro Manga-sensei's fanbase, it will definitely succeed, it must succeed. Hey, kid, what's the first print run? You decide. My plan is at least 500,000 copies. Machida Sanoko said excitedly. A rookie and a new work, a first print run of 500,000 copies. Saying it like this, there will definitely be people thinking this editor is crazy. Usually, for a new work from a rookie, if it can print 10,000 copies in the first run, it's considered a success. And 500,000 copies. Currently, the record for first-day sales in the light novel industry is nearly that. And this record was set by a work that had accumulated countless fans, a work that had gone through multiple volumes. After hearing Machida Sanoko's words, Yukima Azuma thought for a moment. Then gave his response. For the first print. 1 million copies. Machida Sanoko, in her excitement, froze for a moment, staring at Yukima Azuma. Then said nothing and continued with her work. The office, which was previously quiet, immediately became busy. It was once Dengeki Bunko, now Laplace Bunko. This is a third-tier publisher that has been in the industry for many years. Its revenue is always neither high nor low. Although it's not bankrupt, it really doesn't have much fame. The people still working at this publishing house. Without mentioning anything else, at least they have a deep attachment to the publisher. When it was acquired by Laplace Corporation and directly renamed, the editors of the publishing house felt a sense of melancholy. Although the higher-ups announced there would be no staff cuts, just a change of some positions, it was impossible to avoid the feeling of sadness. Working in a publishing house, perhaps it's due to a love for literature. All editors around the world hope their publishing house can publish an extremely successful work. To stand out in the industry. Only in this way can they attract better authors. However, the editors of Dengeki Bunko had never seen their hope become a reality. Until now, the name of the publishing house no longer existed. However, this feeling of disappointment. When they saw the next work that would be accepted, it quickly disappeared. Each person who read the manuscript of Sakano felt their hearts beat faster. The story has endured 10 years of frost, but the passion is still burning. That's the current situation. The editors of the publishing house felt like they saw a glimmer of hope, one that could change the entire industry, gradually igniting in their hands. This work in their hands could change the entire market trend. The glimmer of hope that created a legend for the industry. Being able to participate in this legendary work. Anyone who loves editorial work would be moved to the point of trembling, right? What? You say the name of the publishing house is no longer there? Who says it's gone? Aren't we Laplace Bunko? Rebirth from the ashes, revival, starts with changing the name. Today, we, Laplace Bunko, will shock the industry. From today onward, every bookstore began hanging posters promoting Sakano. On the screens of the Ginza building, advertisements for famous brands were replaced. The artwork created by Eromanga Sensei appeared on the screens and played continuously. Honestly, no publishing house would spend money like this. Even if they truly owned a work like Sakano. Other publishers wouldn't be able to invest such a large amount in advertising. This is unreasonable. The stronger the advertisement, the more it clearly helps increase sales. But the nature of revenue is to make money, and such a large investment isn't justified by the profit. However, Laplace Bunko practically wanted to write on their faces, we are not lacking in money. Although it's a third-tier publisher, certainly lacking in relationships and with no guaranteed reputation. But Laplace Corporation has money. Therefore, in such an intense marketing campaign, time passed until Saturday, the day of the book release. Chapter 112, Sales Revenue Saturday. Sales Day. On the same day, Fujikawa Publishing released several best-selling fantasy fiction books, with new volumes hitting the shelves. There was no need to directly compete with Sakano to bring it down. It was simply about being annoying. Readers were drawn into bookstores by overwhelming advertising. They might find their favorite works with new volumes just released. Then they would buy that new volume immediately. Most light novel readers don't buy many light novels at once. Fujikawa Publishing's action was really like a bothersome fly or mosquito. However, Yukima Azuma was not too concerned. Fujikawa Publishing would certainly do this. Once the fantasy genre collapsed, the youth genre would rise in the market. At that point, Fujikawa Publishing might face trouble. So, it was something already anticipated. Moreover, compared to Sakano, Fujikawa's works were really insignificant. How could the light of a firefly compare to the bright moon? On this sales day, Yukima Azuma just stayed home, scrolling through Twitter. Among the people he followed, all of them had posted tweets in the past few days. Eromanga, on June 21st, this Saturday, the work The Youth of a Lonely Boy Will Not Dream of a Passerby Heroine, which I am responsible for the illustrations, will be released. Please support it. Under this tweet, the number of likes, comments, and shares had exceeded the limit. Even the figures for some idle news could not compare. It could only be said that the power of the Eromanga fan club after many years was truly terrifying. Apart from Eromanga, Kasumajoka Uchiha and Ariri also posted tweets from their main accounts. Although the numbers were not as impressive as Eromanga's, Yukima Azuma could truly feel their good intentions. Wait a moment, I'll make some dessert to thank them. What should I make? Pocky would be a good choice. Yukima Azuma decided. Pocky here referred to long biscuit sticks coated in chocolate. Since it makes a pocky sound when bitten, that's how it got its name. It's also the snack chosen when the main characters in many light novels play the game of trying to eat both ends of the stick. As Yukima Azuma was about to turn off his phone and head to the kitchen to prepare a bit of dessert, suddenly, a call came in. It was Machida Sanoko. Yukima Azuma hesitated before answering. What's up, Machida-san? Shouldn't you be focusing on the sales data right now? Logically, even if there was good news, it should wait until the sales numbers for the first day came in. But from the other side of the line, Yukima Azuma heard Machida Sanoko's uncontrollable laughter. Did you see this week's latest update for the manga Jujutsu Kaisen? Upon hearing Machida Sanoko's words, Yukima Azuma furrowed his brows. The Jujutsu Kaisen series, Yukima Azuma had watched in his past life. It was because of his past life that he knew. This was a great series. Knowing what happens next in the series, Yukima Azuma naturally lost interest in following it. Although the current author of Jujutsu Kaisen was still Ikutami Jige, not yet Ikuma Jige. Wait. Hold on? Yukima Azuma seemed to understand what was going on. I don't follow this manga, is something happening? Yukima Azuma asked curiously. From the other end of the line, Machida Sanoko explained with a laughing tone. In today's update, this fantasy battle series faced a serious issue. If you haven't seen it, let me explain a bit. There's a character in this work who is extremely popular for his overwhelming strength, named Gojo Satoru. In today's update, this character was split in half by the villain, and this character was truly killed. Yukima Azuma pursed his lips. Just as expected, this situation. The Divide 1, Gojo Satoru. So, is Gojo Satoru now Gojo Satoru? With a complicated mood, Yukima Azuma asked. Yes, he was split in half and killed, though you could also call it Gojo Satoru since both arms were severed. Before dying, the villain taunted him with something like "You're so strong, Gojo Satoru, stand proud, I will never forget you." Now, the original author has really exploded, and there are nearly 10,000 angry comments under Twitter. This story originally relied solely on Gojo Satoru to stand firm, but now Gojo Satoru has become Gojo Satoru. And half of its success is basically destroyed. Machida Sanoko was genuinely happy. At first, Sakano was competing with the fantasy battle genre in a youth genre market. A lot of money was invested in advertising, just to change the market direction. But in the end, the competition hadn't even started. The opponent walked onto the field and stabbed themselves. Who wouldn't laugh when seeing this situation? Yukima Azuma clicked his tongue. Should he admire Jeet for writing what they wanted without caring about profits? In the matter of disappointing people, they really never let anyone down. There was a moment of silence on both ends of the phone. Finally, it was Machida Sanoko who couldn't hold back, speaking up. Aren't you worried about the sales data? You haven't asked once about the current situation. She knew Yukima Azuma hadn't attended the sales event. The author himself didn't show up. On such an important sales day, staying at home. Anyone in this situation would be worried. Well, I have confidence. Yukima Azuma responded nonchalantly. And if the sales data really turns out bad, then it can only be said that the readers are truly blind. Yukima Azuma's answer made Machida Sanoko roll her eyes. But if you think about it, it made sense. Sakano had no reason to fail. Writing style, plot, character development, promotion, momentum, popularity. All of these factors were top tier in the industry. If it flopped, it could only be said that the readers had no taste. And this guy, he also had a big company like Laplace in the center of Shibuya. He surely didn't care about the money earned from sales. In a moment of helpless silence, Machida Sanoko hung up. Then, she turned and looked at the computer screen in the editorial room. The screen displayed data compiled from multiple sources, showing the current sales situation. And the sales situation right now. One could only say, the first print run was barely holding up. According to Machida Sanoko's optimistic prediction, the first batch should have lasted at least a month. But on the first day of release, it was almost sold out. This was truly a legendary story in the publishing industry. Elsewhere. At the Sawamori residence. Sayuri had just pushed open the front door. Right at the door, Ariri was standing, waiting. Seeing her mother return, she immediately rushed over. "Mom, did you get it? Did you get it?" Sayuri raised the plastic bag in her hand, signaling to her daughter. But when Ariri saw what her mother was holding, she puffed her cheeks in displeasure. "Why is this all you got? I told you to buy 50 copies, no, 100 copies." Hearing this, Sayuri, irritated, flicked her daughter's forehead. "Ariri, I ran to 5 bookstores before I could get these last 3 copies. Now you don't even appreciate what I went through, and you're complaining it's too little. What an ungrateful kid." Ariri held her forehead, hearing her mother's words, and immediately smiled awkwardly. Then, she ran behind her mother and began massaging her shoulders. "Seriously, why did they sell out so fast? How many copies did the first print run have, and they still have no foresight?" Hearing her daughter complain, Sayuri could only smile helplessly. She had looked into it, and the first print run was 1 million copies. But most bookstores had already sold out. As a seasoned otaku, Sayuri understood what this meant. Unexpectedly, Yukima-kun was not only a genius at sniffing out business opportunities. Even writing light novels, he made it look easy. And seeing Ariri only rub her mother's shoulders a few times before tightly hugging the light novel and running off, Sayuri sighed. On her way home, she had skimmed through the youth of a lonely boy will not dream of a passerby heroine. The emotions of a boy were so clear that it seemed as if they were written directly on each page. Setting aside the excellent and astonishing writing style. These 600 pages, were they even light novels? This was clearly a love letter. A 600-page love letter. Written for a girl named Megumi. And her silly daughter, who was now holding the love letter that the boy she liked sent to someone else, smiling so happily. Thinking of this, Sayuri couldn't help but bring her hand to her forehead, feeling helpless. Though it might sound a bit self-important. She still considered herself an exceptionally intelligent person, especially sensitive when it came to emotions. And Mr. Spencer, her genius husband, was also a special talent in England. At just in his 20s, he had already taken on the role of head of the diplomatic department. Emotionally, he was also top-notch. In his youth, He had made countless young girls' hearts flutter, leaving behind a harem battlefield full of turbulence. The two of them. One was a victor from a fierce harem battle. The other almost built a peaceful harem in real life. So how on earth did they end up with a daughter as naive as Airi? In some miraculous way, Airi had purged all the wisdom of her parents' heritage. 3 p.m. The first print run of The Youth of a Lonely Boy Will Not Dream of a Passerby heroine officially sold out. By noon, Laplace Corporation, realizing the situation was not good, immediately instructed the printing factory to carry out a second urgent print run. In hindsight, this decision was the right one. Had they not promptly initiated the second print run, the sales of The Youth of a Lonely Boy Will Not Dream of a Passerby heroine would likely have been interrupted on its very first day of release. That day would undoubtedly go down as a landmark moment in the history of the light novel industry. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for countless people. As the light novel industry was in a fervor, time slowly ticked toward midnight. After a delay of 1 hour and 40 minutes, the first day sales data was finally compiled. Even though it was midnight, no one at Laplace Bunko had left the office. Everyone was tense, eyes glued to the computer screen, waiting for the final number. And when the data finally appeared, everyone was stunned. Many rubbed their eyes several times and then carefully counted the digits in the sales figure. Machida Sanoko stared at the ridiculously long string of numbers, then sighed in relief, her body feeling drained as she collapsed into her chair. 2,217,300 copies. The first day sales ended with a number so incredible it was hard to believe. This number was more than 4 times the best first day sales record in the history of the light novel industry. For a debut work by a new author, this odd number was even greater than the total sales of other new works. As a former editor at Fujikawa Publishing, Machida Sanoko knew another number. That was the first day sales of Sakano, which had more than doubled the total sales of Fujikawa for the entire previous month. The total monthly sales of all works combined at Fujikawa Publishing weren't even half of Sakano's first day sales. Machida Sanoko recalled the displeased and impatient expressions of the editor-in-chief and the Fujikawa boss when she handed in her resignation. Surely, now, their facial expressions would be quite a sight to behold. Chapter 113, Dating the Passerby Heroine Sunday. 9 a.m. The first day's sales data of Sakano was publicly released online after careful examination by multiple parties. The news began to spread rapidly. Twitter was flooded with trending keywords. Among them, one keyword stood out and far surpassed all others. The girl who makes millions fall for her, who is Megumi. What makes her so attractive? This was an article analyzing the elements that led to the success of Sakano. The article mentioned market trends over the past few years, the dissatisfaction of readers with the fantasy battle genre, and the character of the heroine, Megumi, and why she has such immense appeal. The number of comments exceeded 100,000. But hardly anyone cared about the article. Everyone just focused on shouting, "Megumi is my wife. Draw your swords, rivals." First there were saints, now there's Megumi, she's as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. White dress, long gown, the wind blowing her hat, I will love Megumi forever. For Megumi, Shinzo wo Sasagio. Fateful encounter, a talisman of good fortune, Megumi is the best. Throughout heaven and earth, Megumi alone the best waifu. People didn't care about the article's analysis. They just wanted to shout about how amazing Megumi is. In the midst of the online frenzy, the major publishers finally felt immense pressure. A consensus began to form in everyone's mind. That is, the market trend would definitely change. Although the fantasy battle genre wouldn't disappear, it would become a secondary genre. From now on, the youth genre would sweep the entire light novel industry. The second half of the year's plans for publishers would have to be cancelled or revised. Among them, the most worried was the Fujikawa Publishing House. At this moment, at the Fujikawa Publishing office. Even though the night before they had worked through the night, the lights had been on all night long. By early morning, the office was still noisy and bustling. The editor-in-chief of Fujikawa Publishing, who usually sat in his private office, was now pacing through the common workspace. The market trend had been set. Within the next month, if any publisher couldn't release a high-quality youth genre work, they could almost declare bankruptcy immediately. But the problem was, right now, Fujikawa Publishing didn't have any drafts ready for the youth genre. Most of the youth genre works had already been rejected by Fujikawa Publishing before. A few excellent light novel works had also been postponed to be released next year. The authors of those postponed works, of course, wouldn't sign contracts now. Meanwhile, Fujikawa's editors were calling each of those authors. But most of them either got a busy signal or were outright rejected. As authors, who doesn't pour all their heart into their works? And who wouldn't feel more sensitive when they've been ignored for so long? Previously, Fujikawa Publishing clearly looked down upon the youth genre. Added to that their arrogant attitude, looking down on others. The authors they had rejected, now returning on their own, would surely have something wrong with their heads. Not to mention, right now other major publishers were fighting over youth genre works. In such a situation, who would still want to come to Fujikawa? The entire morning passed, and Fujikawa Publishing had made no progress at all. When hearing the report from their subordinates, the editor-in-chief of Fujikawa Publishing nearly went crazy, jumping up. Don't we have a best-selling youth love novel? Contact that author, increase the benefits, demand a new volume by the end of this month. The editor-in-chief of Fujikawa Publishing shouted at his subordinates. However, all he received was complete silence. Finally, a newly hired editor spoke softly. The author of The Metronome in Love paid a breach of contract fee a few days ago and reclaimed the exclusive publishing rights. Perhaps the next volume of Kasumi-sensei's novel won't be collaborating with us anymore. Upon hearing this, the editor-in-chief almost went crazy and jumped up. He immediately wanted to place the blame on the editor responsible for Kasumi-joka Uchiha. But then, he remembered. The only editor in charge of the youth genre had recently left the publishing house. Since that person had resigned, the editor-in-chief had no one left to blame. As he racked his brain for a solution, the boss of Fujikawa Publishing burst into the office. The boss, who had always been friendly and often patted him on the back with a smile, now rushed in and began yelling at him. What kind of decision is this? How could you let a light novel that should have been the new king of Fujikawa slip away from us? The editor-in-chief stood frozen in place. Wasn't this decision made based on the boss's own wishes at the time? As he tried to argue back. I don't care what excuse you give. The boss of Fujikawa pointed his finger at him. Even if you have to kneel, you're going to go and invite that sensei back for me. Hearing that the boss couldn't even remember the name of the currently famous author, the editor-in-chief finally understood. The years of focusing solely on profit and ignoring feelings had now come back like a boomerang. The bullets that had ruined every author who had collaborated with Fujikawa. After years, they had finally struck him square inches the forehead. The editor-in-chief had no choice but to bow deeply to the angry boss. Then, he took out his phone, holding on to a faint glimmer of hope, and called Machida Sanoko. Unfortunately, Machida Sanoko's phone was busy at the moment. Because now, she was the editor-in-chief at La Place Bunko and didn't have time to listen to that greedy man anymore. While Machida Sanoko was extremely busy. On the other side, at the Yukima residence, Kasumi-joka Uchiha pushed Yukima Azuma down onto the sofa, her expression not very friendly, shaking the light novel in her hand. The current position of the two was indeed a little awkward. However, since this wasn't the first time, neither of them paid much attention. It was likely that, someday in the future, when their feelings reached a naturally intimate level, Kasumi-joka Uchiha would also want to try being on top when they took the final step. You're quite impressive, Lonely-kun. Your light novel surpassed the total sales of my career on the very first day of release. As a best-selling light novel author, the cumulative sales of The Metronome in Love were nearing the coveted 2 million mark. In the industry, Kasumi-joka Uchiha had been one of the few standing at the top. But she still couldn't compare to Yukima Azuma. This guy, upon debut, was already at the top, with his debut work crushing the entire industry. The first day of release sold out, and they immediately went for a second printing. Such a scene had never been seen before. Not to mention, the first printing was a staggering number 1 million copies. Selling out on the first day, and being reprinted immediately after publication. This was no longer just a bestseller. This was a king crowned in the light novel industry, someone who could change the direction of the entire market with a flick of a finger. So, what had this king written? Do you like Megumi that much? I don't see any literary style in it. What I see are just her 600 pages of love confessions. Kasumi-joka Uchiha lowered her body, her nose almost touching Yukima Azuma's. Her red eyes were now full of fighting spirit. Uchiha-senpai, let me explain. Yukima Azuma parted his lips, trying to defend himself. But Kasumi-joka Uchiha immediately bent down, silencing him. 30 long seconds passed. Kasumi-joka Uchiha was about to sit up, but was immediately pulled down by Yukima Azuma, her body tilting. The positions of the two immediately reversed. The battle continued. When they separated again, Kasumi-joka Uchiha's gaze had turned as red as blood. Unlike the dreamy look after their previous encounters, now her eyes were full of fierce determination and an unyielding fire burning brightly. Intentionally choosing a light novel to surpass me, Lonely-kun, you're trying to provoke me, right? This challenge, I accept. For my next work, I'll write something even more exceptional than this. I'll show Lonely-kun who the real heroine is. Kasumi-joka Uchiha's jealousy as a former girlfriend, combined with the dissatisfaction of a light novel writer, was now intertwined in her heart. She didn't want to make things too difficult for Azuma. Instead, she decided to use the same method to completely defeat him. If the character Uchiha in her writing could be even more alluring than Azuma's Megumi, then that would be the best revenge. Kasumidoka Uchiha wanted to make those fox feel ashamed and ensure that in Azuma's eyes, she would be the only one left. With Sakano in hand, Kasumidoka Uchiha stood up from the sofa and walked toward her room. As Kasumidoka Uchiha ascended the stairs, Azuma took a quiet breath. What an incredible scent! Like a freshly bloomed lotus flower, the fragrance filled the space, overwhelming with its allure. It had to be said, Uchiha-senpai truly lived up to her name. Azuma had thought that after the release of this light novel, he would probably get scolded badly. He remained on the sofa for a while. Then, he sat up. Azuma walked to the bathroom. In front of the mirror, he adjusted his collar, carefully smoothing the folds, and for once, tidied up his messy hair. Turning around in the mirror, he made sure everything was perfect. Finally, Azuma left the apartment. The food in the fridge was nearly depleted. Kato Megumi had mentioned that she had to go to the supermarket soon since her sister was home. So, the two of them had planned to meet this morning at the Hueco statue, the loyal dog. They would go shopping for ingredients and take a stroll afterward. As Azuma stepped off the train, he immediately saw her waiting by the Hueco statue. Megumi, have you been waiting long? Sorry about that. I've been waiting for quite a while. The two exchanged jokes, and after the words, they both shared a smile. I almost thought I'd see a pigeon sitting on Megumi's head. Even if I waited a long time, no little animals would sit on my head. Why do I feel a little down now? It's just your imagination, Azuma-san. Let's take a walk over there first. Following the direction of her finger, Azuma looked over. It was a clothing and hat store. That works, let's make the supermarket the last stop, or it'll be inconvenient to walk around with a bunch of groceries. Azuma nodded in agreement. So, the two of them entered the store. Today, Kato Megumi wasn't wearing her usual white beret. Azuma guessed it was probably being washed. Anyway, since the summer break, Kato Megumi had worn that cute beret every time they went out. She was dressed simply in sporty style. A short-sleeved t-shirt on top, jeans below. This was the first time Azuma had seen Kato Megumi dressed like this. But just like with her light dress and beret, no matter what she wore, everything on Kato Megumi suited her perfectly. Wait, this style, this was the first time he had seen Megumi wear it. Azuma absent-mindedly raised his hand to his forehead and lightly tapped it. He forgot to compliment her after seeing this. Inside the clothing store, Megumi had carefully selected from the hats on display. Finally, her gaze stopped on a beige baseball cap. She took the cap down, then looked toward Azuma. Afterward, Kato Megumi turned around, lightly bowed her head, put the cap on, and adjusted a little. Azuma took 2 steps back, carefully observing and nodding seriously. Does this suit me? Kato Megumi didn't look at the full-length mirror across from her but instead turned to ask Azuma. Compared to the mirror, his opinion was always what she looked forward to more. Chapter 114, Kato Megumi finally discovered his proof. Does it suit me? Kato Megumi blinked. Her expectant expression was like magic, making people fall in love. Far beyond expectations, Megumi looks very attractive in a sporty style. Whether it's a cute or sporty style, Megumi could easily conquer the fashion industry. Really, no one has invited Megumi to be a model? Azuma added to his earlier omission of not complimenting the girl when they first met. From earlier, the girl wanted to secretly attack Azuma's waist. Upon hearing the compliment, she finally gave up on this intention. Instead, she smiled joyfully. Indeed, it felt nice to be noticed. Kato Megumi thought to herself. But her gaze involuntarily fell back on Azuma. So, was it her, the person with the faint presence, being noticed by someone else that made her happy? Or was it because he noticed her that made her feel happy? As these thoughts came to mind, the answer naturally appeared in her head. It must be the latter. Because when Azuma asked her if anyone had invited her to be a model, she had imagined that scene for a moment. But it didn't feel anything special. But if it were now? If the boy took out his phone and wanted to take a picture of her, then? While thinking this, Kato Megumi saw Azuma now take out his phone and point the camera at her. Her heartbeat started to speed up. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Kato Megumi felt she wouldn't be the type to blush easily. But in the photo, her face seemed to be naturally painted with a perfect hint of pink. Isn't it beautiful? Are you asking me directly? Anyway, I do feel shy, Azuma-san. Hee. Kato Megumi removed her beige baseball cap and went to pay. She had quite a bit of money right now. Although her share from White Album was only a small portion, it was enough for a girl who usually just strolled around the shops without buying anything to get a few things she liked. The two of them continued to browse around the 100-yen stores. Picking up a bottle of essential oil, sniffing it, then putting it down. Choosing a few cute hair ties, then leaving them behind. Gently pressing on the stuffed animals on the shelf. Then, buying nothing, they both stepped outside. The staff at the 100-yen store had grown accustomed to this scene. Megumi really likes to walk around shopping areas, doesn't she? Even if she doesn't buy anything, she looks really happy. Yukima Azuma said with a smile. Kato Megumi slightly lowered the brim of her baseball cap. She was hiding a bit of the emotion spilling out. She wasn't the type to hide her likes. When she liked something, she just liked it. It would show in her actions, her eyes, her words, any way possible. So, she only slightly lowered the brim of her hat. After a while of strolling, the two of them finally entered the supermarket. They picked up some potatoes and eggs. Both were versatile ingredients that could appear in many dishes. Additionally, Yukima Azuma chose some hairy crabs from the frozen food section. These were the last batch of seafood available before the storm arrived. They originated from Hokkaido. A premium delicacy, just like Japanese wagyu beef. Thinking about the storm's path later, Yukima Azuma felt that if they didn't buy it now, these seafoods would only be available to eat after a few months. If you have time this afternoon, come over and take some home. Yukima Azuma winked at Kato Megumi. Kato Megumi looked at the hairy crabs in Yukima Azuma's hands. Thinking about the fresh meat of this premium delicacy and Yukima Azuma's genius cooking skills. She nodded seriously. Then, they bought a few more ingredients. Kato Megumi carried a large bag and slowly stepped out of the supermarket. Taking advantage of the moment when the girl couldn't resist, Yukima Azuma reached up and pinched her cheek. Until Kato Megumi took a deep breath, causing her cheek to puff up slightly. At that point, Yukima Azuma stopped teasing her and hurriedly took the large bag of groceries. The supermarket is very close to Kato Megumi's house. Therefore, there was no reason to refuse, and the two of them walked together toward Kato Megumi's house. At the door of the house. Finally, the two had to say goodbye for a short while. Yukima Azuma returned the bag to Kato Megumi. Then, from his bag, he took out a light novel. This was the printed manuscript of The Youth of a Lonely Boy Will Not Dream of a Passerby Heroine. It is usually stored by the publishers. Yukima Azuma had packaged it nicely and was now handing it to Kato Megumi. Here, this is the light novel I wrote. I promised you, remember? Yukima Azuma handed the book to her. Kato Megumi reached out to take the book. Then, she carefully hugged it to her chest. I will read it carefully. She promised. Yukima Azuma didn't answer, he just smiled lightly and ruffled her hair. And so, Kato Megumi returned to her house. She first placed the ingredients on the kitchen floor. Then, Kato Megumi went to her room and carefully placed the book she had been holding in her hands on her desk. She really wanted to start reading it right now. Because this was the light novel written by Yukima Azuma. She wanted to find out more. But to have the best experience, Kato Megumi decided she would finish her current tasks first, and set aside time after dinner to read the light novel. Returning to the kitchen, Kato Megumi quickly got to cooking. To finish quickly, she chose a simple curry dish for lunch today. She chopped the ingredients into manageable pieces, and after they had cooked a little, she put them into the pressure cooker to simmer. When the dish was finished, Kato Megumi went to her sister's room. She knocked on the door and opened it. Sis, it's time to eat. Kato Hirumi replied without looking up, I know, Megumi, you can eat first, I'll finish one more chapter and then eat. Seeing her sister almost completely immersed in the light novel, Kato Megumi sighed. Although normally, when it was time for a meal, her sister was always eager to eat. Hey, you've been sitting like this since this morning, not moving at all. Kato Megumi recalled. Before going out, her sister had been sitting at the desk with her head buried in the light novel. Now, after Megumi had gone shopping and even finished cooking, Kato Hirumi hadn't changed her position. This one is different from the others, it feels like if I don't finish reading it and go do something else, it would be an insult. Kato Megumi moved closer. She picked up a bookmark from the desk, placed it in her sister's light novel, and closed it. I'll die without Kato Megumi. Kato Hirumi cried out dramatically. Eat first, then you can read more after. Kato Megumi said, but her gaze was slightly puzzled. Kato Megumi? She looked at the cover of the book that had been taken away. The Youth of a Lonely Boy Will Not Dream of a Passerby Heroine. That familiar title caught her eye. When she saw that familiar name, Kato Megumi's heart started beating a little faster. The two sisters sat at the dining table and began eating spoonfuls of curry rice. They were both lost in thought, neither paying much attention to the taste of the dish. Is that light novel really that good? Kato Megumi suddenly asked. Hearing her sister's question, Kato Hirumi immediately became enthusiastic and started to evangelize. The youth of a lonely boy will not dream of a passerby heroine isn't just about being good or not, it's the kind that you'll fall in love with immediately once you start reading. Yesterday was its first release day, and it sold 2 million copies. Yesterday, I went to the bookstore but didn't have time to buy it. Just in one day, at least 2 million people fell in love with Kato Megumi, the heroine of the novel. People like Megumi, who are gentle, really have a soul-healing charm. I want to dump my boyfriend and marry Megumi instead. While evangelizing, Kato Hirumi suddenly felt that something was off. Megumi? Kato Hirumi stared at her younger sister, Kato Megumi. A gentle feeling, like a breeze, touched her soul. Megumi? What is it? Kato Megumi looked up, glancing at her sister with a puzzled expression. She blinked and tilted her head at the perfect angle and enchantment to win someone's heart. Kato Hirumi's eyes widened. Megumi. So, you're the heroine in the legend. Upon hearing this, Kato Megumi instinctively brushed a few strands of hair behind her ear. You're suddenly saying this without any context. Even I feel awkward about it. You've mentioned the traits of heroines before. I don't have anything, do I? No standout traits, not a genius, no tragic past, and my personality is quite ordinary. In the crowd, no one. Well, most people don't even notice me. Hearing her younger sister words, which carried a hint of disappointment, Kato Hirumi took a deep breath. Megumi is right here beside me. The good news is, the legendary heroine is my little sister. The bad news is, the legendary heroine is my little sister. Hirumi placed both hands on her sister's shoulders and said seriously, that's exactly what's so lovable about you. Unlike typical heroines, it's your unique charm that makes you the legendary heroine. Kato Megumi stepped back from her sister's grasp, moving away from her. Sis, today. You look a bit disgusting. Ah. I'm doomed. The Kato family's lunch passed with lively chatter. After lunch, Kato Megumi ran back to her room. Kato Hirumi stayed at the table, lost in thought. Now, not only did she have to dump her boyfriend, but she also had to overcome gender and familial barriers. Kato Hirumi slapped her forehead. What am I even thinking? All these weird ideas. She forced herself to control the excitement stirred by the youth of a lonely boy will not dream of a passerby heroine. Kato Hirumi suddenly regained some clarity in her thoughts. Could her little sister really be the Megumi from the legend? Theoretically, the possibility was nearly impossible. But the actions and words of the girl in the book were eerily similar to those of her sister. Hirumi recalled what their parents had said earlier, that after spring break, her sister had started staying out all night. Hirumi took a cold breath. No way. Meanwhile, in Kato Megumi's room, she was staring at the book on her desk, with a different cover but the same familiar title. With her intelligence, Megumi quickly realized something. When Yakama Azuma said that he would follow through with their promise today, it wasn't just about giving her the light novel. It was also the promise he had made earlier that she was the most captivating heroine in the world. At the time, she had asked him how he would do it. He had said he would keep it a secret. And then, in her heart, an expectation had bloomed. That expectation had never faded over time. On the contrary, it had grown like a seed buried deep in her heart, gradually taking root and growing strong. Until today, Kato Megumi suddenly realized that the seed had transformed into a tall tree, reaching high. Her fingers gently touched the cover of the book, as if touching the sturdy trunk of the tree inside her. Her breath became quicker and heavier. Even she, at this moment, could not keep her composure. Chapter 115, Kato Megumi's Bold Attack. The noisy cicadas of summer outside the window failed to intrude into the room. In the quiet room, the only sound was the rustling of pages being turned. Kato Megumi's room was just like her personality. A typical girl's room. There were a few pink, feminine decorations, but the majority of the furnishings were simple. Sitting at her desk, what was Kato Megumi feeling as she flipped through the pages of the light novel in her hands? After learning the sales figures of the light novel, Kato Megumi understood that Yakama Azuma had kept his promise. He had indeed proven to the world that she was the most captivating heroine. At the very least, millions of people acknowledged this. Upon realizing this, ripples stirred within Kato Megumi's heart. How had he managed to do that? After all, even she considered herself an ordinary girl. One who barely caught anyone's attention, often forgotten by others. Someone like her. A Kato Megumi like that. How could she possibly be associated with the image of a main heroine? Perhaps that boy had used some kind of trick? But when she opened the light novel and her gaze fell upon the words, Kato Megumi knew that the boy hadn't used any tricks at all. The heroine in the story, Kaju Megumi. Only her name had been slightly altered, likely to avoid causing her trouble. Other than that, everything else was a flawless reflection of her. Every word, Every gesture, even the emotions hidden within her soft-spoken words and subtle actions. The boy had captured them all and woven them perfectly into the story. No exaggeration, no dramatic portrayals. How Kato Megumi was in real life, Kujo Megumi in the story made choices and decisions in the same way. It was hard to imagine just how well that boy understood her. He comprehended even her smallest emotions. Noticed her every tiny action. Sometimes, she even wondered if he could understand her thoughts with just a glance. Of course, the boy understood. His understanding of her was like a tiny soul dwelling within her heart. As the story progressed, the protagonist's gaze became entirely captivated by Megumi. Through this, Kato Megumi realized for the first time that she truly had a charm. The kind that could enchant millions. But this allure required someone like Yakama Azuma, someone who had absorbed every one of her nuances into his own heart. There would never be a second person in the world who could perceive her charm this way. Not even Kato Megumi herself. In the repetitive flow of time, the protagonist repeatedly went on dates with Kujo Megumi, gradually surrendering his heart to her. And so, a girl worried about her insignificance in the world, had once dismissed those around her as unworthy of her attention. Now, as long as she had his gaze, it was enough. The attention of others no longer mattered to Kujo Megumi. It was as if a prophecy had been fulfilled. Clearly, Kato Megumi had recently reached this same realization. During the cooking class, when the boy declined others' invitations and smiled at her, asking if she wanted to pair up. During the fitness test at the start of the school year, when he quickly finished his tasks and quietly helped her record her results. Little by little, these memories surfaced in Kato Megumi's mind. This time, the boy's memories were now filled with her as well. Thus, the sweetness welling up from deep inside her heart multiplied tenfold, even 100-fold. At some point, the 600-page light novel had reached its final page without her noticing. Kato Megumi closed the book, feeling her racing heartbeat and flushed cheeks. The noise from the outside world still couldn't reach her ears. This wasn't a light novel at all. It was a 600-page love letter. This is totally unfair. This is my first time receiving a love letter. Kato Megumi murmured her thoughts to herself. Once you've seen the most breathtaking scenery, ordinary mountains and rivers fail to excite you. This perfectly described Kato Megumi's current state of mind. In this world, aside from Yakama Azuma, no one else could move her heart. Except for Yakama Azuma, everyone else in the world was mere dust. From the day that boy made his promise, Kato Megumi had been destined to fall into the love web he had woven. From then on, she could never love anyone but Yakama Azuma. Hugging the book tightly to her chest, Kato Megumi dashed into the bathroom. Carefully, she adjusted her hairstyle, straightened her outfit, and ensured she looked as perfect as possible. A girl beautifies herself for the one she loves. For the person she was about to meet, Kato Megumi earnestly prepared herself. Even if it made her just a bit cuter, it would be worth it. After applying a faint layer of lipstick, Kato Megumi rushed to the front door. Her eager heart couldn't bear any more waiting. Every second and minute of not seeing him felt like torment to her. In the hallway, Kato Hirumi, who had just stepped out of her room to grab a drink, brushed past her younger sister. Watching her sister's hurried figure run outside, along with the fleeting glimpse of the book her sister was clutching tightly, her younger sister, who had never shown any interest in light novels, was now holding a copy of Sakano. Moreover, that book cover. Kato Hirumi had purchased the second print edition herself. She had also seen the sold-out first print edition and the third edition currently on sale. Yet, the book cover in her sister's hands didn't match any of the three. The suspicion that had flashed in her mind earlier that afternoon began to solidify. Haulu. Kato Hirumi took a deep, sharp breath. If this really were the case, then it was a disaster and absolute catastrophe. Honestly, if someone did something like this for her, she knew she would fall in love with them without hesitation, deeply and completely. Even if that person were to behave terribly in the future, it might be impossible to turn back. Advice from others, or even warnings from family, would likely be dismissed as mere noise. Her life would be over. At Yakama's house. Yakama Azuma took a freshly steamed hairy crab out of the pot. After cleaning it up, he placed it into a large thermal container. Next, he pulled out his phone, intending to text Kato Megumi to come over and pick it up. But before he could send a message, the doorbell rang. Yakama Azuma stepped out to answer the door. And then, like a tuberose in bloom, like a bird returning to its nest, a girl threw herself straight into his arms. The unexpected impact pushed him back half a step, but Yakama Azuma steadied himself. Holding his phone in one hand, he gently ran his other hand through the girl's hair. What's wrong? Did someone bully you, Megumi? Azuma-san is so sneaky. You're the one responsible for all of this, yet you still pretend to ask. Huh? Blaming me again? Yes, it's all Azuma-san's fault. Today, Kato Megami's words carried an undeniable stubbornness. For the first time since they had met, she revealed this playful, spoiled side of her. Yukima Azuma held her tightly, his heart overwhelmed by how adorable she was. I surrender. So, Megami, how would you like to punish me? Since I can't love anyone else after finishing the book, Azuma-san, you'll have to take responsibility. As she spoke, Kato Megami grabbed Yukima's collar, pulling him down toward her. Then, without hesitation, she kissed him. Kato Megami had never been one to hide her feelings. Usually a reserved girl, now that her heart had been so profoundly moved, she could no longer hold herself back. Thus, she took the initiative, determined to win over this boy's heart completely. Caught off guard by her bold attack, Yukima Azuma went along with her actions. With a nudge of his toe, he gently shut the wide-open door behind them. Then, he pressed the tuberose-like girl against the closed door. Time seemed to blur. Eventually, the two slowly separated. Orange. Kato Megami gently touched her lips, letting out a small sigh. The taste of this first kiss was indescribably sweet and unforgettable. Surely, it would remain etched in her heart for the rest of her life. It's because I just ate an orange-flavored candy earlier. Your timing was perfect, Megami. Yukima Azuma pulled a candy wrapper from his pocket and held it up in front of her. In an instant, Kato Megami snatched it from him, her face turning a deep shade of red that spread to her ears. I've prepared some hairy crab. It's still hot and really delicious. Want to try some? I'll eat here. What about your sister? My sister ate a lot earlier today, I doubt she'd want any more. Kato Megami affirmed confidently. Back at the Kato household, Kato Hirumi sneezed. She was scrolling through YouTube, and the sight of Hokkaido hairy crab on the thumbnail of a food channel made her mouth water uncontrollably. Yukima Azuma opened the thermal container. Then he took the tools, sat beside Kato Megami, and started cracking the crab shells for her. The fresh, tender crab meat was brought to her lips. Kato Megami opened her small mouth and took a bite. The delicate sweetness exploded on her tongue. This was probably the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. Premium ingredients, prepared to perfection, and the person who made this dish was sitting beside her, helping her crack the shells. That same person was also the love of her life. How could such a flavor not feel like a dream? Oh, right. While shopping the other day, I bought you a set of pajamas. Would you like to try them on later? Yukima Azuma said with a smile. Azuma-san, you've been planning this for a long time. Kato Megami teased but still gave a small nod. After finishing the crab, the two went to the bathroom to wash their hands. Later, they opened the door to the first-floor room where Kato Megami often stayed overnight. Yukima Azuma took the pajamas he had prepared out of the closet. Kato Megami hugged the new set of pajamas, her gaze fixed on Yukima Azuma. Azuma-san, turn around. Huh? Not stepping out? Just turn around, that's enough. Got it. Yukima Azuma obediently turned his back to her. Soft rustling sounds filled the air behind him. It took all of Yukima Azuma's willpower to resist the urge to peek. The gentle voice of the girl called out to him. Only then did Yukima Azuma turn back around. The pajamas fit her perfectly because he knew her measurements down to the smallest detail. The delicate white trim accentuated her adorable charm. It suits you perfectly. My sense of style isn't bad at all. Yukima Azuma with a proud expression. Azuma-san, don't get too smug. I don't mind, but don't say things like that in front of other girls. Kato Megami playfully tucked her hair behind her ear, her happiness evident. The two stepped out of the room and headed to the storage room to find a nameplate holder. They took one out. Yukima Azuma carefully wrote Kato Megami on the nameplate. Then, he hung it on the door of her room. Chapter 116, Kasumijoka's Extraordinary Skill. Early morning. A sharp scream pulled Yukima Azuma, who was getting ready to go out for a run, back into the house. Without changing into his indoor slippers, he kicked off his shoes at the door and rushed upstairs. Climbing quickly to the second floor, Yukima Azuma forcefully pushed open the door to Kasumijoka Utaha's room. Senpai, what happened? Yukima Azuma's gaze immediately searched for Kasumijoka Utaha. Seeing that his senpai was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, his eyes swept across the room. His attention stopped at a strange change in the room. His expression became indescribable. On Kasumijoka Utaha's desk was a fiery red fluffy ball. Lying flat on its stomach. Beside it, a laptop was tilted to one side. It seemed that she had been working on her manuscript when something unexpected occurred. Senpai. You stayed up all night again. Yukima Azuma scolded, displeased. Kasumijoka Utaha pouted. At a time like this, he was chastising her about staying up late. Yukima Azuma approached the desk. As he got closer, he saw more clearly. It was a fiery red cat, seemingly a long-haired breed, with a big fluffy tail resembling a feather duster. At that moment, the little cat was lying on the desk, its shiny black eyes curiously scanning the room. Yakama Azuma waved at it. The fiery red fluff immediately leaped towards him. Under Kazuma Yutaha's astonished gaze, the red cat jumped into Yakama Azuma's arms, rubbing its head against his chest. Holding the new furry companion, Yakama Azuma turned to look at Kazuma Yutaha. "Senpai, is this Hogyokamaru?" Kazuma Yutaha seemed to have something to say but hesitated. She walked closer and tentatively reached out to stroke the fiery red fur. The soft texture under her palm made her squint slightly. "It seems. It is," Kazuma Yutaha concluded. Hogyokamaru. That was the cat from the Metronome in Love, Kazuma Yutaha's light novel. The cat that the protagonist and the heroine, Sayaka, adopted together. Previously, readers had criticized the cat for its unrealistic fur color. But how could a creature from the pages of a book leap into reality? Holding Hogyokamaru in his arms, Yakama Azuma pondered as he looked at Kazuma Yutaha. Yakama Azuma gazed at his senpai, seemingly deep in thought. "Senpai, can you tell me what you've been doing recently?" Kazuma Yutaha immediately began recounting. In recent days, after being influenced by Sakano, Kazuma Yutaha had been entirely focused on writing her manuscript. The 5th volume of the Metronome in Love, the final volume. It was nearly finished initially. But Kazuma Yutaha kept revising it. As a light novel author, Kazuma Yutaha realized there was a certain gap between her novel and Sakano. Kazuma Yutaha didn't hope for the final volume of the Metronome in Love to reverse her declining momentum. But she wanted, before starting her new book, to perfect herself completely. Striving to surpass her limits. Every time she came downstairs to eat, when she saw the new nameplate hanging on the door of the first-floor room, Kazuma Yutaha always felt a flame of discontent igniting within her. Kazuma Yutaha's pride would never allow her to be a loser. So, after much deliberation, reflection, and revision of her manuscript, even going so far as to read the love letter the boy wrote to another, to grasp the essence within it. The genius light novel author, Kasumi Utako-sensei. Finally, last night, after burning up all her dissatisfaction as fuel to drive her determination, she achieved an incredible breakthrough. After a moment of astonishment, Kazuma Yutaha, looking at her manuscript, only saw flaws everywhere. As she revised, she felt as if she was in her element, her fingers flying across the keyboard without stopping. As a result, after an all-nighter, the next morning, Kazuma Yutaha had completed the final volume of the Metronome in Love. Pouring all her emotions into every word. Suddenly, a fiery red fluffy ball appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto her desk. Startling Kazuma Yutaha. After hearing Kazuma Yutaha's story, Yakama Azuma understood the cause of the situation. It was clear that, after undergoing intense research and practice, driven by anger and competitiveness, Yutaha-senpai's literary skill had evolved from level 6, the proficiency level, to level 7, the extraordinary level. Note: since this story is now starting to have supernatural things involved, I'll change the way the skills are called to make it sound better, and when a skill reaches this level, a supernatural influence manifests accordingly. So, this is what the supernatural ability accompanying literary skills looks like. Yakama Azuma casually picked up a sheet of paper and a pen from Kazuma Yutaha's desk. The moment he put pen to paper, Yakama Azuma immediately felt that he could bring the life within Sakano onto the page and materialize it into reality. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. Perhaps it was due to some kind of empathy. Only when a work or its characters are widely known and recognized, could they be materialized into reality through literary skills. Yakama Azuma put down the pen without writing anything, then turned to look at Kazuma Yutaha. So, does this mean that besides me, others who reach level 7 in their skills can also gain supernatural abilities? But something didn't feel right. Senpai, if you write Sayaka's name on paper now, could you bring her into this world? Yakama Azuma asked. Kazuma Yutaha looked troubled upon hearing this. But perhaps because she trusted Yakama Azuma, she stepped forward, picked up the pen, and wrote a passage about Sayaka on the paper. However, even after a long time, nothing happened. It's not possible. She set the pen down and extended her hand. After understanding Kazuma Yutaha's situation, Yakama Azuma also realized the difference between himself and others. As someone with a system, Yakama Azuma, when his skills reach level 7, the extraordinary level, he would undoubtedly gain the corresponding supernatural ability. And upon obtaining it, the mastery of the supernatural ability would instantly be maxed out. For others outside of Yakama Azuma, when their skills reach level 7, they would have the potential to awaken a corresponding supernatural ability. This probability seemed to depend on their emotional state. The stronger their emotions, the higher the chance of awakening a supernatural ability. However, even if they did awaken it, their mastery of the supernatural ability would be almost non-existent. It could only be used in some special circumstances. As for whether mastery could improve through training, that was something yet to be tested. After sorting through all these thoughts, under Kazumidjoka Utaha's burning gaze, Yakama Azuma began to explain, "Senpai, here's the situation." Without revealing the system, Yakama Azuma gave a brief explanation about skills transforming into supernatural abilities. Kazumidjoka Utaha listened carefully to Yakama Azuma's explanation. She didn't look at him with contempt, as if he were suffering from Chiyunabiu. Instead, she gently scratched Hogyokamaru's chin with her fingers, carefully examining the special creature she had brought into this world. "So that's it. No wonder there's occasionally a strange aura about you." Kazumidjoka Utaha quickly understood. She had sensed something was unusual before. The aura Yakama Azuma sometimes emitted genuinely had a suppressive effect on human physiological responses. To simply call it aura might explain it, but upon deeper reflection, it didn't quite seem reasonable. After understanding the nature of supernatural abilities, Kazumidjoka Utaha raised a new question. "But, it's strange. People capable of surpassing ordinary limits should be extremely rare. However, in this modern era with such a massive population, even if geniuses are 1 in a 10,000, there would still be about 700,000 of them. If the difficulty of awakening is estimated to be higher, say only 1 in 10 geniuses can awaken, there would still be 70,000 people. In this age of the internet, it's impossible that stories about 70,000 people possessing superhuman skills wouldn't spark at least a few urban legends." Hearing Kazumidjoka's point, Yakama Azuma nodded in agreement. It truly was unusual. With such a random awakening process, keeping all information completely under wraps seemed unrealistic. Thinking about the approaching comet Charlotte, unless the awakenings only started happening recently. The two of them reached the same conclusion. After a brief pause, Kazumidjoka Utaha asked, "Does anyone else know about this? Or has anyone else encountered supernatural abilities?" Yakama Azuma shook his head. At present, among the people he knew, very few had truly reached level 7 in any skill. Bocce's guitar-playing skills might have reached level 7 during the school festival. However, she hadn't awakened a corresponding supernatural ability yet. If she had, Bocce would certainly have mentioned it to Yakama Azuma. Aside from Bocce, Iromanga-sensei's drawing skills might have reached level 7. But since Yakama Azuma hadn't even mastered basic drawing at level 1, he couldn't accurately judge. Moreover, his relationship with her was still at a superficial level. After some thought, Yakama Azuma shook his head again. "At present, among the people I know, only Utaha-senpai has encountered supernatural ability." Hearing this, the corners of Kazumidjoka Utaha's lips clearly curved upward. Oh, so it was only her. In the end, it was just the two of them who were alike. Humphrey, that sneaky cat could never make it to the main stage after all. Taking Hogyokamaru from Yakama Azuma, Kazumidjoka felt the deep crimson jewel in her arms resonate faintly with her mind. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Meanwhile, Yakama Azuma was thinking about Yotsuya Maiko and Kato Megumi. These two girls. One possessed an almost unparalleled gift for seeing and utilizing spiritual abilities. Without any training, one random day, she suddenly gained the ability to see all kinds of spirits and ghosts. The other, when you think about it, was her faint presence really normal? Could someone alive and standing right in front of others be completely overlooked? Even Yakama Azuma had initially relied on his memories from his previous life to gradually recognize the existence of this delicate girl, Kato Megumi, as subtle as tuberose. Gradually, he had stabilized his ability to sense Kato Megumi's presence beside him. Especially after acquiring his first supernatural abilities. So, what exactly was the story behind these two girls? While lost in thought, Yakama Azuma looked out the window of Kazumidjoka's room. By chance, he noticed, across the street, an apartment on the outer edge of a residential block. Movers were coming and going, carrying boxes and furniture inside. Yotsuya Maiko had already moved in. How she managed to convince her mother remained a mystery. Even though it was a street away, the apartment was still within the range of Yakama Azuma's shogi skill. "Senpai, this July, let's go to Hokkaido to watch the comet." Yakama Azuma suddenly extended a seemingly random invitation. Kazumidjoka Utaha gently nodded, not asking any further questions, simply agreeing. The comet named Charlotte. Yakama Azuma recalled some related information about it. He had to see it for himself. Chapter 117, Kurokawa Akane Stormy Day. Inside Yakama's house, it was completely unaffected. Except for the fact that the daily sunlight streaming into the house had been greatly reduced. In this mansion, nearly nothing had changed. Still warm, still peaceful. Kasumijoka Utaha held the phone between her ear and shoulder, chatting with the guy on the other end of the line. In front of her, a pile of bright red fur and a pile of snow-white fur were tangled together. "How's it going? Are they getting along?" Yukima Azuma's voice came from the other end of the line. Surprisingly, they seemed to be getting along well, licking each other back and forth. "They kinda remind me of Lonely-kun." Kasumijoka Utaha smiled teasingly. "Utaha-senpai, clearly, the one who likes licking back and forth isn't just me. I'm not saying it's not like me. Sounds a bit itchy. I wonder when these two little ones will have kittens. Take a guess, do you think they'll be bright red, pure white, or mixed colors?" On the other end of the line, Yukima Azuma seemed to fall into thought for a moment. Then, "Senpai, if I remember correctly, Shirotamaru is also a female cat, right?" Note, wait, I always thought Shirotamaru was a male cat. Kasumijoka Utaha touched Shirotamaru's hind leg with her finger. While Shirotamaru was still confused, she lifted its hind leg. "Oh, looks like you're right. If that's the case, this could be a bit tricky. Maybe I'll adjust Hogyokamaru's setup in the novel later? Senpai, let's leave it to the cats to decide. As their owners, we shouldn't interfere too much." Yukima Azuma's helpless voice made Kasumijoka Utaha chuckle softly. She gently placed Shirotamaru's hind leg back down. Shirotamaru tilted its head, looking at one of its mistress. After confirming that its mistress wasn't planning to play with it, its two colored eyes turned back to the new member of the house. In the aesthetics of cats, is bright red a beautiful color? Anyway, judging by Shirotamaru's reaction, it probably isn't a bad color after all. The two cats played happily together. Shirotamaru stuck out its small tongue, grooming Hogyokamaru's fur. In the animal kingdom, this action signifies closeness within the family. At the same time, it also establishes a hierarchy. Despite being a magical creature, Hogyokamaru willingly accepts being beneath Shirotamaru. This was truly quite surprising. "Ah, it's raining." Yukima Azuma's voice suddenly came from the other end of the line. Kasumijoka Utaha stood up from her seated position. "Lonely-kun, do you need me to come pick you up?" No, senpai, just stay at home and wait for me. With the weather today, an umbrella wouldn't help much anyway." Yukima Azuma's voice was mixed with the sound of howling wind. On a stormy day, umbrellas of average quality would be flipped upside down immediately, even breaking the frame. Even high-quality umbrellas, though they may withstand this storm, would require a lot of effort from the person holding them. Not to mention, the rain blows in from all directions, one umbrella can't possibly cover it all. Therefore, Yukima Azuma refused Kasumijoka's offer. "Well then, you take care of yourself. Don't let anything happen on the way. I don't want to become a widow just yet." Kasumijoka Utaha teased while walking toward the window. She looked out the window, watching the rain pouring heavily and the leaves being blown away by the fierce wind. Although she was joking, her eyes were filled with concern. "Don't worry, it's nothing major. I can handle it just fine." Yukima Azuma's voice had a soothing effect. "After the storm, I hope the sky clears up. If the clouds dissipate, we can go to Hokkaido to see the comet clearly." "But I heard that Hokkaido is hardly affected by the rainy season or storms." "Not sure if that's true. Now that you mention it, senpai, do you have any suitable swimwear? We can buy it there, but maybe we should prepare ahead of time." Yukima Azuma's voice suddenly stopped. Kasumijoka Utaha, who was smiling, noticed that something seemed to have happened on the other end of the line. "Utaha-senpai." "Yes, Lonely-kun? I just saw a patient who's a bit special. I want to check on them. I might be a bit late. If you need me to help with anything, anytime, just say so." "Got it, Lonely-kun?" Understood. "I just hope by that time, senpai won't find me bothersome." The two said their goodbyes and hung up. A few minutes ago. Today, Yukima Azuma had visited Laplace Corporation. Some factories had gradually started mass-producing smart furniture products that met the required standards. After this storm, the sales plan could be put into action. On the way back from Laplace Corporation, the streets were almost completely empty. The sky was overcast, the wind howled fiercely, sweeping the branches and leaves from the trees by the roadside, with fallen leaves scattered everywhere. Japan is one of the areas heavily affected by storms. After all, it is an island nation surrounded to the sea. When a storm is about to make landfall, television stations continuously broadcast warnings. They urge people to stay indoors and limit going out unless necessary. Police officers will also patrol the streets, urging people to return home early. "Ah, it's starting to rain." Cold droplets of water landed on his cheek. Yukima Azuma was talking to Utaha on the phone, mentioning that it was starting to rain. The raindrops hit the ground with a patter, and in the strong wind, they turned into gusts that slammed into her face. Yukima Azuma instinctively picked up his pace. The raindrops falling from above grew steadily larger. It wouldn't be long before the light rain turned into a torrential downpour. He reached an overpass. He just needed to walk straight through, and he would reach a street with covered sidewalks. By walking down that street to the end, not far from there, was Yukima's house. Although getting wet was inevitable, it wouldn't be too disastrous. As he thought this, continuing her conversation with Kasamijoka Uchiha over the phone, he calmly walked over the overpass. The overpass was narrow, and Yukima Azuma passed by someone. Suddenly, a sticky sensation appeared on his face. He raised his hand and lightly wiped it with his index finger. When he brought it up to his eyes for a closer look, he saw a streak of red blood, which quickly washed off his fingertip in the pouring rain. Even though the rain was pouring down heavily, Yukima Azuma still caught a strong metallic scent of blood in the air. He turned around to look. In a line of sight, the person he had passed earlier was standing still beside the overpass railing. Normally, would anyone stop in the middle of a storm like this? If they did, they would probably look up at the sky, letting the rain pour directly into their face, possibly with some kind of melancholic expression. But this person was not like that. She was intently staring out over the railing. In the relentless rain, the road below the overpass had become hazy, as if covered in fog. This scene would make anyone who saw it feel something was wrong. Yukima Azuma was not the type to jump into situations when something seemed off. His actions were driven only by his own motivation. An unrelated stranger, even if they died right in front of him, he would feel no emotion. Even if he could help, he wouldn't feel guilty for doing nothing. So, Yukima Azuma was about to turn around and continue walking toward the covered street. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind blew away the stranger's hood. Her short black hair and beautiful face were revealed when the hood fell. Yukima Azuma felt she recognized her and immediately recalled who she was. Kurokawa-kan. A star on screen, a talented actress well known in the industry. Previously, Yukima Azuma and the three girls had watched a dating show where this girl participated. That impression made Yukima Azuma linger for a second to look at her. In this moment, the girl stood before the overpass railing, her fingers gripping it. On her cheek, a few cuts suddenly appeared, with droplets of blood splattering out. On her arm, clear bruises could be seen. Clearly, no one was around her. But she seemed like she was being assaulted directly. Could the strong wind today be enough to cut skin? Certainly not. If the wind could cause that, it wouldn't have left a wound as if struck by a hard object. Yukima Azuma finally understood where the sticky sensation had come from. A term appeared in Yukima Azuma's mind. Adolescence syndrome. It is a supernatural condition caused by emotional trauma. It only occurs during adolescence, a time when one's emotions are most sensitive. It is also a concept from Yukima Azuma's novel The Youth of a Lonely Boy Will Not Dream of a Passerby Heroine. And now, this setting from the light novel in his memory seemed to be materializing right before his eyes. Uchiha-senpai. Yukima Azuma spoke into the phone. He was slightly worried about the situation in front of him. After all, there were quite a few girls going through puberty at his house. Although Yukima Azuma was confident he could protect them from harm and prevent any psychological trauma, it was still better to prepare for the worst-case scenario. After summarizing a few points, Yukima Azuma hung up the phone. Through the relentless rain, he made his way toward the girl named Kurokawa-kan. At this moment, Kurokawa-kan had climbed over the railing of the overpass. With just a release of her grip, she would fall. Would she die? Falling onto the road below, in such a torrential downpour, the chances of death were very high. After all, visibility was limited, and the waterlogged streets would make it difficult for the vehicles below to stop in time. But Kurokawa-kan had lost all hope in the world. So, she slowly loosened her grip. At the moment when the sensation of falling was nearly upon her, a powerful pull from behind reached her. An arm wrapped around her waist. Kurokawa-kan felt herself being yanked backward. Then, she fell to the ground. Since someone had acted as a cushion, she didn't feel any pain. The sensation of being steady on the ground returned. But at this moment, Kurokawa-kan began to twist and struggle. No. No. Let me go. She screamed. She resisted the approach of the stranger who had just saved her. Like an injured cat, no longer trusting anyone. Compared to death, the person who reached out to save her was even more terrifying. Her hands flailed wildly, and her legs kicked in confusion on the ground. Her fingertips brushed against something. Immediately after, a sticky sensation, different from the rain, fell from above. Blood dripped onto her face, causing Kurokawa-kan's panicking brain to begin to recover a little of its function. She stopped struggling, lifted her head to look up. Above her, a strong arm was protecting her, preventing her from hitting anything while she was flailing. At that moment, a cut on that arm was bleeding. It was from when she had scratched it with her nails during her frantic movements. Realizing this, Kurokawa-akan's eyes widened, and her pupils contracted. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Desperate apologies spilled from her lips. She tried to free herself from the arm that was protecting her. She kneeled before the person she had hurt, even bowing her head to apologize without hesitation. I'm sorry. I truly apologize. Chapter 118, Mem. The rich sponsor. Hey. You two. It's too dangerous here. What are you doing? A stern voice came from one side. So, both of them were taken to the police station. After a brief interrogation, Yukima Azuma sat on a bench in the hallway of the Tokyo Police Department, waiting. Meanwhile, Kurokawa-akan's situation was a bit more complicated. She was still in the mediation room. The police had notified Kurokawa-akan's parents. Inside the mediation room, there was also a female police officer trying to persuade her. There would definitely be an educational talk about Kurokawa-akan's suicidal tendencies. However, Yukima Azuma felt that this wouldn't have any effect. Because Yukima Azuma could smell the scent of death on Kurokawa-akan. This girl was in her teens, yet her eyes no longer held any desire for this world. When one has truly been on the brink of death and is saved yet unchanged afterward, it shows that the issue was truly serious. Yukima Azuma was thinking about Kurokawa-akan's situation. In his memory, Kurokawa-akan had never been in a breakdown like this before. Was it the influence of adolescence syndrome? Could this influence be healed? Could it be reversed through conventional means? Kurokawa-akan, leaning toward death, now seemed like a test placed in front of Yukima Azuma. If he solved it successfully, he could gather useful material. If not, he would need to summarize the failure to prepare for the next encounter with a similar problem. The sound of hurried footsteps came from one side. Yukima Azuma looked up. A large crowd was rushing toward them. A few people ran ahead, looking to be around high school age, and all of them had very striking appearances. They were participants in the program We're About to Fall in Love for Real. Abbreviated as Love for Real. That said, Kurokawa-akan's self-destructive behavior was also related to the Love for Real program. And at this moment, Kurokawa-akan finally walked out of the mediation room. A cute girl with long dark blue hair rushed up and hugged Kurokawa-akan. Yukima Azuma remembered that this girl was probably named Sumiyuki. She was an artist, a model, and very famous in the Love for Real program. Baka. Making us worry like this. Why did you do that? You should have talked to us. Crying voices came from the other side. Kurokawa-akan, who was being hugged, also began to shed tears. However, Yukima Azuma didn't see any signs of remorse in her eyes. On the contrary, perhaps due to others' worries, the burden in her heart only grew heavier. A cute girl with a devil's horn bow ran behind Sumiyuki. Seeing the two of them hugging and crying in a heap, she stood by, occasionally handing over tissues. Mem-san, come here for a moment. Yukima Azuma called the girl with the devil's horn bow. The girl, looking worried, heard her name and pointed at herself, seeming a bit confused. However, perhaps because of Yukima Azuma's strong tone, there was an undeniable hint of threat. So, even though she didn't know this teen, she obediently walked over to Yukima Azuma's side. May I ask who you are? Mem looked up at the unfamiliar teenager and quietly asked. The teen in front of her had an outstanding appearance. So, her first thought was that he was probably from the entertainment industry. But she couldn't recall any information about him. My name is Yukima Azuma. When the other party introduced himself, Mem immediately confirmed her thoughts. She had indeed never heard of this name before. It sounded somewhat like the pen name of a recently famous light novel author. While Mem was daydreaming, Yukima Azuma added more about his background. I am the president of Laplace Corporation. We collaborated just last month. Mem-san, you must remember, right? Mem snapped out of her daze. Ah, Yukima-san, hello. So it was the rich sponsor. Laplace Corporation was very generous when it came to promotions. And their promotional content was incredibly impressive. Mem was highly impressed by this company. The promotional video she made for the Gal Game White album not only brought in a large advertising budget but also attracted great viewership. It helped her increase her follower count on her YouTube channel. She had even considered making a series of White Album playthrough videos. But why was this wealthy sponsor here? And why was he so handsome? Was he really not an artist? May I ask, Yukima-san, what brings you here? In response to Mem's question, Yukima Azuma tilted his head and glanced toward Kurokawa-akan on the other side. I picked her up on the overpass. She was climbing over the guardrail and letting go to jump. Yukima Azuma's casual description made Mem's face turn pale, and she took a deep breath. Although she had suspected that Kurokawa-akan's situation was serious, she never imagined it was this severe. Ah. Akan-chan, she's gone through a lot, Haze. Yukima-san, have you watched Love for Real? Mom sighed. My friend came over to my house and watched 2 episodes on TV. I see. Then it'll be easier to explain. In short, something happened on the show. Mom explained the situation. She felt that since Yukima Azuma had saved Kurokawa-akan, he had the right to know the full context. The Love for Real program, as it reached its middle and late stages, had clarified its main content. Of the 3 girls participating, the most famous was clearly Sumiyuki. Next was Mem, who had a lively, cheerful image, almost like the mascot of the group. Finally, there was Kurokawa-akan, who was relatively forgettable. As an actress, Kurokawa-akan didn't seem to know how to deal with the unscripted nature of the show. She wasn't able to create any special interactions with the others. Kurokawa-akan gradually became a supporting character in the program, and her footage was severely cut. It seemed that her management company had placed great pressure on her, demanding that she appear more on the show. Thus, Kurokawa-akan participated in the competition for screen time in a way that she understood. However, at this point, the format of Love for Real had stabilized into a love triangle between 2 boys and 1 girl. Trying to wed in now was truly an unwise move. Choosing like Mem, the mascot of the group, was a smarter decision. While Kurokawa-akan tried to grab attention, she had a small incident with Sumiyuki. Her nails had scratched Sumiyuki's cheek. The injury was very minor, easily covered with makeup. In time, it would heal without leaving a scar. This small conflict was quickly resolved behind the scenes between the 2 involved. Sumiyuki was a very kind person and easily forgave Kurokawa-akan. Now, the 2 were hugging like this, quickly reconciling any misunderstandings. However, this would not simply disappear on camera just because the 2 had reconciled. The conflict between them had been broadcasted. But what happened after the conflict was not. After the episode aired, it was easy to imagine. A wave of criticism came crashing down on Kurokawa-akan. The netizens were extremely violent. As soon as the program aired, the program's Twitter account received thousands of critical comments. Disgusting, if she acted like this in front of the camera, it must have been even worse off-screen. Who is she? Doesn't she understand anything? Seriously, they should call the police and arrest her. Yuki-chan is so pitiful. Can we just make Kurokawa-akan disappear? Has she done things like this before? How did such a person even get on TV? These harsh, critical comments were like piercing sounds. Yukima Azuma went on Twitter and scrolled through the comments. Although it's often said that netizens in Japan have only a moderate level of aggression compared to K-pop idol fans, for typical teenage girls, these comments could feel like sharp knives. Akan-chan. She posted an apology and explanation on Twitter, but all that did was get her criticized even more. During the breaks between filming, everyone checked on Akan-chan, but she responded very weakly. Today, I messaged Akan-chan to ask if she'd eaten properly, but she just said she went to buy a little something. There's a huge storm outside, and it's pouring heavily, but she still didn't reply to our messages. We could only get in touch with Akan-chan's mother, then followed the trace from a convenience store near her house. Then we got a call from the police station, and we rushed here together. After hearing Mem's description, Yukima Azuma nodded. Netizens, huh? The online attacks were creating real wounds for Kurokawa-akan. Would changing the direction of public opinion on the internet be a way to treat adolescence syndrome? If it worked but she faced another wave of online attacks, would adolescence syndrome relapse? These questions remained unanswered. But before addressing them, there was still a huge shadow in front of them. First and foremost, they had to make sure that Kurokawa-akan survived. Human life was fragile. Like a precious porcelain item. Once the owner of such an item loses their desire for life, the sound of it shattering could happen at any moment. If Kurokawa-akan died during the preparation phase, everything would become meaningless words. Mem-san, give me all the information about Kurokawa-akan, including contact details, home address, and everything you know. Faced with Yukima Azuma's rude demand, Mem immediately froze. This girl, who appeared like a demon, was actually someone who always wanted to please others. She had worked together with Kurokawa-akan on Love for Real and had almost become real friends. How could she disclose her friend's private information to a stranger of the opposite gender? Even with ordinary people, Mem wouldn't do that, let alone Kurokawa-akan, who was a fellow artist. Actually, I don't know much, I can only give you her line. Mem tried to respond vaguely. You've already contacted Kurokawa-akan's mother and followed the trace to her house from the convenience store, so you must already know her address, right? Yukima Azuma spoke calmly. Mum turned away, looking a little awkward. Kusho. This guy is too sharp. While Mum was trying to come up with another excuse, Yakama Azuma pointed toward Kurokawa-kan. Do you see? She's still standing on the edge of the guardrail, showing no signs of backing away. Yakama Azuma's words silenced Mum. She could feel it too. Kurokawa-kan no longer had the vitality she once had. It seemed like she had lost all hope. Chapter 119, Yakama Azuma, Everything's Just According to Kaku. In the end, Mum still revealed Kurokawa-kan's home address. She and Yakama Azuma added each other online. All the information she had was sent directly to Yakama Azuma's phone. There was no other choice. As a kind person, she couldn't just stand by and watch her friend perish. But she herself couldn't think of any way to turn the situation around. Even though revealing her friend's personal information tormented Mum's conscience, the situation had already become as bad as it could possibly get. It had truly hit rock bottom. Once a person dies, there's nothing left. Mum could only hope that Yakama Azuma would stop Kurokawa-kan from spiraling into despair. Putting his phone away, Yakama Azuma reached out and pinched Mum's cheek gently. The girl looked so adorable, with her soft golden hair, giving off the vibe of a neighborly little sister straight out of a slice of life anime. Who would have thought this cute girl, in reality, was older than the current Yukino Shita Yukino? That's right, the girl pretending to be an 18-year-old high schooler was actually 25 years old. Being pinched on the cheek, Mum wanted to cry but had no tears left. She felt like she had boarded a pirate ship, entirely at someone else's mercy. The psychological tactics of her opponent were truly masterful. And their foundation was frighteningly solid. Would she later be forced to comply with some hidden rules? By the way, Mum, your current contract with your company is just a regular partnership, isn't it? So, what do you think about switching jobs and joining our Laplace Corporation? Mum's eyes widened. It's here. The hidden rules. She instinctively stepped back. Her gaze fell on the boy's face. His hair was wet from the rain, though dried off with a towel at the police station, it still fell in a slightly damp look. It gave off a charm akin to someone who had just stepped out of the shower. The boy's eyebrows and eyes were breathtakingly beautiful, like stars in the night sky, leaving people sighing in awe. Despite being accustomed to handsome and beautiful faces in the entertainment industry for so long, Mum still found herself mesmerized for a few seconds. Too handsome. If he worked as a male host, he'd definitely empty her wallet. Huh? Then if she were forced into hidden rules, would she actually be the one benefiting? Mum clutched her head, spiraling into confusion. Seeing Mum dazed, Yakama Azuma chuckled softly and ruffled her golden hair. His gaze shifted to Kurokawa-kan. What should we do? Mum also looked over, asking worriedly. For now, let's find something for her to do. Yakama Azuma voiced his thoughts. Leaving the police station, Kurokawa-kan warily followed her mother home. In her dark room, she hugged her knees, sitting in the corner of her bed. Her mind couldn't form a coherent thread, breaking apart into scattered fragments. Kurokawa-kan was a talented actress. She could fully immerse herself in a character by studying the script and deliver a performance so flawless it left people in awe. But outside of acting, Kurokawa-kan had no other talents. She didn't understand human psychology, and her communication skills were only average. So, when placed in an unscripted dating show, Kurokawa-kan failed to create an appealing image in the eyes of the audience. On the contrary, she revealed her ordinary self to the viewers. For an entertainer, this was an incredibly damaging thing. As the dating show continued to progress, the complaints from her management company grew louder. She could only perform on stage but wasn't bringing in much revenue for the company. She had to appear more frequently on variety shows to secure more work opportunities. Under this heavy pressure, even a small mistake could easily escalate into a major incident. And one mistake led to an overwhelming punishment she couldn't bear. Kurokawa-kan was only 17 years old this year. At this age, even a few casual remarks from classmates could leave her overthinking for days. Being isolated by a few people was enough to cast a psychological shadow over the beautiful years of her youth. And Kurokawa-kan? She was being insulted and bullied by thousands, even tens of thousands of people. Without the image of an actress to shield her, she was simply her true self being bullied. Facing such intense criticism for the first time, Kurokawa-kan felt like her life had came to an end. When she tried to explain, the insults only grew fiercer. The company demanded that she stay silent and deal with everything quietly. But even if the situation calmed down for a bit, when her entertainment career resumed, all of this would undoubtedly be brought up again. In that dark world, there wasn't a single ray of light. For an entire day and night, Kurokawa-kan couldn't stop herself from scrolling through the endless comments. That act was nothing but self-torture. In her collapse, She noticed a message sent by Mim in the group chat. It was only then she realized she hadn't eaten anything all day. Like a lifeless shell, she stepped out of her room and headed to the nearest convenience store to buy some food. The world outside was dark and chaotic. Cold raindrops fell on her, but she barely felt them. When she passed by a pedestrian bridge, she looked down at the hazy world below. The feeling of collapse had reached its peak. So tired. Thinking so much, I'm exhausted. I don't want to think anymore. Drawn to the neon lights shining below, Kurokawa-kan let go. If I just fall like this, maybe I'll be free. But someone grabbed her forcefully, pulling her back into this dark world. She began to struggle wildly. She screamed loudly. Her nails scratched against the person holding her. Blood dripped onto her face. Kurokawa-kan broke down even further. If only I hadn't ruined everything, if only I hadn't hurt Sumiyuki, how much better would that have been? And now, I've hurt someone else again. She kept apologizing, admitting fault. She didn't hesitate to kneel and bow. The pain in her body didn't matter. As long as she could be forgiven, she was willing to do anything. What happened after that? Kurokawa-kan couldn't remember clearly. The world around her kept changing. The voices of others became indistinct as they entered her ears. Like being underwater, all sounds were blurred and unclear. So tired. The more I think, the more exhausted I feel. But my thoughts just won't stop. The chaotic fragments refuse to connect, breaking into countless pieces, spinning around in her head. How can I stop this torment? Sitting in her dark room, Kurokawa-kan fumbled around, trying to find her phone. But her phone had already been confiscated. All the internet-connected devices in her room had been taken away. But at this point, measures like that couldn't salvage anything anymore. Stopping someone who is self-destructing is truly difficult. External stimuli can only affect the body, they cannot penetrate the soul. Yet, her collapse strangely paused for a brief moment. Kurokawa-kan, as her gaze drifted past a corner of the window, suddenly froze. Through the glass, in the blurry world before her eyes, a figure appeared. He stood alone in the rain. They were several dozen meters apart. For a fleeting moment, their eyes met. Then, Kurokawa-kan watched that figure as he slowly turned his back in the hazy world. He walked away, steady but unhurried, heading in a certain direction. The world in her eyes gradually began to return to reality. She saw clearly where that figure was heading. It was the Tokyo Drainage River. Amidst the heavy rain, the river tasked with relieving flood pressure was already full. The water flowed with a terrifying intensity. That figure took step after step toward the railing by the river. Kurokawa-kan immediately understood what he intended to do. Jump into the river and seek release. But was release truly as beautiful as she imagined? When she shifted her perspective from her own to a third person's, images began forming in Kurokawa-kan's mind. Falling into the river, her body would be swept away by the rushing current, liquid filling her nose and lungs. Slamming into the concrete walls of the levee, her body would twist and contort, becoming misshapen. Then submerged by the water, bloating, no longer resembling anything human. That figure planted the fear of death deeply in Kurokawa-kan. Her throat was dry, unable to utter a single sound. Without thinking, Kurokawa-kan immediately slid the window open and jumped out. She didn't care that she was barefoot, nor did she notice the wet, muddy ground beneath her feet. She ran with all her might toward that figure. Before the person could climb over the railing, she lunged and shoved him to the ground. The two of them tumbled over the ground twice. And in the pouring rain, only the sound of Kurokawa-kan's sobs remained. The moment he was pushed down, Yukima Azuma understood that his plan had succeeded. Stopping someone in the midst of self-destruction was an extraordinarily difficult task. You needed to give them something to do, something to keep their mind from spiraling into darkness. But how could you motivate someone who had given up all hope in the world to keep living? After thorough deliberation, Yukima Azuma had come up with two realistic solutions. One was to send them to a psychiatric hospital, strap them down to a bed, restrict their physical freedom, prevent their death, and work toward a solution. The second method was to strip away their identity as someone who needed saving. A person who had already given up on life and accepted being saved would rarely find the strength to return to shore on their own. So, at this moment, the opposite approach was required. Turn them into a savior. When that happened, they would try to swim on their own. Even if they couldn't reach the shore, it was still better than sinking further. Thus, Yukima Azuma chose the right moment and arrived at the address Mom had provided. He scouted the surroundings. Indeed, there was a river nearby, ideal for someone desperate to end it all. After confirming the location, Yukima Azuma stood at a spot where he could perform convincingly and began rehearsing. The spotlight might only shine for a fleeting moment. Yukima Azuma had to seize that moment. What needed to be done to create an image so compelling it would leave the viewer breathless? Even a passing glance had to be enough to capture their attention. Closing his eyes, Yukima Azuma recalled the time before he had met Kasumijoka Uchiha, his senpai. If there was ever a time to invest genuine emotion, this was it. Notification: your acting skill has reached its maximum limit. Acting, level 1, acting, level 2. Given that the other party wasn't entirely lucid at the moment, this level of skill would suffice. Yukima Azuma opened his eyes, waiting for the light to fall upon him. Before long, her gaze was locked on him. When their eyes met, Yukima Azuma began walking slowly toward the riverbank. He needed to move slowly, to give her enough time to catch up. As long as this performance ended perfectly, everything that followed would enter easy mode. As he walked, Yukima Azuma silently complained about how slow she was. Just as he was about to climb over the railing, finally, Kurokawa-kun lunged toward him. The performance concluded flawlessly. Holding the girl in his arms, Yukima Azuma curled his lips into a smile. Everything's just according to Kaku. Chapter 120, Yukima Azuma, Kaku intensifies. Pinned to the ground. Yukima Azuma understood, his plan had succeeded. This event would now switch to easy mode. Don't commit suicide. Kurokawa-kun, through her tears, said this to Yukima Azuma. It was hard to tell if it was a command or a plea. Yukima Azuma leaned against the railing, helping them both to their feet. Why? Death is liberation. Living is just too exhausting. These words came from Yukima Azuma's mouth. To say something like that to someone already breaking down and self-destructing, how ironic. But after a short silence, Kurokawa-kun spoke again, don't commit suicide. What kind of mental struggle the girl had to go through to repeat those words, Yukima Azuma did not know. And he didn't care. Oh? If you won't let me die, then take responsibility. Yukima Azuma said this. Kurokawa-kun stood dumbfounded for a moment. That brief exchange eventually brought back a sliver of her rationality, only a tiny fragment. That fragment of rationality made her realize this conversation was not normal. The request from the young man in front of her was absurd. So, Kurokawa-kun said nothing, turning to head back to her house. She wanted to return to that dark room. But just as she lifted her foot, Kurokawa-kun heard the voice of the young man. Yeah, that's right. Go on, leave. I've always been alone, no one's ever been responsible for me. I was born an extra, this isn't anyone's fault, just an objective fact. My parents didn't want me, society doesn't need me, this world doesn't need me. I should have realized that sooner. Maybe my death would be a good thing for this world. No one will remember me, just as no one ever cared about me. The internet is full of lengthy posts. But for someone to stand in front of another person and start reciting their essay, that's rare. The nonsensical rambling from Yukima Azuma succeeded in stopping Kurokawa-kun's steps. She turned back and reached out to grab Yukima Azuma's hand. Don't think like that. Holding Yukima Azuma's hand, Kurokawa-kun, after a brief moment of thought, asked, where's your house? I'll take you home. This was the best solution she could come up with at the moment. Yukima Azuma nodded, walking in a certain direction. Kurokawa-kun, wearing only small white socks now stained with mud, slowly followed Yukima Azuma, stepping into puddles. After they walked a short distance, Kurokawa-kun's grip loosened. Perhaps she thought of the boundary between men and women, or maybe she simply didn't want to have physical contact with anyone in her current state. But for whatever reason, it didn't matter. Because Yukima Azuma knew exactly what his current plan was. The wind is strong today. One moment of dizziness, and I might just get blown into traffic. Kurokawa-kun glanced at the road where a few cars sped by. She tightened her grip on Yukima Azuma's hand, holding it firmly. More than that, she pulled Yukima Azuma to the innermost side of the sidewalk. She herself used her slim body to shield the outer side. Yukima Azuma tilted his head to look at her and saw a blank expression on Kurokawa-kun's delicate face. But through that expression, Yukima Azuma could see the girl's inner self, broken and fragile. The heavy rain had long soaked her hair. Strands of her black hair clung to her face, but it didn't make her look messy. On the contrary, it gave her a fragile beauty, as though she might shatter at any moment. It was breathtaking, and yet impossible to look away. Under Yukima Azuma's guidance, the two of them arrived at a high-end rental house. Yukima Azuma searched through his chat with the landlord, found the door code, entered it, and unlocked the house. Stepping inside slowly, the rainwater on their bodies made the entryway wet, and the mud on their shoes dirtied the floor. After bringing Yukima Azuma into what seemed like a safe house, Kurokawa-kun turned to leave. This time, Yukima Azuma didn't stop her. He simply walked toward the kitchen. So, before Kurokawa-kun could close the front door of the house, she heard the sound of a knife being sharpened, the scrape echoing from inside. Immediately after, Kurokawa-kun rushed in, snatched the kitchen knife from Yakama Azuma's hand, and shoved him out of the kitchen. Seeing Kurokawa-kun's actions, Yakama Azuma wore a puzzled expression. "Why did you take my stuff?" "Because it's dangerous. There are plenty of dangerous things in this world, and what right do you have to do that? I saved you, so I'm responsible for you." "Those were your own words. Sounds like you're acting as my guardian." "Exactly. From now on, I am your guardian, so you must listen to me." Hearing this, Yakama Azuma was a little surprised. He didn't expect the girl in front of him to go this far. If that's the case, when the other person reaches out a hand, there's no reason not to take it. Just saying it doesn't count. Yakama Azuma pointed to his mouth. "I'm hungry." "Oh, my guardian, please feed me." Without hesitation, Kurokawa-kun turned and walked into the kitchen. Watching the raindrops still dripping from her soaked figure, Yakama Azuma casually remarked, "Rainwater is really dirty, you know. I've heard that if you ingest it, you might get sick and die." With that, Kurokawa-kun turned around and headed toward the bathroom. Shortly after, the sound of rushing water filled the house. Yakama Azuma went to the closet, took out a pre-prepared towel and an oversized white t-shirt. He opened the bathroom door slightly and placed the items on the sink. The bathroom had a divider. The sink and shower area were separated by a frosted glass wall. Though it was frosted, the faint silhouette of the girl inside was still visible. Such a setup could easily seem ambiguous, making one's heart race. Yet inside the bathroom, there was no sign of panic. The sound of running water continued uninterrupted. After placing the clothes, Yakama Azuma left the bathroom. Before long, Kurokawa-kun emerged wearing the oversized white t-shirt. Her black hair appeared to have been thoroughly dried with the towel, perhaps to avoid water dripping into the food while cooking. At this moment, Kurokawa-kun seemed to have shed 3 parts of her fragility, gaining a faint vitality. She headed into the kitchen. Shortly after, the sound of chopping vegetables came from within. This allowed Yakama Azuma to head into the bathroom to take a shower. At this point, even if Yakama Azuma left Kurokawa-kun alone in a kitchen full of sharp knives, he felt no concern. When he finished showering and stepped out, a warm meal was already set on the table. It appeared to be fried pork cutlet with rice and miso soup. Yakama Azuma sat down at the table. Kurokawa-kun picked up a spoon, scooped a bite of the pork cutlet rice, gently blew on it to cool it down, and then brought the spoon to Yakama Azuma's mouth. Faced with this being fed like this situation, Yakama Azuma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Though they were now playing the roles of guardian and troubled child. Wasn't her perception of his age a bit too low? However. Fine. Playing along wasn't a big deal. Yakama Azuma opened his mouth and ate the food from the spoon. Watching the girl focused on feeding him, Yakama Azuma felt quite satisfied. Such is human nature. Since ancient times, humans have had 2 common tendencies, forcing good people to turn bad, or persuading bad people to turn good. Corrupting virtuous girls or convincing prostitutes to reform both bring a mix of joy and accomplishment. And right now, what Yakama Azuma was doing was essentially the same. Tricking a suicidal girl into saving someone else. Exploiting her compassion and enthusiasm, making her obediently do everything. This method was undoubtedly effective. At the very least, at this moment, Kurokawa-kun no longer had time to dwell on negative thoughts. Her mind was entirely focused on the boy in front of her. Thinking only about how to keep him away from death. The food on the table, Yakama Azuma ate about half of it. "I'm full. I'll leave the rest to you, my guardian." Kurokawa-kun was momentarily stunned. Then, she withdrew the spoon, thought for a moment, and put it in her own mouth. The last time Kurokawa-kun ate was at noon yesterday. When hunger passes a certain threshold, the body enters a self-protection state, suppressing the sensation to its minimum level. This mechanism helps the human body maintain focus and improve hunting efficiency. But in modern times, repeatedly triggering this mechanism can cause numerous problems. For instance, stomach-related illnesses or psychological anorexia. Fortunately, Kurokawa-kun hadn't reached that point yet. She spooned the food into her mouth, bite by bite, though it was unclear if she could actually taste anything. At the very least, however, the amount she consumed was enough to sustain her body's functions. After a period of quiet eating, Yakama Azuma made a call, requesting someone to deliver his laptop. He sat at the desk, opened the laptop, and connected the keyboard. Kurokawa-kun's gaze briefly brushed over the screen, emitting a soft white glow. Deep within her eyes, emotions such as fear, guilt, and anguish surfaced. Luckily, Yakama Azuma didn't open any websites. He simply pulled up a document. For now, he had temporarily stabilized Kurokawa-kun's crumbling emotional state. Next, he just needed to address the root cause of that breakdown. Compared to consoling her, This task felt much simpler to Yakama Azuma. Shifting online public opinion for him, this was no different than having a meal. The number of people who knew about Kurokawa-Akon's scandal and left malicious comments was less than a tenth of those who stayed silent. All Yakama Azuma needed to do was get the remaining 90% to speak up. Or bring in a few hundred uninvolved individuals from elsewhere to join the discussion. Once that happened, the original instigators of the malicious comments would immediately fall silent, delete their initial posts, and might even reverse their stance and begin showing support. What title should I use? Given the current circumstances, there's no need for anything overly complicated. Let's just keep it straightforward. The youth of a lonely boy won't dream of a bunny girl senpai. Yakama Azuma typed out this title and nodded with satisfaction. Yep, that'll do. However, he needed a way to ensure Kujo Megumi wouldn't appear. After all, Megumi Zora as a main heroine was too strong, potentially distracting readers. Let's set it in the timeline before the first episode. This way, he can even add a childhood friend backstory to enhance empathy. After finalizing the initial setup, Yakama Azuma turned to glance at Kurokawa-Akon. At that moment, the girl was sitting on a chair, knees drawn up, feet resting on the chair's edge, her whole body curled into a ball. She seemed lost in thought, her expression blank and unreadable. Guardian. Yakama Azuma called. Kurokawa-Akon snapped out of her daze, her eyes meeting Yakama Azuma's. He rotated his neck a few times, feigning discomfort as he said, "My shoulders. They feel so stiff." Hearing this, the girl lowered her pale, bare feet from the chair onto the wooden floor. She walked a few steps to stand behind Yakama Azuma. Her slender hands rested on his neck and shoulders, starting to knead with just the right amount of pressure. Even though Yakama Azuma's neck and shoulders didn't feel stiff at all, at that moment, he closed his eyes, pretending to enjoy the sensation greatly. Kaku intensifies. Chapter 121, Yakama Azuma, Guardian, it's late, come sleep. Fingers moved swiftly across the keyboard. Typically, whether writing a light novel or a short or long novel, after completing the initial setup, the next step is to establish an outline of the plot. Some authors, however, skip this outlining step and dive straight into writing the opening. They joke that the outline exists in their minds, writing intuitively and letting the story develop as they follow the flow. However, Yakama Azuma's approach this time was exceptionally peculiar. For this volume, Yakama Azuma started writing from the ending. This light novel was born with the purpose of changing someone's ending. For this purpose, the ending of the light novel was predetermined. It would undoubtedly conclude with the scene of a girl falling from an overpass. In the story, the boy would do everything in his power to reach out and save her. But whether or not he could save the girl, that was not for Yakama Azuma to decide. After finishing the ending, Yakama Azuma stretched. As he stretched, his arm brushed against the girl's hand. Only then did Yakama Azuma remember that someone was still beside him. Turning his head, he saw Kurokawa-Akon quietly standing behind his chair. Glancing at the bottom right corner of the screen where the time was displayed, Yakama Azuma realized Kurokawa-Akon had been standing there, behind him, for 3 hours straight. The occasional light taps on his shoulder, he had overlooked due to his intense focus. But Kurokawa-Akon hadn't moved a single step. When Yakama Azuma stood up from his chair, the girl's arm dropped weakly to her side, clearly too fatigued to endure any longer. For a moment, Yakama Azuma was at a loss for words. Though he had done this to give Kurokawa-Akon something to do, to stop the chaotic thoughts threatening to break her down, the scene before him left him with mixed emotions. Looking at Kurokawa-Akon's numb expression, Yakama Azuma said nothing. Some words are better left unsaid until the girl before him is in a better state. Of course, that is if both he and she still remember this moment by then. Yakama Azuma walked toward the bed in the room. It was a large double bed, with pristine white sheets, spotless and wrinkle-free. Sitting down, Yakama Azuma caused a small depression in the mattress. "Guardian, it's late, come sleep with me," he said. Kurokawa-Akon looked at the boy. Faced with his almost teasing invitation, she simply thought for a moment before responding, "I'll stay here with you. I won't leave until you fall asleep." She merely assumed Yakama Azuma was like a child who couldn't sleep alone without someone nearby. Yakama Azuma didn't deny this assumption. He simply tilted his head slightly. "Just sitting by my side, huh? Guardian, could you give me a hug? On every cold, sleepless night, I always long for a warm embrace. Humans, if they don't sleep, can apparently last up to 11 days. Before Yakama Azuma could finish his sentence, before he could say words like "and then die," Kurokawa-Akon had already moved closer. She lifted her fatigued arms and wrapped them around Yakama Azuma's neck. The two fell together onto the soft, white bed. The bed, originally pure white like snow, now bore wrinkles spreading from their center to the edges. The girl's soft body fell into his arms. Yukima Azuma slightly moved his nose. There was still a faint smell of blood that couldn't be dispelled. But Yukima Azuma didn't want to turn off the strange perception state he had maintained. He had grown used to holding on to this subtle feeling. So, to avoid feeling disadvantaged, Yukima Azuma placed his chin on the girl's neck. Her smooth, black hair draped in front of him. The gentle scent of shampoo wafted up. The faint smell of blood was instantly replaced. Without turning off the lights, the two prepared to drift into sleep like this. It was unclear how much time passed. Yukima Azuma felt the phone buzz gently. He picked it up and glanced at it. It was a message from Mum. It seemed urgent. Yukima Azuma unlocked the phone and opened line. Mem, trouble. Akon-chan is missing. Akon's mother says the window in her room was wide open, but she's nowhere to be found. Just reading the message conveyed the anxiety and urgency. Yukima Azuma tilted his head and glanced at Kurokawa Akon, who was lying in his arms. At this moment, Kurokawa Akon was resting on Yukima Azuma's left arm, her small head resting on his chest. Her breathing was steady, clearly in a deep sleep. But even while asleep, she still held on to Yukima Azuma's neck. The girl frowned in her sleep, clearly dreaming of something unpleasant. Yukima Azuma reached out and gently stroked the space between her eyebrows, smoothing out the crease on her face. Then he picked up his phone. Snap. Azuma, she is with me, Azuma, Akon is sleeping. JPG, Azuma, regarding Akon's mother, I give that to you, Mem-san. Right now, she's unstable, and it's better for her to stay with me than go home, Mem. Cat expression asking. JPG, Mem, the other party is typing. After about 2 minutes, the chat still showed the other party is typing. But no message was sent. Yukima Azuma pressed the phone screen off, casually tossing it to the side of the pillow. Sleep, sleep. Meanwhile, in another place, Mum was at the Kurokawa house, her face contorted in distress. Is this for real, bruh? Does this even make sense? She opened the picture Yukima Azuma sent, zoomed in to look at it, then turned it off. Afterward, she opened it again to confirm. The content of the picture was so strange it made her feel like it was a photoshopped image. Why are these two, who hadn't even met until this afternoon, now sleeping together like this at night? And how am I supposed to explain this to Akon-chan's mother? She looked up at Mrs. Kurokawa, who was extremely worried. Mum took a deep breath and hesitantly raised her hand. Aunt Kurokawa, Akon-chan is fine, she's been found, and right now she's with one of my friends. At this point, Mum really didn't know how to continue. Hearing this, Mrs. Kurokawa hurriedly walked over. Mum decisively showed her chat screen to Mrs. Kurokawa. Seeing her daughter's photo, Mrs. Kurokawa first breathed a sigh of relief, but soon after, her expression grew a little strange. Her daughter, who had never been in a relationship before, was now sleeping with a boy. But as she was about to speak, she found herself unable to say anything. She remembered something from before. The cyberbullying her daughter never told her about, simply to avoid worrying her. And then everything had ended up this way. Mrs. Kurokawa hadn't want her daughter to make much money or something like that. Her support for Akon's pursuit of an artistic path had only been because, since childhood, Akon had admired a young idol. What Mrs. Kurokawa longed for most was simply that her daughter could be happy. After returning from the police station, Mrs. Kurokawa had also realized that her daughter wasn't okay. She was extremely worried, even frightened. And now, her daughter in the photo seemed to be sleeping peacefully, without any sign of danger. Compared to the safety of her daughter, other worries at the moment seemed trivial. Seeing Mrs. Kurokawa's expression, which seemed to want to speak but couldn't, Mum thought for a moment and finally came up with something to say. Aunt Kurokawa, my friend is the one who saved Akon-chan this afternoon. He definitely won't harm Akon-chan, so don't worry. Hearing this, Mrs. Kurokawa finally eased her worries. Sorry for troubling you kids so much. My daughter never tells me anything. As long as my daughter is safe, nothing else matters. You all are good kids. Akon, I entrust her to you, please. Finally, Mrs. Kurokawa couldn't hold back and hugged Mum, crying uncontrollably. Mum hurriedly comforted Mrs. Kurokawa, while sighing inwardly. After all, it was just good that everything was fine. At this point, all hopes had to be placed on the young man she had just met. Mum looked back at the photo on her phone. He had said he would find a job for Akon-chan. Could it be that he intends to do something like have a child with her? Mum, I've explained it clearly. Aunt Kurokawa has calmed down for now. Mum, thank me later. Such a task and you give it to me. The pressure is immense. Mum, where are you? Mum, So unreasonable, the messages online fell silent. Late at night, in the wind and rain, Mum felt as though she didn't even know what she was busy with anymore. The next morning, The window still didn't have any sunlight shining through. Occasionally, there was the sound of light rain tapping against the window. On a day like this with a storm, the rain came in bursts, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, occasionally stopping, but mostly it was a downpour. The room in this guest house was very soundproof, and the howling wind outside barely made it through. On the large bed, Kurokawa-kan opened her eyes groggily. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying. Since the online scandal began, she could hardly sleep. Especially the night before the storm started. She spent the whole night scrolling through comments online. This self-destructive behavior almost made her mentally and physically exhausted. Just the smallest trigger could make everything collapse completely. Fortunately, before everything fell apart, the figure of the boy suddenly appeared in her vision. Last night, after a physically and mentally exhausting day, Kurokawa-kan finally stopped her endless thoughts for a moment and fell into a deep sleep. Her nerves, which had been at their breaking point, gradually relaxed. Why was she able to sleep? Perhaps it was because of a warm hug. The handsome face of the boy appeared in her mind. But Kurokawa-kan's expression remained blank. At this moment, she was like a machine stuck. Because of the scandal, she fell into self-destruction. Because of this boy, she temporarily stopped her self-destructive behavior. She could still take in information from the outside world, but her mind couldn't process it normally. All emotions were temporarily paused, waiting for the wounds to heal and for her mind to start functioning again. The information that had been absorbed would only manifest through emotions when that happened. At this point, Kurokawa-kan was like an emotionless machine, receiving instructions and making judgments. If it made sense, she would act. And the only principle that governed her actions was not to let the boy in front of her die. This principle had no reason, but that was the truth. She didn't know when, but the boy had opened his eyes. "Good morning, Guardian." Kurokawa-kan didn't respond. "Guardian, I'm hungry. Could you make breakfast for me?" "I'll go make it right now, wait for me a bit, don't wander off." Chapter 122, Help Me, Dora Hayasaka. Breakfast. As usual, after being fed half of his meal by Kurokawa-kan, Yukima Azuma announced that he was full. Kurokawa-kan showed no visible reaction, but she seemed a little confused. In the end, she ate the remaining food herself. Yukima Azuma opened her laptop and continued working on his light novel. This time, he didn't ask Akan to provide him with a massage. Instead, he pulled her to sit in the chair next to him. Then he called for someone to bring over a copy of The Youth of a Lonely Boy Will Not Dream of a Passerby Heroine and placed it in her hands. Kurokawa-kan held the book, looking at Yukima Azuma. "Guardian, this is the book I wrote. Could I ask you to read it?" Yukima Azuma said so. However, Kurokawa-kan made no move. She had no reason to read a light novel. Even if someone told her how interesting the light novel was. At the moment, Kurokawa-kan didn't feel like reading at all. But that didn't matter. "Guardian, you don't want to read it?" Yeah, the book I wrote isn't worth reading. Surely, all the effort I poured into writing this is meaningless, just like me. Honestly, I'm just that kind of person. Kurokawa-kan moved closer, placing her index finger on Yukima Azuma's lips. With her other hand, she opened the light novel. "I'll read it. Please don't think that way anymore." The girl's fingers were soft and smooth. It felt a little strange. Yukima Azuma paused for a moment, then nodded. Afterward, Kurokawa-kan withdrew her finger and began reading Sakano seriously. To stop Yukima Azuma from overthinking again. She didn't just pretend to read. She genuinely focused, immersing herself in the story. Seeing this, Yukima Azuma's lips curved slightly. He turned back to the document on his laptop screen. Yukima Azuma suddenly remembered something and pulled out his phone. Scrolling through his contacts, he found a name near the end and dialed. At the Shinomiya residence. Since waking up early that morning, Hayasaka had felt her right eyelid twitching non-stop. She looked it up online. Apparently, it wasn't a good omen. Just as she took her Shinomiya family-made uniform out of the closet and put it on, her phone rang. She picked up her phone and glanced at the caller ID. Yukima Azuma. Hayasaka's face immediately darkened. What does he want now? The last time he lured her out, she was forced to help him. Even now, thinking back on it, Hayasaka still felt annoyed. Such a troublesome person. He always started with, "Hayasaka, you don't want your mother to suffer losses, do you?" Infuriating. Just thinking about it made her angry. But after fuming uselessly for a while, Hayasaka finally picked up the phone. No matter how angry she was, knowing Yukima Azuma's recent actions, Hayasaka had to admit that his methods far exceeded her imagination. Her mother, Hayasaka Nao, indeed had sharp foresight. From the beginning, she had placed a big bet on this young man. And once Hayasaka Nail made a bet, as her daughter, no matter how many personal feelings she had, Hayasaka I couldn't ruin her mother's plans over petty emotions. There was no other way, as Hayasaka I had always deeply admired her mother. Moshi moshi, Yukima Oni-chan, so early in the morning. Yawn. What's up, Tilda? Hayasaka I pretended she was still half asleep. Trying to convey that bothering her at this hour was very rude. Hayasaka, introduce me to the anime production team collaborating with the Shinomiya family. From the other end of the line came Yukima Azuma's voice. His words didn't sound like a request. They sounded more like an order. On Hayasaka I's forehead, a vein became visible, clearly showing her anger. Was the person on the other end of the line even human? How could he make such an unreasonable, shameless request right off the bat? Do I look like a spy planted in the Shinomiya household by Laplace Corporation? Kono Hino Danashi. Suppressing the urge to hang up immediately, Hayasaka I took a deep breath and asked, why do you suddenly need an anime production team? Besides, wouldn't it be easier if you handled this yourself? Given Yukima Azuma's current status, the so-called unprecedented king of the light novel world, surely, countless anime production companies would be clamoring to work with Laplace Corporation. Has he gone mad? Forsaking the close ones to seek the far? Or does he simply want to make things difficult for her? Hayasaka I didn't hesitate to think the worst of Yukima Azuma, feeling no psychological burden about it whatsoever. Because I need to ensure quality while standing out from the rest. Negotiating with each studio is too bothersome. Yukima Azuma explained. Hearing this, a big question mark popped up in Hayasaka I's mind. Ensuring quality, I get. But what do you mean by standing out? I'm planning to write a new volume of the light novel and simultaneously produce an anime movie adaptation. And you want the Shinomiya family to handle this for you? It's all up to you, Dora Hayasaka. Hayasaka I muted the phone. Then this lunatic, is his brain even functioning properly? How can he even say something like this out loud? Just how shameless, brazen, and thick-skinned can he be? Beep. 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 What Yukima Azuma meant was, he planned to turn his new work into an anime movie. However, since the new work hadn't been released yet, the anime production had to happen simultaneously. This meant the anime production team couldn't rely on the original work's popularity. There was a chance that the anime would be completed, but the original work might not be well received by the market. On this basis, Yukima Azuma also demanded that the production team consist of the best staff, and that they rearrange their schedules to start production immediately. With such demands, renowned and capable anime studios would certainly have to think carefully. Because producing a movie based on an unproven script risked damaging the production team's reputation if the audience didn't accept it. And Yukima Azuma didn't want to negotiate this himself. So he wanted the Shinomiya family to step in on his behalf. Using the Shinomiya family's credibility, the famous studios would tactfully agree to the job. Just like the last time he relied on Hayasaka I. These were all things Yukima Azuma could have done himself, given more effort and time. But for the sake of convenience and speed, he asked someone else to do it for him. Hayasaka I was truly exasperated. This was the second time she had been turned into a convenient tool. Does he think she looks like a blue tanuki? She unmuted her phone. I understand. Hayasaka I could imagine that if she refused, the same line would echo on the other end of the phone. Hayasaka, you don't want your mother to suffer losses, do you? Just thinking about it made Hayasaka I want to punch him in the face. Thank you, Hayasaka. You're truly a good person. Yukima Azuma awarded Hayasaka I a good person card. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Hayasaka I's voice was cold and firm. Just kidding. I'll remember these 2 favors you've done for me, and I'll prepare a thank you gift for you later. Yukima Azuma's tone lost its teasing edge and became more serious. But Hayasaka I didn't care and simply replied. Then the call ended. Hayasaka I put her phone back into her pocket, then walked to the mirror to adjust her skirt. After tidying up, she opened her room door and walked down the long hallway. Each step Hayasaka I took was light and precise, as if every movement had been measured with a ruler. She was a model maid. Every action and gesture adhered to the strict etiquette of a maid. Furthermore, her loyalty to the mistress she served, Shinomiya Kaguya, was genuine and unwavering. However, this perfect maid carried a heavy secret in her heart. One that added pressure to her life every single day. Stopping before the large, dark red door, Hayasaka I knocked. Kaguya-sama, it's time for breakfast. From inside, a voice responded. Hayasaka, come in. Hayasaka I pushed open the door and stepped inside. She saw her mistress, Shinomiya Kaguya, already awake and sitting at the edge of her bed. Moving to the wardrobe, Hayasaka retrieved Kaguya's daily outfit. Hayasaka, review my schedule for today. Kaguya said, raising her arm so Hayasaka could help her change. After breakfast, you have a 2-hour flower arrangement lesson. Hayasaka began. Then a 20-minute break, followed by archery practice until right before lunch. After a 40-minute lunch break, a private tutor will come in the afternoon for additional lessons. That's your schedule for today. Hayasaka I summarized efficiently. Shinomiya Kaguya's daily schedule was nearly airtight, leaving no room for idle time. The so-called private tutor sessions in the afternoon weren't for regular subjects required by Shuchin Academy. Most high school subjects had long been mastered by Kaguya, who was already at a graduate-level proficiency. Her current schooling at Shuchin was purely for maintaining class rank. The private tutor instead taught subjects like economics and political science, typically introduced only briefly in university. And such a life. Shinomiya Kaguya had been following a relentless schedule like this since she was 6 years old. Occasionally, she would attend evening banquets and participate in social activities. This rigorous routine would continue until she turned 20. Afterward, her schedule would grow even more suffocating. Lessons would be replaced by real-world responsibilities like business management, corporate operations, and personnel recruitment. By then, Kaguya would often travel extensively, even taking flights during particularly busy periods. As the official heir to the Shinomiya conglomerate, Kaguya was born with a gold spoon in her mouth, but that gold spoon demanded endless dedication. I understand. Kaguya nodded calmly. Then, as if recalling something, she asked, what about the upcoming Shuchin Academy election? Hayasaka I's mouth twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. Recently, this was the third time her mistress had brought up the subject. It was obvious that the position of student council president at Shuchin was virtually guaranteed for Kaguya. With her personality, Kaguya would never mention it repeatedly unless something else was on her mind. This could only mean that what Kaguya truly cared about wasn't the election itself. And as for what might be related to it, Hayasaka could think of only one thing, the authority to decide the student exchange program allocation, a privilege granted to the student council president. Could it be that her mistress was overly preoccupied with that man? As an all-capable maid with a keen understanding of human nature, Hayasaka couldn't help but think, fixating too much curiosity and competitiveness on a member of the opposite sex was surely unwise. However, maybe it wasn't a big deal. Hayasaka glanced at her mistress. It was hard to imagine someone like the Ice Princess Shinomiya Kaguya who had always evaluated people solely based on their value faltering in dealing with the opposite sex. Rest assured, Kaguya-sama. The votes from all divisions have been arranged, and this election will undoubtedly be successful. Hayasaka replied. Kaguya nodded, her gaze drifting toward the window, the corner of her lips curling slightly. Hayasaka I thought, perhaps. It'll be fine. Perhaps. Chapter 123, Understanding and Compliance are two different things. A few days passed in a blur. During this time, Yakama Azuma and Kurokawa Akon never left the vacation house, not even once. All necessities, cooking ingredients, books, and other daily items were addressed by placing delivery orders. Gradually, Kurokawa Akon no longer needed threats or coercion, she began willingly taking care of Yakama Azuma. For instance, when she noticed the boy gently rotating his wrist after working, she would instinctively reach out to massage it, helping him relax. After a few cooking attempts, Kurokawa Akon started preparing meals for the two of them, steadily learning Yakama Azuma's dietary preferences. Although her cooking skills couldn't compare to Yakama Azuma's, who had reached cooking level 7, the convenience of being cared for and the delicious meals left nothing to complain about. After sharing a bed and blanket for several nights, Kurokawa Akon no longer waited for Yakama Azuma's requests, she naturally wrapped her arms around his neck at night. Their communication also gradually increased. Initially, only Yakama Azuma would ask questions, and Kurokawa Akon would selectively answer some of them. Later, Kurokawa Akon began answering every one of his questions seriously. Nowadays, there were even times when Kurokawa Akon initiated conversations. Occasionally, the two would sit at the desk or beside the bed, chatting casually like familiar acquaintances. Yakama Azuma would sometimes compliment Kurokawa Akon's cooking, while Kurokawa Akon occasionally shared details from light novels. Just observing how they coexisted, one wouldn't think there was anything unusual about their relationship. The skies outside were becoming clearer, with sunny periods gradually increasing. The storm's impact was fading. Love for Real had temporarily suspended filming due to the storm, and no specific date for resumption had been announced. Part of the reason was Kurokawa Akon. Even though she had signed a contract with the production team, if she declared her withdrawal now, it was unlikely anyone on the team would object. After all, Kurokawa Akon had once considered suicide due to the program's pressures. She was still just a high school girl 17, not even an adult. Fortunately, the storm had postponed the program. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine what kind of chaos might have ensued. In this room that felt isolated from the outside world, Yukima Azuma stared at the computer screen, where a document had just been completed. He still felt something was missing. A faint sense of emptiness seemed to linger between the lines. Even though he had filled the draft with information about Kurokawa-kan from his memories of his previous life, it still felt incomplete. After pondering for a moment, Yukima Azuma tilted his head to the side. Noticing his gaze, Kurokawa-kan, who was sitting nearby reading a light novel, turned her head and met his eyes. "What's wrong? Are you thirsty?" she asked, her voice clear like the chime of silver bells. "No, I just wanted to ask, do you have a habit of keeping a diary?" The question came without warning, but Kurokawa-kan responded almost immediately, "Yes, I think I've been doing it since I was 7. Hearing this, Yukima Azuma clicked his tongue lightly. Since she was 7 years old? That made it a full 10 years now. What an admirable and persistent habit. "Can I take a look at those diaries?" Yukima Azuma asked. Only after the words left his mouth did he realize how abrupt his request was. Sure enough, Kurokawa-kan lowered her head slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Even as a guardian, there was no justification for handing over one's personal diary to a child. Moreover, given Kurokawa-kan's current psychological state, revisiting old memories might only cause her pain. Realizing his request might have been inappropriate, Yukima Azuma was about to change the subject. But at that moment, sure. It's just that retrieving them might be a bit of a hassle. "We'd have to go back to my house. Is that okay with you?" Hearing this, Yukima Azuma could only smile wryly. Go back to her house? He had a strange feeling that once the lease for this vacation house ended, Kurokawa-kan would take him to her home and continue caring for him like a single mother raising her child. The thought was both amusing and slightly bitter. No problem. And so, after many days living like hikikomori, the two finally stepped outside the room. After the prolonged heavy rain, the streets carried the faint scent of damp earth, a fragrance that was neither pleasant nor unpleasant, just the distinct aroma that followed a storm. Tokyo's drainage system was efficient, only a few small puddles remained scattered on the streets, with no severe flooding in sight. Yukima Azuma let Kurokawa-kan hold his hand as they walked closely along the inner side of the pedestrian lane. He looked down at her feet. Kurokawa-kan was wearing short white socks paired with sandals that had ankle straps. The day she ran away, she hadn't worn shoes. Fortunately, there were no sharp stones along the way to injure her feet. The shoes she wore now were ones Yukima Azuma had chosen and ordered online. Since receiving them, there hadn't been a chance to try them on. Now that she was wearing them, they fit perfectly. With each step she took, the straps around her ankles tightened and loosened slightly. The heels weren't very high, making the sandals comfortable for walking. Kurokawa-kan noticed Yukima Azuma's gaze fixed on her feet. Normally, such attention would make anyone feel self-conscious. But she only wondered what he was noticing. Did he like her feet? Or was there something else? Could he be thinking about something negative again? Gripping Yukima Azuma's hand, Kurokawa-kan unconsciously tightened her hold. The outside world was dangerous. Speeding cars, rushing rivers, and imposing walls, everything required extra caution. The two continued walking until they reached the Kurokawa residence. When they knocked on the door, Mrs. Kurokawa opened it quickly. Seeing her daughter and the boy standing outside, Mrs. Kurokawa looked momentarily surprised, followed by overwhelming joy. She embraced her daughter and then turned a grateful gaze toward the boy. Kurokawa-kan stepped in front of her mother, shielding Yukima Azuma from her view. Mrs. Kurokawa seemed puzzled but didn't press further. She simply asked if her daughter wanted to have dinner at home. Kurokawa-kan looked at Yukima Azuma. Yukima Azuma nodded. Only then did she nod back. It was at this point that Mrs. Kurokawa sensed something was amiss. But she merely led them inside, preparing house slippers for them. Afterward, she glanced at her daughter, who was now pulling the boy toward her room. Kurokawa-kan's room was devoid of femininity. One side of the room housed an enormous bookshelf filled with books, mostly specialized texts, primarily focused on the entertainment industry. There were no posters on the walls, only sticky notes. These notes contained training goals, script analyses, and character development ideas. The desk was cluttered with papers and stationery, though a large portion of it was cleared, likely where her computer would usually sit. A full-length mirror was mounted on the wardrobe, next to which lay a rolled-up yoga mat. Calling it a bedroom felt inaccurate. It was more like a multifunctional workspace. The only place to rest was a small single bed, entirely devoid of decoration. Kurokawa-kan guided Yukima Azuma to sit on the bed. Then, she went to a cabinet beneath the desk and began searching. Yukima Azuma looked around the room, almost able to picture Kurokawa-kan's daily life. Was she too hard on herself? Perhaps not. It wasn't harshness, it was simply determination. Kurokawa-kan, often labeled a prodigy in the entertainment industry, actually knew nothing beyond acting. The truth behind her so-called talent lay not only in her innate understanding but also in her relentless effort over an extended period. In the days they had spent sleeping together, with her in his arms, Yakama Azuma had noticed something. Kurokawa-kan's body was incredibly flexible beyond his imagination. Though not trained in ballet, she could execute movements that professional dancers found challenging. Her slender, toned legs could easily stretch to a full 180 degrees. To achieve such flexibility, one could only imagine how much pain and hardship she had endured. A minute of performance on stage equates to 10 years of practice behind the scenes, a principle that never changes. Observing the objects in the room, Yakama Azuma suddenly realized why the novel he was writing still felt lacking. At that moment, Kurokawa-kan brought a large box and placed it in front of him. Inside the box were neatly arranged notebooks, ranging from childish doodles to professionally bound black notebooks. Yakama Azuma picked the top left notebook. Then, he looked up at Kurokawa-kan. She showed no particular reaction, seemingly implying that he could look through them. So, Yakama Azuma opened the notebook in his hands. Immature notes filled the pages, written in shaky handwriting that barely conveyed anything concrete, just simple descriptions. Yet, the emotions contained within were unmistakable. As a child, Kurokawa-kan had been an ordinary little girl. She admired the idols on television, and her favorite idol had been a talented child star her own age. It was pure, unadulterated admiration. This love for her idol was what led Kurokawa-kan to step into the entertainment industry. In her early days as a child star, Kurokawa-kan didn't stand out. She simply persisted because of her love for acting. Fortunately, she met a good manager. They tirelessly sought opportunities for her. Gradually, through her relentless passion, Kurokawa-kan began to gain some recognition. Over time, she built up her reputation. The title of genius actress gradually took shape and was bestowed upon Kurokawa-kan. That period was the happiest time of her life. But then simply being a genius actress wasn't enough, money came in too slowly. Although she was famous, she couldn't generate massive revenue for her management company. This led to dissatisfaction within the company. As a result, they began pushing Kurokawa-kan to explore other ventures. Singing, reality shows, and more. Unfortunately, Kurokawa-kan wasn't skilled at anything other than acting. The pressure began to build. And eventually from that point onward, everything in the notebook came to a halt. Yakama Azuma closed the notebook. The bright, cheerful girl from the pages was sitting right in front of him. But for a fleeting moment, the smile on her face vanished, replaced by a blank, expressionless look. What was heartbreaking was that this emotionless expression was the best possible outcome. Her beautiful, vacant face at one point, it had almost shattered, almost been drenched in blood. Yakama Azuma had come here intending to gather material for his light novel. But now, he felt his actions were anything but wise. Psychologists and their patients were required to maintain a strictly professional relationship. If a romantic relationship were to develop, at the very least, it should occur 3 years after the end of treatment. Yakama Azuma suddenly understood why such strict regulations existed. But understanding and following them were often two entirely different matters. He placed the notebook back. Then, Yakama Azuma looked up at Kurokawa-kan again. His gaze met her deep, ink-black eyes. "Guardian, shall we go eat?" Chapter 124, Guardian, please love me a little more. Seeing her daughter skillfully serving the meal to the young boy, Mrs. Kurokawa seemed to want to say something but decided against it. Fortunately, recently, Kurokawa-kan had been gradually adjusting the level of pampering she gave to Yakama Azuma. The two had stopped the feeding game. If they hadn't, the atmosphere of this meal would have definitely become 10 times stranger. "Thank you for the meal." After finishing eating, Yakama Azuma thanked Mrs. Kurokawa. Kurokawa-kan took the plate into the kitchen. Mrs. Kurokawa hurriedly tried to stop her, saying she would wash the dishes. But Yakama Azuma raised his hand to stop her. Once Kurokawa-kan entered the kitchen, Yakama Azuma spoke up, "Mrs. Kurokawa, please consider letting Kurokawa-kan transfer to a new management company." Hearing this, Mrs. Kurokawa fell silent. Although the artist was not of legal age, every contract in the entertainment industry required the signature of a guardian. But Mrs. Kurokawa truly didn't understand these things. She always let Kurokawa-kan decide on her own. This was also the reason why, despite the serious situation, she only found out about her daughter's suicidal intentions after the event had occurred. After the incident, Mrs. Kurokawa naturally held some resentment toward her daughter's current management company. However, when it came to switching companies, Mrs. Kurokawa still had no understanding of it. She feared her lack of knowledge might cause trouble for her daughter. As for this, Let Akon decide. In the end, Mrs. Kurokawa gave such an answer. Yakama Azuma nodded. That was enough. Earlier, he hadn't lowered his voice when speaking. The girl in the kitchen surely heard it. I will persuade Akon. Yakama Azuma said. As long as Mrs. Kurokawa didn't object to this, that would be sufficient. After lunch, Kurokawa Akon and Yakama Azuma left. The two returned to the vacation house. The sky was again covered with gray clouds. It seemed like it was about to rain. But this was the end of the storm. It was like throwing a stone into the water, drops of water splashing up, then falling back down, creating the last ripples. On the way, Kurokawa Akon seemed silent. Yakama Azuma made a phone call, instructing Laplace Corporation to prepare the necessary arrangements. Around 3 p.m. a contract was sent to the vacation house. Laplace Corporation had negotiated with Akon's current company. Laplace would pay a considerable penalty for breaking the contract. Kurokawa Akon only needed to sign, and she could leave her old company and join Laplace's new company. Placing the contract in front of Kurokawa Akon. Kurokawa Akon, who had been obedient in the past few days, still didn't sign. Guardian, don't worry about your manager, she won't be affected. In fact, she will start managing more profitable artists, and her salary will increase. These details are specified in other contracts, as part of the deal. Yakama Azuma didn't beat around the bush, directly addressing things that Kurokawa Akon might care about. Why? Do we have to do this? Kurokawa Akon didn't look up, her voice a bit hesitant, not clearly expressing her emotions. But Yakama Azuma knew she just needed one reason. If you stay with the old company, after the storm, there will definitely be a lot of work that will be handed over to the Guardian. In that case, the Guardian won't be able to take care of me anymore, right? He spoke with extreme arrogance. And Kurokawa Akon, after receiving the reason, immediately signed the contract without hesitation. Even if this could cost her entire acting career. After signing the contract, life in this house continued. It seemed as though nothing had changed. Yakama Azuma edited the manuscript, and Kurokawa Akon sat beside him reading a light novel. She had started reading The Metronome in Love. During breaks, Kurokawa Akon would go wash some fruit. The two ate and chatted about light novels. For dinner, they had pork bone ramen. As night fell, Yakama Azuma rested his head on Kurokawa Akon's neck. He noticed that the smell of blood around Kurokawa Akon had faded significantly. His head was buried in her neck, and now he could only sense a light fragrance. The fragrance of a high school girl. Yakama Azuma drifted into vague thoughts and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, as usual, Kurokawa Akon woke up early. She got up and prepared to make breakfast. But as she sat up, she noticed that Yakama Azuma had already woken up, and he pulled her back down onto the bed again. Kurokawa Akon looked at Yakama Azuma in confusion, bewildered as to why this mischievous child was doing this. Yakama Azuma had woken up early but had simply been gazing out the window. Since he was lying down, he couldn't see the street outside or the lush trees on either side. He could only see the vast sky. The sky was clear, without a cloud, and the sunlight shone brightly from above in the morning. Golden light streamed through the window, shining on the floor and reflecting off the two pairs of slippers inside the room. A crow flew over the roof, its sound inaudible through the glass. Speaking of which, there were really a lot of crows in Tokyo. Kurokawa Akon followed Yakama Azuma's gaze. She looked outside, the sky was bright, but her heart tightened. Even though the sky was so beautiful, to Kurokawa Akon, it wasn't as safe as the black clouds that would soon come, and the heavy rain that would pour down. During those days of raging winds, time in this room seemed to have pressed the pause button. But the storm would eventually pass. And time could never truly stop flowing. Guardian, I'm going out for a while. Running away from home? Is it a rebellious age? It's just going out to work and travel. Pretending to work and travel, actually running away from home? Kurokawa Akon pressed her forehead against his, her forehead touching Yakama Azuma's. Her small white nose was right before his eyes. The soft breath from one person was exhaled, and then absorbed by the other. You need to behave, be a good boy, don't be rebellious. She reminded him. If this had been before, Yakama Azuma would have remained calm. Because he only thought of treating adolescence syndrome. Using a girl in front of him as an experimental case, accumulating experience. But now, Yakama Azuma's breath began to become disordered. After looking through the box full of diaries, it seemed he started to see the girl in front of him, from childhood to adulthood, piece by piece. That beautiful face, when filled with various emotions and past experiences, became clearer and more vivid. Her charm increased many times over. It's not really rebellion. After all, children should occasionally go out for a walk. They need to have things to do, friends, Social interaction, that's what makes you healthy, right? He blinked once. His long eyelash tip slightly brushed against her skin. Perhaps feeling itchy, she slightly lifted her head and distanced herself a little. Don't think about things you shouldn't be doing, okay? She was worried that he would start thinking negatively after leaving and then quietly disappear somewhere she couldn't see. As long as you give me a little more love, fill my heart, I won't have the mind to think about anything else, Guardian. He smiled softly. Yukima Azuma's gaze flickered with a hint of mischief. Clearly, he was up to no good. What should I do? Kurokawa-kun asked without hesitation. Give me a kiss. Yukima Azuma hesitated again as he spoke. Even though he was deceiving this girl, he had to think of a clever way, slowly and gradually. But in reality, he didn't need to do anything. Kurokawa-kun bowed her head, closing the small distance just now in an instant. And that distance kept shrinking. Eventually, there was no distance left. Then, that distance even crossed into the space itself. Her kiss was naive and inexperienced, just a light touch. As for him, the fraud, he was extremely skilled. But she didn't push him away, on the contrary, she learned from him and gradually fell into rhythm. After a long while, they had to separate. Kurokawa-kun was panting. Since it was her first time, she didn't know how to breathe in this situation. Is this okay? Her breathing became disordered. I'll be leaving for a few days, is that all? At least, you should fill this space up first. Yukima Azuma pointed to his chest. So, Kurokawa-kun kissed him once again. By midday, the two finally had to part ways. Kurokawa-kun looked at the smile curling on the teenager's lips. Just like that, he surely wouldn't think of anything else anymore. She raised her hand, lightly touching her lips. Then, my guardian, I'm going now, I'll be back very soon. Yukima Azuma waved at Kurokawa-kun. What's your name? Kurokawa-kun suddenly realized she didn't know his name yet. Aren't you my guardian? Yukima Azuma teased with a smile. Kurokawa-kun awkwardly lowered her head. That action caused Yukima Azuma to freeze for a moment. My name is Yukima Azuma, like snow will fall from the sky in the east. My name is Kurokawa-kun, my foolish guardian, I already know. Just call me Akon. This time, Yukima Azuma was surprised. Alright, Akon-san, goodbye. He smiled and replied. Remember to come back soon, be careful on your way. Kurokawa-kun didn't forget to give thorough instructions. Just like a good guardian. Yukima Azuma nodded. After Yukima Azuma left, Kurokawa-kun stood motionless by the roadside. She felt a little lost. During this time, all her thoughts had been focused on the young man. Worrying for his safety, paying attention to his every need. After he left, she didn't know what to do anymore. She looked toward one side, where cars were speeding down the road. The desire for liberation she once had was no longer there. The day he appeared, he brought back her fear of death once again. When seeing the prospect of death from a third-person perspective, Kurokawa-kun lost the courage to liberate herself easily. Moreover, now, she couldn't truly liberate herself. Currently, standing next to the overpass guardrail, she would surely think, if she died, what would happen to him? If no one took care of him, he definitely wouldn't be able to make it through. Even if it was just to continue filling his heart, she had to survive. Kurokawa-kun returned home. After a not-so-tasty lunch. That afternoon, someone visited the Kurokawa house. The visitor claimed to be an employee of Laplace Corporation, inviting Kurokawa-kun to participate in filming a promotional MV for the movie, taking on the role of voice acting. Kurokawa-kun intended to decline. But the other party said that it was because Yukima Azuma, the president of the company, had sent them. Thus, Kurokawa-kun, unsure of what else to do, went to Laplace Corporation to continue helping the young man fulfill his wishes. Chapter 125, Departure. Summer Trip. Hokkaido. Laplace Corporation. Yukima Azuma handed the first draft of the light novel to Yukino and then asked, "Are you really not going? You should take a little time to relax." Yukino shook her head calmly. "It's fine, Azuma-kun. You go ahead, don't worry about me. This is my decision." Hearing this, Yukima Azuma could only nod. Yukino silently sighed in her heart. The boy in front of her was the one who had invited her on this trip to Hokkaido. Moreover, it wasn't a sudden invitation, it was something he had mentioned before. How could Yukino not want to go on a trip with the person she liked? During her high school years, except for the graduation trip, she had turned down all outings and group vacations. Her entire youth lacked even a hint of the vibrancy of being young. Thus, the boy's invitation moved her even more. But Yukino also understood. Right now, instead of spending time with the boy she secretly liked, She should stay at Laplace Corporation. Laplace Corporation was still rapidly expanding. The boy's passion and her freedom were both tied to the name Laplace. One day, if Laplace could bring its works into every household. At that time, she could truly act on her feelings, free from any constraints, to pursue the boy she cherished and the vast blue sky. Moreover, this was also Yukino Azuma's expectation. She couldn't betray that expectation. Looking at Yukino sitting silently, saying nothing. Yukino Azuma extended his hand, using 2 fingers to lightly press on Yukino's cheeks. Talking big and noble, but in the end, still wearing that melancholy expression. If you've decided to stay, then endure it for a while, Yukino. When winter comes, we'll still have a chance. We can visit the hot springs then. If by winter Laplace Corporation still can't give Yukino some time off, well, then Laplace Corporation might as well shut down. Yukino's mouth was lifted into a strange smile by Yukino Azuma's fingers. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but glare at him. Such nonsense. Talking as if Laplace Corporation wasn't his company. Saying things like shutting it down, what bad luck. However, Yukino Azuma's words truly moved Yukino. Hot springs in the winter sounded wonderful. And so, the genius yet silly employee was once again enchanted by the sweet words of her heartless boss. The storm passed. Laplace Bunko began preparing for the release of the 2nd volume of the youth series. In fact, the 1st volume of the light novel was still selling incredibly well. Releasing the 2nd volume now, under normal circumstances, wouldn't be the most opportune timing. However, the situation required flexibility. This could only be seen as a special case for a special situation. Work at the company was bustling. As for Yukino Azuma, after a long time, he finally returned to the Yukino residence. Before he even reached the door from afar, Yukino Azuma saw a figure with blonde twin tails. Today, Ariri was dressed entirely for travel. She wore a short t-shirt with a sheer, semi-transparent sun-protective shawl over it, her fair skin faintly visible beneath the fabric. Below, she had on fitted black capri pants that highlighted her slender legs. With this outfit, if her legs weren't long enough or if she were even slightly chubby, it would undoubtedly look quite ordinary. But when Ariri wore it, it exuded a youthful beauty that made it impossible to look away. On her twin tails, she wore a wide-brimmed hat. How cute! The Sawamura family car was parked nearby. Beside the car, Sayuri saw Yukino Azuma and waved at him. Yukino Azuma nodded in response before pointing towards Ariri, who stood by the door. Sayuri lifted her chin slightly, signaling for Yukino Azuma to go over himself. So, Yukino Azuma walked closer. As he got nearer, he heard Ariri muttering to herself. Azuma, that guy. What is he even doing? He didn't reply to my line message this morning. We're clearly about to leave for a trip. Yukino Azuma glanced at his phone. Sure enough, there was a message from Ariri. He just hadn't noticed it all morning because he'd been so busy. Seriously, it's so rare to get a date, and I'm dying of excitement. Azuma wouldn't stand me up, right? No, no way. Ariri kept muttering. Hearing this, Yukino Azuma couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Ariri jolted in surprise and quickly turned around. She discovered Yukino Azuma standing right behind her. Her pale face immediately turned red. Azuma. When did you get here? When Ariri said something about a date and being so excited you could die. Forget it. Just forget it already. I didn't say anything like that. Ariri was so flustered that her hands and feet were all over the place. She completely lost her usual demeanor. Her wide-brimmed hat was even accidentally knocked off by her own hand. Yukino Azuma reached out, catching the cream-colored hat and gently placing it back on Ariri's head. This made Ariri's face flush so red it seemed like it might catch fire. He lightly patted her head. Yukino Azuma smiled and said, "Wait for me a bit. I'll call Senpai and Megumi, and then we'll head to the airport." Ariri reflexively nodded. But then she realized something was wrong. She immediately grabbed the corner of Yukino Azuma's shirt. Hold on. Ariri widened her eyes at him. Wait. That fat woman is coming too? Why didn't I hear about this? Hearing that, Yukino Azuma showed a hint of confusion. You didn't know, Ariri? But I told you a few days ago online. At this, Ariri hastily pulled out her phone. She scrolled back through their line chat history. After skimming through dozens of messages, Ariri was shocked to discover that Yukino Azuma really had told her. But she had absolutely no recollection of it. Upon carefully checking the timestamp, Ariri felt like her head was spinning. It was sent at past 11 p.m. a few days ago. At that time, Ariri had been rushing to meet a manuscript deadline, trying to finish all her work. She had poured all her energy into drawing. To the point that every night, her mind was hazy, unable to think straight. That night, She had chatted with Yakama Azuma for a bit and then promptly passed out. In their line chat history, right after Yakama Azuma's message, all her replies were nonsense phrases. That message had slipped right past her. So the next morning, she hadn't noticed anything unusual. You are No way. I'm not okay with this. Yakama Azuma stood beside her, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle, amused smile. Yakama Azuma knew Eri far too well. As soon as her response times online became erratic, sometimes short, sometimes long, it was a sure sign that this twin-tailed blonde girl was dozing off. Don't be ridiculous. Who are you calling that fat woman? Huh? Kusagakure Uchiha stepped out of the front door, her tone calm yet slightly provocative. She had heard the commotion outside for quite some time. Eri shot Uchiha a glare but refrained from engaging in their usual verbal sparring for now. Yakama Azuma glanced inside the house, looking a bit surprised. Because Kato Megumi was also there. At the moment, Megumi was carrying a pet carrier containing Shirotamaru, following behind Uchiha. When Shirotamaru saw his owner, whom he hadn't seen in days, he raised a paw and scratched at the transparent panel of the carrier, as if to greet him. On the other hand, Hogyokamaru, whom Uchiha was holding, reacted much more enthusiastically. Its tail wagged wildly like a blazing red flame, reaching toward Yakama Azuma. The travel group was now complete. Yukino had to stay behind to handle work at Laplace Corporation. As for Garasu, ever since the start of the vacation, Garasu-sensei hadn't made an appearance. With the special training system of the 3 major private academies, teachers were required to participate in 1 intensive training session annually. They could choose between the summer or winter break. Garasu had chosen to train during the summer break and was currently at the Shuchen area, having not returned home for some time. And Bocchi? There was no need to even mention it. Between Gota Hitori being busy with Kesokuban's performances during summer break and the idea of traveling with Yakama Azuma and 3 other girls, it was more than enough to overwhelm her. Sparing Bocchi from this was definitely for the best. Sayuri Oba-san, good morning. The 2 girls bowed politely to Sayuri, Eri's mother. Although Kasumijoka Uchiha often teased Eri, she always remained courteous in front of elders. Good morning, girls. These must be Shirotamaru and Hogyokamaru. They're adorable. Sayuri greeted with a smile before quickly shifting the topic to the cats. Sayuri used pet-related small talk to ease the atmosphere when interacting with others. At the same time, Shirotamaru and Hogyokamaru would be entrusted to her care during the trip. As the conversation continued, everyone began boarding the Sawamura family car. The vehicle was spacious, and even with 5 people and 2 cats, it didn't feel crowded at all. Sayuri Oba-san, we're counting on you to take care of these 2 little ones. As a thank you, I've prepared a gift. Around this afternoon, someone will deliver it to your house. Don't mistake them for a scammer and send them away. Yakama Azuma said with a smile. You. Fine, I'll look forward to Yakama-kun's gift. Sayuri replied cheerfully. Sayuri smiled gently, her hand resting lightly on her cheek. In truth, she was curious about the gift Yakama Azuma had prepared. If it were just a simple, polite gift, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to mention it. But since he had brought it up, it must be something he had put a lot of thought and effort into. A gift from the young man like him naturally piqued Sayuri's curiosity and expectations. Eri leaned in close to Yakama Azuma, lowering her voice as she questioned him. Hey, what's the gift? Why don't I know anything about it? Yakama Azuma motioned for her to come even closer. When Eri leaned in further, he tilted his head, whispering the details of the gift into her ear. The gift itself didn't surprise Eri too much. But the intimate gesture in front of everyone. Especially when his warm breath brushed against her ear. Eri's body stiffened involuntarily, her pale cheeks instantly turning as red as Hogyokamaru. Era. Sayuri chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. After dropping everyone off at the airport, Sayuri drove back home with Shirotamaru and Hogyokamaru. Just as Yakama Azuma had said, someone knocked on the door that afternoon. When Sayuri opened it, she saw a large delivery truck parked in the driveway. On the side of the truck was a prominent logo, a pictographic design of a name, Laplace Corporation. Excuse me, are you Miss Sawamura? Here's the shipping invoice, please review and confirm. The delivery staff, dressed in a crisp white shirt, handed Sayuri a paper invoice. Sayuri glanced at it, noticing a long list of furniture items. Once confirmed, our team will assist with installation. The staff continued. This is a tablet preloaded with a dedicated app for the furniture. If needed, we can also install the app on your phone. The staff member pulled out a standard tablet, opened the app interface, and handed it over. Sayuri took it, her eyes widening slightly in surprise as she scanned the sleek interface filled with neatly arranged functions. "Alright, go ahead and start the installation." She guided the staff into the living room and other designated rooms to begin setting up the furniture. Yukina-kun is truly thoughtful. This is such an impressive gift. Watching her home gradually transform with the addition of the specially designed furniture, Sayuri couldn't help but admire the young man's attentiveness and effort. Chapter 126, Ariri, why are you so familiar with this? It didn't take long in the airport waiting room before the flight Yukina Azuma had booked was ready for an on-time departure. Using the first-class boarding gate, the group quickly boarded the plane. The first-class seats were incredibly spacious, allowing each person to have their own space. There were even partitions that could be lowered to create a private area. However, the group didn't use them and instead chose to sit together. After saying goodbye to her mother, Ariri turned off her phone. Kato Megumi took a camera out of her backpack. "Kato-san, you're so well prepared. I completely forgot about this." Seeing the camera in Megumi's hand, Ariri couldn't help but regret. If she had brought her own camera, she could have taken tons of photos without worry. "My sister stuffed it into my bag," Megumi explained. This camera belonged to Kato Hirumi. When she heard that her little sister was going on a trip to Hokkaido with her club friends, Hirumi gave her a mischievous smile before running to her room. Not long after, she returned with a camera fitted with a new memory card and shoved it into Megumi's hands. Hirumi even said to take plenty of photos in Hokkaido as inspiration for her honeymoon destination later. She also added something about snapping a few portraits along the way. Although she was used to her sister teasing her, Kato Megumi still felt a little shy. But bringing the camera along turned out to be a good idea. At this moment, Yukina Azuma was sitting by the window, resting his cheek against his palm, with one hand on the windowsill. The plane had taken off, and the scene behind the young man was nothing but a vast blue sky and brilliant golden sunlight. Kato Megumi turned on the camera, focused on Yukina Azuma's profile, and pressed the shutter. A virtual exclamation mark appeared over Ariri's head as she regretted her carelessness even more. Kasumijoka Utaha leaned closer to Kato Megumi, looking at the photo on the camera's screen. After viewing it, she tilted her head to Megumi's ear and whispered, "Could you send me the photo after we land?" Kato Megumi gave an okay hand gesture. As the altitude continued to climb, the view outside the window transitioned from clear skies to thick layers of clouds. Once the plane rose above the clouds, it stabilized. A flight attendant approached, offering everyone a menu of complimentary food and drinks with a polite smile. The most premium drink available in first class was top-tier champagne. However, unfortunately, none of the 4 passengers here were over 20 years old. In Japan, drinking alcohol is prohibited for those under 20. Thus, Yukina Azuma ordered iced tea, Kato Megumi chose orange juice, and Kasumijoka opted for black tea. As for Ariri, it felt unnecessary to mention her drink choice specifically. Regarding food, given the short flight time, none of the 4 felt hungry or thought about making the most of their first-class fare. Instead, they only ordered some sweet, fruit-filled mochi. "Are we going out tonight?" Kato Megumi asked curiously about the plans ahead. "Of course. Tanuki-Koji Shopping Street is famous as a shopping paradise. Exploring it at night will definitely be fun. And we can eat ramen too. Hokkaido is the birthplace of miso ramen, and the taste must be amazing." Before boarding the plane, Ariri had been sulking about not being able to go on a private date. But now, she was entirely in the mood of an elementary schooler on a field trip. She grabbed Kato Megumi and chattered non-stop. If Kasumijoka didn't always tease her, she might have been chattering endlessly with her too. Sitting across from Yukina Azuma, Kasumijoka Utaha reached out and lightly touched his cheek. "What are you thinking about?" Yukina Azuma tilted his chin slightly, gesturing toward the window. "I'm thinking about comets. If one flew by here, the scene would be stunning. Above the clouds, aside from the radiant sunlight, there was only the endless expanse of the blue sky. The clouds below, refracting the sunlight, shimmered with a mystical white glow. Kasumijoka imagined a comet streaking across this setting with its vibrant colors. It would indeed be beautiful. Cough, cough, cough. It's so bitter." At that moment, Ariri choked and started coughing violently. A small puff of light green powder escaped from her mouth, and her tiny tongue, now sticking out, had turned green. Yukina Azuma glanced at the matcha-mochi on the table. Found the culprit. The culprit was none other than the matcha-mochi. "Baka," Kasumijoka said as she pulled a tissue from the side. Cough, cough. Ariri was still coughing uncontrollably, even showing signs of matcha powder spewing from her nose. Yukina Azuma reached out and gently patted her back. When Ariri felt a bit better, Kato Megumi handed her own lemon tea to Ariri. After taking a sip of lemon tea, Ariri finally felt much more comfortable. While her body recovered, she was thoroughly embarrassed. Covering her little nose with her hand, Ayuri hurried to the restroom to fix her makeup. The remaining three exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle softly. When Ayuri returned from the restroom, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, she resumed her challenge with the remaining half of the matcha mochi. This time, while she didn't choke to the point of creating a meme-worthy expression, it was clear that the matcha coating on the surface was indeed very bitter. Her dainty nose wrinkled completely in response. Is it tasty? After taking a large sip of lemon tea, Ayuri looked at the strawberry mochi in Kato Megami's hand and curiously asked. Kato Megami nodded. Although it couldn't compare to the desserts in Yakama Azuma's fridge, it was still quite delicious. So, Ayuri grabbed another strawberry mochi and happily began eating. Hearing the girls' conversation, Yakama Azuma also became a bit intrigued by the strawberry mochi. He instinctively rested his chin on one of the girl arms and let out a soft ah. This action made Kato Megami pause momentarily. Then, she took her remaining strawberry mochi and held it to Yakama Azuma's mouth. Yakama Azuma took a bite. Not bad, not bad. He murmured as he evaluated it. The result? Ayuri and Kasumijoka Utaha were left staring in shock. The fork in Ayuri's hand dropped into her bowl. Feeding each other like an indirect kiss. How are you all so familiar with this? Ayuri was so stunned that she stuttered. Yakama Azuma froze for a moment, then quickly realized something was off. Recently, he'd gotten used to being cared for by Kurokawa-kan, meals brought directly to him, clothes prepared in advance. He'd forgotten to recalibrate his behavior. Damn it, have I fallen this far? Am I about to be spoiled into uselessness by Guardian? Yakama Azuma let out a soft cough. Ahem, isn't this just normal? Ayuri's eyes widened, her small mouth slightly agape. What's so normal about? Before she could finish her sentence, he quickly poked the remaining mochi from her bowl into her mouth. Ayuri's words were blocked by the mochi, leaving her to mumble as she chewed. Yakama Azuma raised his hand. See? I told you it's perfectly normal. At this moment, Kasumijoka Utaha handed her mochi, along with her bowl, directly to Yakama Azuma. Then, with one hand, she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, leaned forward slightly, and parted her rosy lips. Yakama Azuma, of course, didn't hesitate. He picked up a perfectly sized piece of mochi and brought it to Kasumijoka Utaha's mouth. Kasumijoka Utaha took a bite. When no one else was paying attention, her tongue briefly licked Yakama Azuma's thumb. Yakama Azuma withdrew his hand and gently rubbed his thumb. The feeding game gradually calmed down. Megami, what's wrong? Do you want a piece too? Noticing Kato Megami staring at him intently, Yakama Azuma picked up the last piece of mochi from his bowl and offered it to her mouth. Kato Megami flinched, then bit into the mochi. She murmured softly, it's fine. So, what is Kato Megami thinking? Others only think Kato Megami is very skilled at feeding him. But Kato Megami knows well that she can only truly understand Yakama Azuma's intentions. After all, she understands this young man quite deeply. Just like how, with a single glance, Yakama Azuma can understand her thoughts. She also knows exactly how to coordinate with his actions. Even so, she can't help but wonder, where did Yakama Azuma's habit of being fed come from? Judging by his reactions, it doesn't seem to be from Kasumijoka-senpai or Sawamura-san. Garasu-sensei is still training at Shuchen, and Yukino Shita-san spends her days at the company. Could it be from Shimogatazawa? But Gita-san mentioned that Azuma-san hasn't been to Live House Starry these past few days. So, who could it be? These days, Azuma-san doesn't even seem to be home. It's strange. Kato Megami pondered these things in her mind. Megami, your gaze looks a little scary. Eh? Really? But there's nothing I can do, after all, I'm an assassin. She said this while putting on a serious face. The other three couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kato-san, have you read the Fate series? I have a bit of interest in light novels, so I asked Azuma-san to recommend some famous ones for me to try. That's great. We share the same hobby now. Megami-san, what have you read so far? Let me suggest some books girls would enjoy. How realistic of you seeing signs of someone entering the field and immediately changing your way of addressing them. You really live up to your title, Otaku Ariri. You rough brute. What's wrong with being an otaku? Did I eat your family's rice or what? Clearly, in modern life, living without the internet would be quite uncomfortable. However, for these people here, even without the internet, they laughed and joked throughout the entire flight. Until the moment they felt a slight bump. That's when everyone realized a plane had landed. Yakama Azuma pulled out his phone and turned it on. Let's go, the person picking us up is already here. Hearing that, the three girls were a bit curious. Azuma, do you have a friend in Hokkaido? Ayuri asked, curious. Yukima Azuma shook his head and replied. No, but I found a local university student with a driver's license and hired them as a guide and driver. This time in Hokkaido, I've booked a seaside villa instead of a hotel in the city. That way, it's convenient for beach activities, though getting to the city center will be a bit harder. Since none of us have a driver's license yet, I thought of this solution. It's convenient, isn't it? Hearing this, the three girls were amazed. This arrangement was quite thoughtful, truly providing a sense of safety and maturity. After all, the young man before them was the same age as they were, except for Uchiha, yet he seemed so mature and considerate. Meanwhile, some of their peers might still have a touch of Chanabiu and remain quite naive. Chapter 127, Kitagawa Marin, the girl who loves cosplay. After getting off the plane, they waited for their checked luggage and then walked down the long airport corridor. As soon as they reached the pickup area, they saw a cute blonde girl holding a sign with the name Yukima Azuma. Seeing the blonde hair, Ayuri had a slight startled reaction. Azuma. Are you hiring her as a guide just because she's pretty? Ayuri exclaimed, questioning sharply. However, when she looked at Yukima Azuma, she noticed he also seemed a bit surprised. No, I've only chatted with her online, this is the first time I've met her in person. Yukima Azuma replied. Hearing that, the other three girls were somewhat skeptical. After all, who would hire a guide and easily end up meeting such a beautiful girl? The blonde girl holding the sign also noticed the four people and tentatively waved at them. Yukima Azuma raised his hand in response. Soon after, the two sides met. Hello there, are you Yukima Azuma-san? I'm Kitagawa Marin, you can call me Kitagawa or simply Marin. Kitagawa Marin said. I'm the Hokkaido tour guide introduced by Mem, hee. Although I've only been studying here for a year, I look forward to working with you. Kitagawa Marin appeared very energetic. Whether her personality had always been like this or if she was just passionate about her job, she displayed a very enthusiastic attitude. At least, she made a very good impression on the four of them. Kitagawa. Ayuri felt like she had heard that name before. Yukima Azuma nodded normally and asked, has the car been rented? It's just nearby. Kitagawa led the group toward it. Yukima Azuma had rented a large car that could comfortably fit the four of them. However, the procedures were handled by Kitagawa Marin. She opened the trunk, and Yukima Azuma began placing the three girls' luggage inside. Kitagawa wanted to help, but Yukima Azuma politely declined. Normally, the girls' luggage would be quite heavy. But this time, there wasn't anything heavy in the suitcases. Shower products and villa supplies would all be provided fresh. Products like sunscreen were also available. Sleepwear and similar items were also prepared. The only things they needed to bring were the clothes they wanted to wear. With this light load, Yukima Azuma had no trouble carrying the luggage. Once in the car, the three girls immediately fell silent due to the presence of a stranger. They had been talking non-stop on the plane, but now, no one said a word. Yukima Azuma noticed the atmosphere and decided to break the ice. If he let the girls feel uncomfortable throughout the trip, it would be better to have Kitagawa Marin quit her job. After thinking for a moment, Yukima Azuma chose a topic that could create an opportunity for communication. Kitagawa-san, you're studying at Hokkaido University, right? Why did you take up a tour guide job? Hearing this, Kitagawa Marin, who was driving, froze for a moment. She quickly replied, did Mem not tell you, Yukima-san? Actually, there's no special reason, I'm just a bit short on money. After saying this, she sighed. Hayes, I love anime and am passionate about cosplay, but cosplay costumes and wigs are really expensive. This topic immediately caught Ayuri's attention, being a long-time otaku. After all, she was a stranger, and they were in Hokkaido. Ayuri instantly switched from her refined Uju-sama persona to that of a veteran otaku. Kitagawa-san likes anime too. I'm a fellow enthusiast. It's so hard to find someone with the same interests. I knew it, your name sounded so familiar. Kitagawa-san, were you the one cosplaying a character from Fantasy Demon Sword Legend at the Tokyo Anime Exhibition last year? At this, Kitagawa Marin, who had been sighing, instantly became lively. Yes, did we meet at the exhibition? I even collected your stamps. Ayuri exclaimed. Hee, stop flattering me, it's a bit embarrassing. Kitagawa Marin chuckled. The two immediately hit it off. Their relationship progressed quickly. In fact, when Kitagawa Marin learned that Ayuri loved anime but had never tried cosplay, she offered to bring her own cosplay costumes for Ayuri to try out. Right now, my favorite characters are Sayaka and Kazumegami. I took this tour guide job specifically to prepare a Sayaka cosplay. Kazumegami is just so gentle, with her white dress and beret, it barely costs anything, She really made me cry. Kitagawa Marin seemed to be healed from her worries. While the two girls, Kato Megumi and Kasumi Uchiha, didn't quite understand what was happening, they were suddenly pulled into the conversation. Kasumi Uchiha crossed her arms in front of her chest, with an expression that seemed to acknowledge Marin's ability to judge people. Normally, when this icy senpai made such a face, it meant that even if someone started a conversation, they wouldn't be scolded mercilessly. Kato Megumi, meanwhile, placed her hand on her white beret. With her other hand, she secretly reached over to Yakuma Azuma's hand, lightly scratching the palm of his hand with her pinky. The atmosphere in the car immediately became lighter. "Tell me, Yakuma-san, are we going straight to the villa or will we stop by Ataru first?" After driving a little way from the airport, Kitagawa Marin remembered her job. "We'll be strolling around Ataru." Ariri mentioned on the plane that she wanted to visit Tanuki Koji shopping street. Yakuma Azuma answered with a gentle smile. Kitagawa Marin nodded. "Eh? Aren't we going back to drop off our luggage first?" "I'm not in a hurry." Ariri, hearing Yakuma Azuma's words, felt a bit embarrassed. "This is experience," Yakuma Azuma said firmly. "Even if it feels like there's plenty of time, if we get to the villa and lie down on the bed, then want to get up and continue the trip, it'll be very hard. I'm sure Ariri won't be able to get up before 10 a.m. tomorrow." Ariri, who had been a bit embarrassed, immediately became angry at this. "Definitely not." Ariri huffed, showing her small fang. "It's you, Azuma, who's lazy. You're the kind of fool who always procrastinates until the last minute to finish drafts, so not being able to get out of bed is no surprise." Kasumi Uchiha uttered a teasing remark from the side. Ariri. She was furious and wanted to argue back, but the words were, unfortunately, true. If it's about enthusiasm, Sawamura-san wouldn't be chased by deadlines either. Kato Megumi said gently, trying to mediate. Ariri hugged Kato Megumi tightly. "This world is so cold. Only Megumi is this gentle." Up ahead, Kitagawa Marin was driving, glancing in the rearview mirror at everything in the car. Her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. As an otaku, she usually wouldn't be interested in these kinds of casual conversations among realistic people. But Kitagawa Marin felt that these four had a special kind of youthful atmosphere, like something straight out of a light novel. There was a feeling that even standing on the sidelines, she would be drawn in. Speaking of the black-haired young lady over there, she kind of resembled Kasumi Utako-sensei, right? And then the gentle girl. Before getting in the car, Kitagawa Marin hadn't even noticed her existence. Her presence was subtle, but once noticed, she was incredibly cute. Almost like Kaju Megumi. Kitagawa Marin shook her head and smiled bitterly as she thought. What was she even thinking about? This tour guide job was just a random job she picked up, and it was already strange enough that she had met Kasumi Utako-sensei. Let alone meeting a girl who only existed in a light novel, the cute Kaju Megumi. If this gentle girl was Megumi, could the young man beside her be Yukimi, the lonely boy, the protagonist from the light novel? There had to be limits to daydreaming. Although she knew these were just random thoughts, Kitagawa Marin honestly wanted to become friends with these four people. When she was first introduced to the job of being a tour guide online by Mem, Kitagawa Marin had felt some hesitation and worry. But now, she just felt incredibly happy to have taken this job. The car stopped in Ataru, Hokkaido, known as the best tourist city in Asia. There are plenty of travel guides online. The most popular suggestion is, when you come to Hokkaido, ride the snow train and visit the romantic Ataru. In winter, you can see the stunning scenery from afar, where snow and the sea meet. You can also admire Mount Tengu, which looks like Mount Fuji, with its snow-covered landscape that's truly mesmerizing. However, it's summer right now. Not the best tourist season as most people would think. On top of that, the recent storm had passed. Now, in Hokkaido, there aren't many tourists around. But that doesn't mean the summer scenery in Hokkaido isn't beautiful. As soon as Ariri got out of the car, she immediately ran toward the Ataru directional sign. Kato Megumi handed the camera to Kitagawa Marin. Then she pulled Yakuma Azuma and Kasumi Uchiha to go with her. The background was a bustling shopping street, with bright neon lights, and in front of them, there were extremely good-looking young men and women. Kitagawa Marin looked through the camera lens, taking a deep breath. It felt like she was shooting for a live-action movie. Just a quick snap, and it could be a perfect wallpaper. Yakuma Azuma stood behind the three girls, raising both hands to make a V shape above Ariri and Utaha's heads. It looked like rabbit ears. After making the pose, he realized his hands weren't enough. So he pulled Kato Megumi into the picture. Kato Megumi silently extended her hand, helping Utaha and Ariri form the rabbit ears. Yakuma Azuma smiled happily. As Kato Megumi posed, her gaze shifted to the young man beside her. Kasumijoka Utaha looked helpless, but there was a smile in her eyes. Ariri, on the other hand, didn't seem to know where to look. When the photo was finally taken, Yukima Azuma noticed where Ariri was staring and saw that it was a souvenir shop in the shopping street. The shop had a huge penguin plush toy at the entrance. Clearly, Ariri was captivated by the object. So, Ariri got hit on the head. Kitagawa Marin found the scene amusing, so she snapped a few more shots. As a result, the photo of Ariri being bullied became Yukima Azuma's phone wallpaper throughout the trip. Azuma. We are taking pictures, Ariri, what are you looking at? But. That thing is really cute, don't you think? What's so cute about a penguin? In my memory, penguins always open their mouths and ask, do you want to recharge money? Huh? What kind of penguin is that? Ariri immediately imagined a penguin asking if she wanted to recharge money, giving Yukima Azuma a pitiful look. To make up for the mental scar, Ariri headed toward the souvenir shop. I'll buy a cute penguin plushie or a keychain to erase this mental scar. Kitagawa Marin returned the camera to Kato Megumi. Hearing the conversation, she asked, "Eh? You like penguins? You could go to the Hokkaido Zoo, they have live penguins there. Also, the small animal area doesn't have barriers, so you can observe and interact closely. If the staff agrees, you can even raise your hand and touch them." Hearing this, even Kato Megumi and Kasumijoka Utaha were clearly intrigued. Let's go tomorrow morning. Ariri raised her hand and called out excitedly. Chapter 128, The Effect of Pineapple Cake. Let's head out tomorrow morning, okay? People who make declarations like this often don't follow through well. The truth proved Yukima Azuma's thoughts to be extremely accurate. Yesterday, they had just arrived in Hokkaido, wandered around the Atauru shopping district, bought some souvenirs, and took plenty of pictures. That evening, after returning to the villa, Ariri had her face pressed against the window, gazing at the sea outside. She swayed back and forth until late at night before finally falling asleep. As a result, the next morning, no matter how much he called, she refused to get up, only responding with whines like a little puppy. Thus, their plan to visit the Hokkaido Zoo in the morning was a failure. Aho Bakutsun's dear stubborn overslept Ariri. This idiot. Kasumijoka Utaha sighed, massaging her forehead. Kato Megumi, standing nearby, offered some specialty Hokkaido cookies to ease the tension. Senpai, don't be mad. We're on vacation, having fun is the most important thing. I think we should just leave this idiot at the villa. When she wakes up, we can show her pictures from the zoo. Kasumijoka said this while biting into a cookie with noticeable annoyance. If we do that, Ariri will definitely cry. At that point, Utaha-senpai, you'll have to take responsibility for consoling her. Yukima Azuma added, chuckling as he fanned the flames. Hearing this, Kasumijoka Utaha grew even more frustrated. Console that idiot? Whoever wants to do it can go ahead. However, leaving a friend behind while going out felt wrong. It seemed too much like intentionally ostracizing someone. Kasumijoka wasn't someone who could do such a thing. That left her with no choice but to compromise. Kitagawa-san, could you show me the cosplay outfits you brought? Kasumijoka Utaha turned toward Kitagawa Marin. Kitagawa Marin nodded after hearing the request. After they returned yesterday, Kitagawa had indeed brought her cosplay costumes over from her university dormitory this morning. Opening a large suitcase, she revealed neatly organized, adorable outfits inside. There were even wigs, each stored carefully in its own bag. Not a single accessory was missing. Kasumijoka Utaha picked up each item to inspect, then carefully put it back in place after examining it. Kato Megumi also moved closer, intrigued. She didn't know much about cosplay, but it seemed quite fascinating. Is this also a cosplay outfit? After browsing for a while, Kato Megumi noticed something odd. She picked up an extremely revealing outfit from the pile. The top consisted of a piece of fabric barely enough to cover the chest. Calling it a top was generous, it was more like a chest cover. The bottom was just a small inverted triangle-shaped piece of cloth. Meanwhile, the puffy sleeves and white collar were crafted with meticulous detail. Places that should have been covered weren't, while areas that didn't need coverage were completely concealed. It even included small devil wings and a heart-shaped tail as accessories. Looking at the outfit in her hands, Kitagawa Marin first widened her eyes, then avoided eye contact in embarrassment. That's actually the costume of a little succubus from the game. I accidentally brought it along. Kato Megumi slightly parted her lips, looking very surprised. It seemed quite different from what she knew about succubi. Coming from Kato Megumi, who had never encountered R18 Gal games, her adorable expression of surprise made Kitagawa Marin even more flustered, her cheeks turning bright red. After all, Everyone here was younger than her. Elsewhere, Kasumijoka Utaha had already found an outfit she was satisfied with. It was a black and white maid uniform. The neckline featured a large bow, and the skirt wasn't the traditional long style but a short one resembling JK uniforms. At a glance, it was clearly a cute style maid uniform. Kitagawa-san, may I borrow this outfit for a bit? Kasumijoka Utaha held up the maid costume and asked. Kitagawa nodded. Then, they saw Kasumijoka Utaha take the maid outfit and head toward Ariri's room. After a series of rustling noises filled the air, Kasumijoka Utaha poked her head out of the room. Is there any pineapple cake or something? Bring me two. The three people in the living room exchanged puzzled glances but eventually fetched 2 cold pineapple cakes from the refrigerator. Kasumijoka took the cold pineapple cakes and went back into the room. This time, a sharp scream erupted from inside. Then came a cacophony of chaotic noises. Ah! Kasumijoka Utaha. What are you doing? What is this? It's so cold. Don't shove it in there. Pervert. Help me. Azuma, help me. After a series of pitiful cries, Kasumijoka Utaha emerged from the room, dusting her hands with a satisfied look. A while later, Ariri peeked her head out, now wearing a maid's headband. You hateful fat woman. What exactly do you want? Kasumijoka Utaha folded her arms across her chest and snorted coldly. Take a look at what time it is now. Weren't you the one confidently declaring yesterday that you'd never oversleep? As punishment, you'll be the maid this afternoon responsible for pouring tea, massaging shoulders, and giving back rubs. Hearing this, Ariri bared her small fang and glared fiercely, but in the end, she couldn't argue back. In this world, there is such a thing as being indefensibly in the wrong. Oversleeping was indeed her fault, even Ariri could admit that. So, after lingering for a long while, she finally stepped out from behind the door. As soon as she did, her adorable outfit lit up the room. Ariri truly suited this kind of cute attire. The black and white maid uniform highlighted her petite figure while adding a uniquely charming touch. The attire yawiki between the maid skirt and her legs wrapped in white stockings made it hard for anyone to look away. But was Ariri's figure always this good? Without realizing it, everyone's gaze landed on Ariri's chest. It was as if a flat plane had suddenly sprouted a skyscraper. The large bow beneath her neckline was now round and full, stretched taut. Realizing where everyone was looking, Ariri immediately covered her chest with her hands, blushing furiously. It suits you quite well. The instigator of it all chuckled softly from the side. You're such a hateful fat woman. Ariri's face burned bright red with embarrassment. At this point, Kato Megumi and Yakama Azuma finally understood the truth behind the skyscraper. It turned out those pineapple cakes had been used for this purpose. There was no other choice. Kasumijoka shrugged. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fit at all, right? Hearing this, Ariri's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Kitagawa-marin, who was standing off to the side. Compared to Kasumijoka Utaha, Kitagawa-marin wasn't particularly tall. She had the average build of a young girl. But in certain areas, her development was particularly astonishing. Based on estimates from battlefield reporters, the difference between Kitagawa's bust and underbust measurements was 18.6 centimeters. That was the legendary E-cup. A terrifying size that Ariri could only match thanks to the power of pineapple cakes. I'm heading to the kitchen. Maid, come help me. Yakama Azuma stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Ariri hung her head and trudged after him. She had clearly been excited about spending time alone with him in the kitchen earlier, but now, given the circumstances, she couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Well then, I'll take my leave. Let me know if you need anything. Kitagawa-marin said, sensing it might be awkward to stay any longer. Kitagawa-san, stay. Azuma's cooking is delicious. Ariri called out, hoping to keep her fellow hobbyist friend around. Even though she had just suffered a minor humiliation regarding measurements, it was still hard to find a friend who shared the same interests. Kitagawa-marin hesitated for a moment. Yakama Azuma glanced at Kato Megumi and Kasumijoka Utaha. Seeing both of them nod in agreement, he spoke, Kitagawa-san, you should stay. Constantly moving back and forth must be inconvenient. Why not just stay at the villa for now? It'll be much more convenient for us to go anywhere together. His tone was calm, yet left no room for refusal. After a brief moment of hesitation, Kitagawa-marin nodded in agreement. And then this is amazing. It's so delicious. Yakama-san, are you secretly the legendary master chef? With a shrimp tempura in her mouth, Kitagawa couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling. She had never tasted anything so delicious. Forget about her own cooking, even famous restaurants couldn't compare to the feast before her. It was so delicious she was almost moved to tears. Kitagawa-marin began to wonder how she would survive if she couldn't eat food this good in the future. Kitagawa-san, you're overpraising me. Yukino Azuma replied with a soft smile, not taking her compliments too seriously. It's not overpraise at all. Kitagawa-marin insisted and turned to the other girls at the table for confirmation. Right? Isn't it true? Actually, Azuma-san's cooking is really good. Kato Megumi calmly affirmed while savoring her meal. It's just so-so. This guy only got better with practice. Back when he started cooking, it was terrible. Ariri chimed in, recalling their middle school days. During that time, Yukino Azuma had just started learning how to cook. As his girlfriend back then, she had endured quite a bit. No matter how bad the food tasted, she forced herself to eat it all and even managed to smile. It was as if she were the protagonist of a light novel, enduring hardships for the sake of love. Fortunately, Yukino Azuma's cooking skills improved rapidly, and the suffering didn't last long. Kasumijoka Uchiha cast a sharp glance at Ariri. So it was her. Kasumijoka Uchiha had always wondered where Yukino Azuma had honed his remarkable cooking skills. Not only that, but his attentiveness and ability to understand women as well. At first, he had known nothing about these things. During their first relationship, Kasumijoka Uchiha felt like she was teaching a student guiding Yukino Azuma step by step in the art of romance. But now, those very skills were being used to cater to some dumb blonde twin-tail girl. And that girl didn't even seem to appreciate what she had. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. No, holding back only made her angrier, and backing down just felt unfair. Beneath the dining table, Kasumijoka Uchiha's long legs, wrapped in black stockings, subtly searched for a target. Then she placed her foot on Ariri's white stockinged leg and pressed lightly. Ariri, who had been blissfully enjoying her meal, almost spat out her food. She glared, her eyes wide, at the source of the sudden pressure under the table. What's wrong with this crazy fat woman? Thus, the small, white-stockinged legs of Ariri began to retaliate. In the hidden space beneath the table, an unspoken battle had commenced. Chapter 129, Megumi is my wife. Yukino Azuma borrowed a camera from Kato Megumi. He copied the data from the camera onto his phone. Then, he selected a few landscape photos of Hokkaido and some portrait-style scenic photos featuring only himself. These photos were sent one by one to Garasamifo, Yukino Shita Yukino, and Gota Hitori. On Bachi's side, the read notification appeared immediately. But after a while, there was still no reply. Who knows what she was doing with the photos? The first to reply was Garasa-sensei. Mifo, Hokkaido, huh? The scenery is truly beautiful, Azuma. It's a pity sensei couldn't come, Mifo. You all went on a trip together. If sensei joined, wouldn't it ruin the atmosphere? Azuma, not at all. After all, Garasamifo is my friend, Mifo. Really, you're such a cheeky student. Yukino Azuma felt that Garasamifo's comment on the scenery was too polite. The fact that she didn't mention the portrait photos of him. Maybe she had zoomed in and stared at them for a while. Yukino Azuma was confident enough in his own looks. Next was Yukino Shita Yukino. Yukino, very beautiful. This straightforward compliment made Yukino Azuma pause for a moment. Although he knew Yukino was someone who spoke her mind, to be this direct about it? Or was she talking about the scenery? Azuma, do you mean Hokkaido or me? Yukino Azuma decided to ask directly. Yukino, you. Yukino Azuma blinked several times. Wow. As expected of Yukino, she was always so straightforward. That was exactly what he liked about her. Come to think of it, Yukino had been unusually gentle with him lately. Could it be time to push his luck a little further? Azuma, in return, can you show me your feet? Yukino, picture of Yukino Shita Yukino's feet.jpg. Azuma, itadakimasu. Yukino Azuma opened the photo and zoomed in to look. It was a photo taken in the office of Laplace Corporation, probably just recently. It showed Yukino wearing high heels and a pencil skirt. And, of course, her long, slender legs. A dazzlingly fair white. Yukino Azuma silently admired it for a while and then saved the photo. At the same time, in the president's office of Laplace Corporation, Yukino was lying face down on her desk, hands covering her face. At this moment, the snow-like girl's cheeks were burning red. One touch, and you could feel the heat. Am I okay? She muttered to herself. Could this be considered indecent? Never having experienced love before, the young lady now felt as if she had tried to act confident in front of the boy she liked, only to feel regret afterward. These experiences that her teenage years had missed were now being added little by little. After finishing his conversation with Yukino, Yukino Azuma stared at Bachi, who was still typing a message, and shook his head. Azuma, Bachi, are you doing something weird with my photos? That's fine, but just don't overdo it, Bocce, no way, Bocce, ah. It's not like I don't have any desires toward Azuma-kun, but doing something like that feels kind of offensive, Bocce. Anyway, I didn't do it, but I really like Azuma-kun, red bin paste secret Marseille, this time, she replied immediately. But her explanation seemed a bit flustered. She wanted to clarify that she wasn't doing anything weird, while also worrying that having no earthly desires might disappoint Yakama Azuma. Azuma, just kidding. Do you think the scenery here is beautiful? Bocce, very beautiful, it feels like something out of a movie. Azuma, next time, let's come here together, just the two of us. Bocce, huh? You don't have to be so kind to me. Just staying home and looking at the photos is enough for me. Azuma, so, Bocce, you really didn't do something with my photos? Bocce, I didn't do anything with the photos, but I did imagine the things we've already done. At first, Yakama Azuma only intended to change the subject. But now, as he stroked his chin, he appeared thoughtful. After all, Bocce was still in her youthful years. Anyway, he decided he would visit Bocce after returning home. With this thought, Yakama Azuma opened the photo album on his phone. Eventually, he found a few selfies he had taken after showering, meant to check his hair length, and sent them to Bocce. Azuma, it's okay, Bocce, feel free to use them, at Gota's house. Initially, as the chat box remained silent for a while, Gota Hitori felt like her life was nearing its end. Then, suddenly, a few photos came through. She opened them and saw photos of the young man right after his shower, water droplets still visible on his white shirt. It looked like the cover of a provocative photo book. Accompanied by the photos was a statement permitting use. EHHH? What am I supposed to say to this? Staring at the young man's photos, Gota Hitori was thrown into unprecedented confusion. But remaining silent for too long wasn't something Bocce could do. So, Bocce, itadakimasu. Closing the line interface, Yakama Azuma logged into his Twitter account. With his return from Hokkaido, the release of his new book was approaching. Thus, if he wanted to create buzz, now was the right time. Conveniently, the official verification for his account, which he had applied for last night, was also completed. In fact, Yakama Azuma should have created a personal Twitter account long ago. He simply hadn't cared to, nor had he anticipated needing it so soon. A few hours had passed since verification, yet despite the account having no tweets, it had already gained several thousand followers. The speed of this follower growth would surely make professional social media managers green with envy. Yakama Azuma thought for a moment, then crafted his first tweet. Hello, everyone. I'm Yakimi Azuma, the author of Sakano. Thank you for your support. Volume 2 of the series Seishun Kodaku Shounen, The Youth of the Lonely Boy, will be released next week. Please look forward to it. Special announcement, the plot of Volume 2 is set in the high school era before Volume 1, so Kujo Megami will not appear in this installment. I hope you all understand. This volume will center around the childhood friend, Kurokawa-akon. And one more thing, Kujo Megami is my wife. 3 minutes after posting the tweet, the likes and shares began to surge rapidly. Meanwhile, the comments section seemed to scroll by at lightning speed. Kujo Megami is my wife, walk. Yokimi-sensei. Just started a Twitter account, and it's already like this? This should be suspended immediately. Kujo Megami is mine, huh? A new volume already? A twisted fan of Megami, Megami not appearing? Then what am I even reading this for? Yokimi-sensei has definitely taken a bribe. Random passerby, is this Kurokawa-akon the one I'm thinking of? How much did you get paid to clean her up? The author too, always taking money. World's best Megami saint, Yokimi-sensei, where do you live? I don't mean anything else, I just want to take a photo together. I'm Kujo Megami's dog, I propose we gather forces to lock this guy in a dark basement. Yakama Azuma scrolled through the comments. Most were noisy arguments. The announcement that Megami wouldn't appear in the new volume had clearly left fans emotionally unstable. However, this was precisely the effect Yakama Azuma wanted. A simple promotion for Volume 2 wouldn't have generated this level of buzz. As for whether anyone would actually buy Volume 2, TSK, online chatter was just for entertainment anyway. Azuma-san. Can you help me? The zipper on the back won't go up. The voice of Kujo Megami echoed softly. Yakama Azuma turned off his phone. Exiting his room, he saw the girl who resembled a tuberose flower standing in the hallway. At this moment, she had her back to him. A scene as pure and white as snow left Yakama Azuma momentarily breathless. The zipper Kujo Megami referred to was on the back of her swimsuit. Not the one-piece kind, but a two-piece design. Although the swimsuit wasn't overly revealing, the graceful curve of her back was clearly visible. Kato Megami's figure was well proportioned, not overly striking but with a subtle balance of curves in all the right places. Seeing the scene in front of him, Yukima Azuma became even more certain of one thought: Megami is my wife. Azuma-san? Ah, coming right away. Snapping out of it, Yukima Azuma quickly stepped forward. He tugged at the zipper a bit before easily pulling it all the way up. Kato Megami felt the warmth of his hand from behind, and her head lowered slightly. Even though she hadn't turned to look, she could guess Yukima Azuma's reaction. That brief moment he froze made Kato Megami feel a bit happy. Turning around, Kato Megami tried to remain natural, casually showing off her figure. Her swimsuit was pure white, adorned with adorable trims. The pristine color, strangely enough, evoked a sense of forbidden allure. How does Azuma-san think it looks? It suits Megami perfectly. But are you planning to wear this out tomorrow? Of course not. This outfit is a special privilege just for Azuma-san. Eh? I mean, tomorrow I'll wear a jacket over it when we go out. Kato Megami reached behind her, revealing a long ivory jacket in her hands. Yukima Azuma swallowed audibly. Kato Megami holding the jacket looked even more captivating than before. She draped the ivory jacket over her shoulders, covering most of the mesmerizing view. Then, Kato Megami quickly stepped closer to Yukima Azuma. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him directly. The possessive feeling Yukima Azuma had accidentally revealed earlier made Kato Megami's heart race. She realized how well they fit together. Earlier, while standing in front of the mirror in her swimsuit, Kato Megami had already thought about adding a jacket. This look was something meant only for Azuma to see. The kiss lasted for an indeterminate amount of time. Until the sound of a door opening echoed down the hallway. Kato Megami quickly let go. With flushed cheeks, she touched her lips lightly with her fingers and made a playful SHH gesture. Then, she quietly tiptoed back to her room. Azuma, what are you doing standing here? Ariri asked curiously, looking at Yukima Azuma standing frozen in the hallway. Ariri, don't you have something to show me? Instead of answering, Yukima Azuma turned the question back on Ariri. Ariri blinked, a question mark practically floating over her head. What would she show Azuma? Seeing Ariri's clueless expression, Yukima Azuma chuckled and shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Ariri, get some sleep, we're going to the beach tomorrow. Oh, okay. Ariri replied briefly and headed straight into the bathroom. When she returned to her room and was preparing her things for the next day, her gaze fell on the swimsuit she had carefully picked out. Suddenly, a big exclamation mark popped into her head. Ariri, no. Chapter 130, Comet. Falling down. Charlotte. The third day of the Hokkaido trip. On a nearby beach. You can see a bit of the shape now, right? Kazumajouka Uchiha, wearing a long coat and swimwear, looked toward the distant horizon, squinting. Yukima Azuma also looked in that direction. From afar, in the sky, he could indeed see the bright blue silhouette, different from the sky. It was the comet named Charlotte approaching. Tonight, it would pass through the skies of Hokkaido. These days were all an opportunity to watch it, but tonight in Hokkaido, it could be said to be the best time and place for observation. They say you can see the details of the comet as it passes. Comets only appear every 1,200 years. Do you want some shaved ice? Ariri carried a pile of colorful shaved ice toward them. Did you ask before buying? Yukima Azuma smiled wryly, choosing a bowl of green apple-flavored shaved ice. Of course. How can you not eat shaved ice when you're at the beach? Ariri held a bowl of lemon-flavored shaved ice and spun it around, but quickly stopped and held her head, sitting down. Clearly, the cold was giving her a brain freeze. Yukima Azuma shook his head helplessly and reached out to rub her forehead. Kato Megami held a bowl of strawberry-flavored shaved ice, and Kazumajouka Uchiha held a bowl of grape-flavored shaved ice, exchanging glances. Is this the type of foolish people are blessed moment? Both of them thought to themselves. They rented a sunshade on the beach. The four of them lay under the shade of the umbrella, gazing at the sparkling sea, enjoying the lazy passage of time. Normally, when you go to the beach, you'd at least go into the water a bit. Among the four, only Ariri couldn't swim, but she had brought a swimming float. But since they would be moving soon, no one felt like playing in the water right now. Yukima Azuma had purchased tickets for the big cruise ship today. To see the comet, aside from climbing high mountains, it was best to go out to the open sea. That way, there would be no obstacles blocking the view. Although Hokkaido also had mountains like Tengyama, summer on a mountain, just thinking about it made people hesitate. Not to mention the mosquitoes. There were all sorts of insects, and really, just using mosquito repellent wouldn't be enough. So boring. Ariri finished applying sunscreen, repeatedly testing the boundaries between the umbrella's shade and the summer sunlight. How about we build a sandcastle, maybe bury Ariri in it? Yukima Azuma said absent-mindedly. That's a good idea. Sounds fun. As a result, the other two girls enthusiastically supported the idea. Hey! Airi immediately stopped being bored. After a noisy, fun time, they played on the beach for 2 to 3 hours before packing up and heading to the port. The long sound of a ship's whistle echoed, and the gigantic cruise ship slowly docked. That's impressive. Kato Megumi looked up. It's much bigger than I imagined. You couldn't get a sense of its scale just from pictures. No matter how you looked up, you couldn't see the top of the enormous luxury cruise ship. Even the chains used to anchor the ship were as big as a person. Kind of nostalgic, huh? Airi sighed. Her words made Kato Megumi blink. Although she knew the Sawamura family was very wealthy, it was moments like this that really made the difference more obvious. Don't mind that, Airi is a baka. When she was in middle school, she invited me to a party. Then I asked her who would be attending, and she said it was just a few of her mom's friends, aunts, and uncles. So, I asked Sayurioba-san, and only then did I realize, the people attending were all famous politicians or business tycoons. I almost got fooled. Yukima Azuma whispered into Kato Megumi's ear. Hearing that, Kato Megumi imagined the scene. Back in middle school, Yukima Azuma was just an ordinary student. It was easy to picture. Airi clearly wasn't trying to show off, she just lacked a bit of self-awareness. But now, Azuma-san attending those kinds of parties doesn't seem out of place at all. Kato Megumi said lightly, her fingers brushing a few strands of hair behind her ear. Megumi, do you know? The time I remember the most was when I first came to Tokyo, sitting in a friend's bookstore, reading light novels while avoiding the heat. Yukima Azuma said seriously. Kato Megumi's fingers froze, then she naturally lowered her hand. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile. That's right, with him, she didn't feel any distance at all. It wasn't material wealth that created distance between people, but rather perceptions and intentions. Kasumijoka Uchiha had intended to approach and interrupt when she saw the two of them whispering. But as she got closer, she heard Yukima Azuma's words. She knew Yukima Azuma was speaking from the heart. She too missed that time. Even though she had later become a famous light novel author, when she thought back to that time, she didn't feel poor or lacking in any way. What remained was only the joy from the bottom of her heart. They boarded the cruise ship. The group entered the cabin to store their luggage. The tickets Yukima Azuma had purchased were for a one-day, one-night cruise. They would sleep on the ship and disembark the next morning. After organizing their things, the group headed to the ship's pool. Not playing in the water at the beach, they could now finally enjoy the cool waters. The water in the pool on the cruise ship was much cleaner compared to the beach or regular pools. Time quickly passed until evening. The sky gradually quieted, and the last light faded as the sun sank behind the horizon. The moon suddenly became prominent. Under the bright moonlight, the calm sea seemed to hum its own melody. Wow, it's so beautiful. Standing on the ship's deck, Airi exclaimed, voicing the feelings of the entire group. In the distant night sky, a brilliant streak of purple-blue light, trailing a magnificent tail, left a mark across the dark sky. That trace burned little by little, then vanished, but still left a lingering afterimage on the viewer's retina. If they were to recall and describe this visual scene later, countless beautiful words would surely come to mind. But at this moment, all that remained in the minds of the boys and girls was a simple exclamation, "It's beautiful." Kato Megumi picked up her camera, aimed at the comet in the sky, and pressed the shutter button. Click. The sound rang out repeatedly. There were many others around also taking photos. A meeting 1,200 years apart. Kasumijoka Uchiha murmured in awe. Yukima Azuma looked at the vibrant colors in the sky, his thoughts, like the comet's tail, flaring up and then quickly fading. "Let's take a picture together," he suggested. The three girls nodded in agreement without any need for words. Kato Megumi had brought a camera tripod. She chose a good angle on the ship's deck, set the camera in place, and adjusted the focus. After setting the timer mode, she quickly ran back to the others. Under the bright moonlight stretching across the deck of the cruise ship, behind the boys and girls, the night sky was filled with a brilliant comet streaking across the sky. That moment was captured in a photo. Kato Megumi ran to check the photo she had just taken. Seeing the clear image of Yukima Azuma, she smiled with satisfaction. As long as the focus wasn't off, no matter how Yukima Azuma posed or what expression he had, he always exuded a captivating charm. While adjusting the camera, Kato Megumi suddenly froze. In the frame of her lens, the sparkling lights in the distance suddenly turned into two parallel streaks of light. Suspicious that her sister's camera might be broken, she looked up and checked with her naked eye. When she clearly saw what was happening in the sky, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. This doesn't seem quite right. Kato Megumi's words made the three people who had been joking freeze in place. Yukima Azuma quickly turned his head toward the sky. He saw the comet in the sky, and as it passed a certain point, it suddenly split into two. The main part continued on its original trajectory, speeding through the planet's sky. But the separated part seemed to have burned through all its remaining energy. From above, the flames shot down, turning into a blazing meteor. Eerie, tense, gripped Yukima Azuma's arm tightly. Kasumijoka Uchiha also focused intently on the burning streak as it faded into the distance. Something's definitely wrong. Yukima Azuma took a deep breath. The meteor, with its current size and mass, didn't seem like it would burn up completely before it pierced through the atmosphere. As it passed through the clouds, creating a large hole in the sky, everyone's eyes were fixed on its trajectory. Finally, the flames fell somewhere far beyond the horizon. The noise aboard the cruise ship suddenly stopped, and the entire space fell into silence. Seconds ticked by. Yukima Azuma made a few phone calls, gathering the exact details. The meteor fragment that separated from the comet Charlotte has fallen onto Japanese territory. To be precise, it fell in Gifu Prefecture, causing significant damage. Rescue teams are currently operating there. Upon hearing Yukima Azuma's words, the three girls let out a relieved sigh. A feeling of surviving a disaster passed through them, though there was a hint of guilt for Gifu. Since none of them had family or friends there, their initial reaction was relief. Afterward, their sympathy for the disaster took over. After witnessing the event, no one had any desire to continue playing. They returned from the deck and headed back to their rooms. Eventually, the three girls gathered in Yukima Azuma's room. I feel it's going to be hard to sleep tonight. Kato Megumi voiced her true feelings. That's not surprising after seeing something like that. Eerie, usually full of energy, now felt drained. Kasumijoka Uchiha gently ran her fingertips over Yukima Azuma's palm, her gaze full of curiosity. She knew Yukima Azuma seemed to have a special interest in this comet. Though Yukima Azuma didn't know why he had been so focused on the comet Charlotte before, everything seemed clearer now after the incident. However, he simply shook his head lightly, signaling for Kasumijoka Uchiha to be at ease. At this point, it was still impossible to determine the full impact of the comet fragment. After contacting Laplace Corporation, he learned that Kurokawa-Akane appeared to be unaffected. The adolescence syndrome caused by the comet Charlotte seemed to have shown no significant changes. Perhaps, the meteor fragment's fall was just a simple disaster. Yukima Azuma thought about the direction where the meteorite had fallen. To investigate potential changes, the most direct way was to head to Gifu Prefecture and search for the core of the comet that had fallen there. However, taking control of the disaster zone in Gifu was beyond the current capabilities of Laplace Corporation. Maybe we should monitor it further, he thought to himself. Chapter 131, Aries Night Raid. The next day. Upon leaving the yacht, Yukima Azuma received accurate information that meteorite fell in a mountainous area with sparse population. Upon hearing this, the three girls sighed in relief. However, Yukima Azuma did not tell them the whole truth. Although it was a mountainous area with few people, the impact zone had covered about a third of the nearby town. This disaster had caused the death of about 500 people. Yukima Azuma decided to keep this information to himself, as revealing it would only cause more worry. To ease the mood after the incident, the final leg of their journey in Hokkaido was planned to be in Asahikawa. Huh? You guys are going to Asahikawa Shrine? That's a great choice. Kitagawa Marin commented when she learned about the next plan. As the final stop, a place full of life surrounded by trees and nature like Asahikawa Shrine was certainly a reasonable decision. When thinking of Hokkaido, people usually picture the snowy landscapes. But the summer in Asahikawa also had beautiful scenery. The car left the villa, heading toward Asahikawa Shrine. The tall buildings of the city gradually faded into the distance. On both sides of the road, forests replaced concrete and steel. Through the window, one could occasionally spot small brown creatures with fluffy tails, swiftly moving between the tree branches. Is that a squirrel? Ariri pressed against the window, staring intently at the nimble brown figure without blinking. That's a squirrel. There are a lot of small animals here, and I heard they're not too afraid of people. Especially around the shrine, some baby squirrels even dare to climb onto people's shoulders. It's quite amusing. Kitagawa Marin's explanation only heightened their excitement for the upcoming trip. The car stopped in front of a low hill. The shrine was situated on this hill. They could either walk or take the cable car up. There was no escalator here. Because want to saw the small animals, everyone decided to walk. The hill wasn't very high, and even Ariri, who wasn't fond of physical activities, could make the climb. Just as they got off the car and walked a few steps up the stairs, a rabbit suddenly dashed out from the grass beside the steps and ran across in front of them. After running a few steps, It stopped and turned its head to look at the people on the stairs. Finally, before Ariri could step forward, it had already run away. Darn it. Ariri puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Yakama Azuma gently patted her blonde hair. Were you planning to roast it if you caught it? Hearing this, Ariri widened her eyes. Of course not. A cute rabbit like that, how could I eat it? Then there's nothing to be upset about. By the way, let's have spicy rabbit head for dinner tonight. Gakure. Azuma. You're so cruel. You just swallowed your saliva, didn't you? Ariri immediately fell silent. She felt her willpower weakening. If she really caught a rabbit later, she might ask Yakama Azuma to cook it. There was no other way. Yakama Azuma's cooking skills were truly amazing. When they reached the top of the mountain, the vast green forest below came into clear view. Kato Megumi looked at the forest scenery and took a photo. Ariri ran over to the fortune slip booth and stood in line. After getting in line, she waved her hand to call everyone over, signaling for Yakama Azuma and the others to join her. Following the mentality of since we're here, we should try it. Everyone decided to draw a fortune. The fortune slips at Asahikawa Shrine were divided into categories: fate, career, and relationships. Ariri had gotten in line early. But when it was her turn to draw a slip, she hesitated and stepped back. Senpai, do you want to try the relationship one? Yakama Azuma asked with a smile. Kasumajoka shot Yakama Azuma a glare. Her relationships, did she really need to check that? Without looking back, she stepped straight to the career fortune bin. After tossing a coin into the prayer pond beside her, she drew a slip randomly. So, how is it? What does it say? Ariri leaned in eagerly to listen. Yakama Azuma was also curious, leaning down to look over. Before his rebirth, Yakama Azuma didn't believe in any divine matters, purely an atheist. But now, the events surrounding Yotsuya Maiko made Yakama Azuma realize that perhaps, believing in a little bit wouldn't hurt. Kasumajoka Utaha flipped over the fortune slip in her hand. The two characters Daikatsu, Great Blessing, appeared before her eyes. This was the best fortune, equivalent to the greatest luck. Seeing the good fortune, everyone exclaimed in unison, wow. However, Kasumajoka herself didn't seem to care at all. She looked down at the fortune and read aloud, like a crane escaping the cage, the path is wide and unobstructed, north, south, east, and west do not hinder, you may rise straight to the 9-tiered palace. Looking up, Kasumajoka Utaha seemed a little confused. What does this mean? If we interpret it literally, it's saying that Senpai has escaped from a bad environment, and from now on, the future will be smooth and uninterrupted. Yakama Azuma translated the old text, a role he was quite familiar with. After translating, Yakama Azuma raised an eyebrow. It seemed quite reasonable, didn't it? Recently, Kasumajoka Utaha had switched from Fujikawa Publishing to Laplace Bunko. Since the move, her literary skills had reached level 7. Changing the environment, with level 7 literary skills, the future would surely be bright and expansive. Upon hearing this, Kasumajoka Utaha tucked the lucky fortune slip into her handbag. She looked toward the relationship fortune bin. Kato Megumi, without hesitation, walked toward the relationship fortune bin. After tossing in a coin, she chose a slip based on her feelings. When she flipped it over, the two characters Daikatsu appeared again. Day and night, thinking of it, with a jewel in hand, hearts and minds in mutual understanding, wisdom leads to destiny. After reading the fortune, Kato Megumi tilted her head and looked at Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma clicked his tongue. The first half means, if you keep overthinking and searching endlessly, it's not as good as looking within yourself, you're already good enough. The second half means that those with wisdom will recognize good people, and when two people's minds align, the best fate will come. Upon hearing this, Kato Megumi's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. She then carefully placed the slip into her handbag, keeping it safe. Hearts and minds in mutual understanding. She whispered to herself. Kasumajoka Utaha saw this scene and couldn't help but feel a bit regretful and slightly jealous. She couldn't hold back and drew another relationship fortune slip. When she flipped it over, it was still Daikatsu. This fortune was easy to understand. It was an ancient poem. During the snow butterfly season, the willow branches bind with golden threads, laughter fills the air, fragrance spreads far. Among the crowd, searching for that one person 1,000 times. Suddenly, turning back, that person is there, in the dim light. This time, Kasumajoka Utaha didn't need Yakama Azuma to translate, she understood the meaning of the fortune. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Kasumajoka Utaha also placed the fortune slip into her handbag. Daikatsu, that's all there is to it. Ariri, seeing that both of them had consecutively drawn Daikatsu 3 times, immediately felt at ease. In her heart, she silently thought, this shrine must be the type that comforts tourists. All the fortune slips in the bin are daikatsu. After tossing in a coin, Ariri eagerly drew a slip from the relationship fortune bin. The result, when flipped over. Nikatsu, small blessing. Why is this happening? Ariri looked at the slip in her hand, almost ready to burst into tears. Yukima Azuma tried to hold back his laughter and comforted her. Nikatsu also means that you will gradually move towards something better, and through effort, you can achieve good luck. So, the Nikatsu fortune means you need to put in effort, and through your own strength, you can change your fate. Hearing this, Ariri pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Effort. Right, I have to earn my own relationship luck. But how do I put in effort? A big question mark appeared over Ariri's head. Azuma-san, aren't you going to draw a fortune? Kato Megumi, noticing that Yukima Azuma wasn't stepping forward, asked curiously. Since we're here, I might as well try. Yukima Azuma thought for a moment, and in the end, decided to draw a fortune from the fate bin. After drawing it, he glanced at the result, Nikatsu. It turned out, even he had to make an effort. The fortune slip truly seemed to fit Yukima Azuma's current mood. Luck, after all, was unreliable. To achieve something, one must strive for it themselves. Whether it's wealth or relationships, whatever Yukima Azuma wanted, he would take it into his hands, leaving no opportunity for it to be reversed. He casually tucked the fortune slip back into the bin, then clapped his hands and said, "Let's go, we'll take the cable car." Compared to walking down, the cable car offers a better view. Once everyone boarded the cable car. In different corners of the shrine, a few white rabbits vaguely appeared, slowly peeking their heads out. They watched as the cable car gradually moved away, their front paws moving as if wiping non-existent cold sweat. Afterward, those rabbits seemed to sigh in relief. On the cable car, Yukima Azuma slowly retracted the aura of shogi that he had spread out. If not for Yukima Azuma, Yotsuya Maiko might have been overwhelmed by evil spirits, forced to seek help at a shrine. The one who helped her was originally a being akin to a mountain deity there. Essentially, such entities seemed to be a higher evolutionary state of vengeful spirits. This time at the shrine, Yukima Azuma intentionally expanded his aura from his shogi board, hoping to find any traces of such spirits. But he found nothing. It was unclear whether the shrine didn't have a deity protecting it, or if his perception had become skewed. Perhaps entities like mountain deities were fundamentally different from spirits, so he couldn't sense them. There was no way to verify this for now. Yukima Azuma set aside this speculation for the moment and prepared to return to Tokyo. However, before leaving, a small incident occurred. That night. Since the second volume of the youth light novel series was to be released the next day, Yukima Azuma stayed up later than usual. He carefully checked the marketing plan one last time. As he was about to stand up to turn off the lights, he heard a faint sound outside his room. With the security of this villa, it couldn't possibly be a thief. The window was also securely locked, so no small animals could have gotten in. So, Yukima Azuma opened the door, intending to see what was going on. But as soon as the door was halfway open, thud. The door hit something, making a dull sound. Yukima Azuma immediately heard a soft whimper and sobs from a girl. He gave up on pushing the door open, instead leaning his head outside to investigate. Outside, Ariri was crouching on the hallway floor, wearing her pajamas, her hands clutching her head. Yukima Azuma stepped out through the open door, bent down, and helped Ariri to her feet. "What's going on? It's late, and you're not sleeping, standing in front of my room. Could it be? This is the night raid of legend?" The statement was meant to be a joke, teasing Ariri's suntier personality. The usual reaction would have been, "Who wants to raid you, baka?" Or, "What nonsense are you talking about?" So shameless. But tonight, Ariri was different. She just kept her head down, trying to pull her head deeper into her collar, as if trying to hide from something. Seeing this reaction, Yukima Azuma blinked in surprise. So, Ariri really came for a raid after all? Chapter 132, after abandoning her embarrassment, Ariri charged forward. So, did Ariri really come to raid after all? This thought crossed Yukima Azuma's mind. Following the philosophy that opportunities don't come twice. This was definitely a moment to take a step forward. After all, getting Ariri to take the initiative was as difficult as reaching the sky. He took a step back, signaling for Ariri to enter his room. Ariri's pale face was now flushed red as if it could bleed at any moment. Her hands were covering her forehead, unsure if she was soothing the pain from the earlier collision or trying to hide her blushing face. After a moment's hesitation, Ariri finally entered the room. Yukima Azuma was once again taken aback. It really was like the sun rising from the west. He went into the kitchen, took some ice from the fridge, and returned to the room. Ariri, still in her pajamas, was curled up on the chair in the room. She hadn't used the chance while Yakuma Azuma was away to run away. Yakuma Azuma placed the ice bag he made himself onto Ari's forehead. Yuaba. She let out a small, surprised sound. Her golden locks of hair fluttered slightly. Ari took the ice bag herself and began pressing it against her forehead. Thanks to the cooling effect, Ari appeared to be calming down a little. So, did Ari really come to raid the night after all? Yakuma Azuma smiled faintly and moved closer to Ari's cheek. Ari, still holding her forehead, was now just an arm's length away from Yakuma Azuma. She looked at the boy right before her at such close range. Ari really wanted to admit it right there. Because she truly had planned it this way. The fortune-telling at the shrine had really put a lot of pressure on Ari. No matter how oblivious she was, Ari understood that her situation was dangerous. She had already given her first kiss to this boy in the movie theater. But since then, nothing had really progressed. Every plan was either interrupted unexpectedly, or she became too tsundere and shy, giving up halfway. If this kept going, she really would be seen as a fool. Ari, who had memorized ACG works, understood at least one thing. When a character is associated with traits like foolish or adorably dumb, their appeal is much less than real cuteness. At the same time, humorous characters often find it hard to be loved. The atmosphere between Yakuma Azuma, Megumi, and that fat woman made Ari unable to stop worrying. She felt like she had been excluded from that circle. She really couldn't stand it any longer. Ari's cherry lips parted slightly, trying to say something impressive. But after some stuttering, she ended up getting stuck at the final step. A tsundere like Ari inherently lacked the courage to go further. Her gaze no longer dared to rest on the boy's face. As she looked around the messy room, she finally stopped at a novel on the table. I just came to borrow Azuma's book, couldn't sleep, what is Azuma thinking about? In the end, Ari still acted tsundere. Yakuma Azuma wasn't surprised to hear this and straightened up. He reached for the novel on the table. Is this the one Ari meant? Ari glanced at it, feeling it was somewhat familiar, and nodded. She remembered that this was the book Yakuma Azuma had read on the plane. Yakuma Azuma stroked the title on the cover, his gaze carrying a hint of nostalgia. A letter from an unknown woman. A short novel by the famous Austrian author, Stefan Zweig. But this book, didn't Ari already read it? Yakuma Azuma's words made Ari, who was deep in her own regret, freeze. Huh? I already read it? Ari pointed to herself in confusion. She had no memory of this book whatsoever. To be honest, she read very few famous novels that didn't have a 2D vibe. If she had really read it, she would have at least some recollection of it. Yakuma Azuma heard this and just gave a helpless smile. He sat down on the edge of the bed. Yakuma Azuma flipped the cover of the book. So you've forgotten? It was at my place when Sayuri Oba-san said she couldn't pick up Ari that day. So Ari came over to my place for a while, and in my room, we read this book together. I remember, Ari even said it was the first time she came to a boy's room. Forgetting a first like this. Could it be that Ari's actually lying to me? Yakuma Azuma's words acted like Ecchi unlocking Pandora's box. Ari's memories quickly came flooding back. I didn't lie to you. That really was my first time. She immediately retorted without thinking. How could she forget that? That afternoon, her mother had suddenly texted her, saying there were guests visiting at home and she couldn't pick her up. After Yakuma Azuma found out, he invited her to his house for a bit. What kind of mood was Ari in when she came here? Anyway, at that time, Ari had taken on the role of Kashiwagi Iri-sensei. Her mind was full of hentai thoughts. After all, being invited to a boy's house with no one else around. In a situation like that, no matter how you looked at it, it was bound to lead to that. So, with all these non-child-friendly images filling her head, Ari couldn't focus on reading the book at all. So, at that time, was Ari too busy thinking about dirty things to read the book? Ecchi Yakuma Azuma smiled and lightly shook the novel in his hand. I'm not a pervert. Isn't it your fault, Azuma? You suddenly invited me into your room and even said the bed was very soft. Ari's embarrassment erupted, and she decided to speak out without holding back. By saying things like that, didn't you mean to do something to me? You pulled me to sit on the bed, wasn't that supposed to lead to that kind of situation? Ari lowered her head, letting out small, embarrassed noises, her golden hair gently swaying. But after saying all of this, after a long pause, she didn't hear any response. Ari cautiously lifted her head. She saw Yakuma Azuma wearing an awkward smile. This was the first time Ari had seen such an expression on him. To be honest, I did think about it. Even saying the bed was very soft, I realize now that was embarrassing. The weather was nice, the place was perfect, I had everything prepared, but in the end, I didn't dare to go further. Yukima Azuma's words left Ariri wide-eyed. Huh? Huh? She gasped, her mouth open in shock, revealing her small canines. The images of that day suddenly flashed in her mind. Ariri didn't think and let the words slip out of her mouth, so why didn't you do it? I had made up my mind before I even stepped into Azuma's room. Because at that time, you were so stiff, your caution was practically written all over your face. I had to think about your feelings. Huh? That was just because I was nervous. How could I not be nervous? That was the place I was going to leave a memory of my life. I had already prepared myself. Ariri jumped up, her emotions rushing out as she grabbed the hem of Yukima Azuma's shirt. I was ready to create that memory. And in the end, nothing happened. After I went home, I cried to my mom so hard, I started doubting myself. Then, until I met you again, I kept thinking, am I not attractive enough? Not enough to make Azuma react? Yukima Azuma looked at the girl in front of him, who had completely thrown away her pride. A pause filled his mind. At that time, Azuma had only experienced one relationship, so his understanding of girls' psychology was still limited. This inevitably led to some misunderstandings. Although he had gained more experience later, things that became memories often made people reluctant to delve deeper. Memories would slowly shape the beliefs that remained in the heart. There was no doubt about it, Yukima Azuma liked Ariri. But he rarely took the initiative, and most of the time, he was the one being pushed and pulled by her. He wanted Ariri to be a little more proactive. And this wasn't without reason, stemming from what happened back then. As a result, it seemed like a misunderstanding had occurred. Take a deep breath. Yukima Azuma smiled his usual smile. So Ariri has come here today, and you've already prepared yourself, right? Yukima Azuma's words made Ariri, who had just given up everything, suddenly regain the shy feeling of a girl. She tightly grasped the hem of Yukima Azuma's shirt. Lowering her head, after a long while, she let out a small. Perhaps it was because of the collapse that led to the recovery. Anyway, Ariri had seized this opportunity. After receiving Ariri's affirmative response, Yukima Azuma took her soft hand. He pulled her forcefully towards him. Her bright golden hair naturally fell into his embrace. Her body remained stiff, unable to handle the situation. Yukima Azuma raised his hand and gently lifted Ariri's delicate chin. Then he lowered his head. The breathing grew deeper. Ariri's body, which had been stiff due to tension, gradually softened, like it was melting. Yukima Azuma shook his head and smiled helplessly. This matter was now settled. His clever fingers rested on the button of her blouse. Once unbuttoned, nothing stood in the way. From this, one could see how much determination Ariri must have had to gather the courage to come here. Well, taking lessons from previous times. If I wrote any more, I fear the appearance of the legendary censorship beast. But if it stopped here, and still killed, it would truly make one want to vomit blood. At this point, let's look out at the night sky in the distance, the meadows under the starlight, and the melodious call of the night bird. By the way, sharing a poem with everyone, hold hands, gently pulling into the curtain, shyly smiling, the light dimmed slightly. Gold needles pierce the peach blossom stamen, not daring to speak loudly, silently frowning. Alright, today's sharing ends here. Note, no segs for you and me, _. The next morning, Kato Megumi approached Ariri and gently sniffed with her small nose. Then she exclaimed, Ariri smells really nice, like a ripe pear. Eh? Really? Oh, right, I just switched to a new shampoo, it smells like pear. Ariri's eyes flickered slightly. This fragrance. The scent of a lie. Sawamura Spencer Ariri. Is that so? Sounds nice. Kato Megumi nodded thoughtfully. At the door of the villa, Kasumijoka Utaha waved, what's taking so long? We need to catch the flight today. They all carried the luggage they'd prepared and set off for home. This trip to Hokkaido, though there were obstacles, could still be called a perfect ending. Before leaving, the three girls all turned back to look at the villa one last time. Especially Ariri, who stared at one particular room, lost in thought for a moment. However, when leaving, there was no sadness as imagined. After all, this was just a comma. Whether it was Toei Agasaki's future school break trip or the camping trips during the semester, there would be many more opportunities for the whole group to travel together. So, it was completely unnecessary to cling to a moment and not let go. Chapter 133, Yukino Shita Yukino, Am I Being Seduced by a Handsome Man Plan? Tokyo. July. Laplace Corporation. July at Laplace Corporation was as busy as the sweltering heat of the weather. Laplace Bunko was putting all its efforts into promoting the second volume of the light novel series Youth. At the same time, they were pushing forward with the project to make a movie version of the anime. Typically, from scheduling the shoot to the official release in theaters, a movie would take 1 to 2 years. But Laplace Corporation wanted everything done in 1 month. Unfavorable voices from the outside had started to grow louder. The related keywords had appeared on the hot search more than once. The head of the business department had asked Yukino several times whether they needed to spend money to remove those hot searches. But she simply replied, no need. Beyond the publisher Laplace, the most important part of Laplace Corporation's actual business had also stepped into the spotlight. Currently, the company was working to resolve relationships, register various patents and trademarks. Haze. Yukino sighed softly. Yakama Azuma placed a souvenir from Hokkaido on her desk and casually asked, what's wrong? Yukino hugged the gift box in front of her. Then her entire body collapsed onto the box, looking like a young girl who was disappointed after trying her best but getting a terrible result. Am I really fit for this position? The question seemed like Yukino was asking Yakama Azuma, but also like she was questioning herself. This kind of low mood was nothing surprising. Laplace Corporation was struggling with patent registrations and other business matters. Let's mention it again, in Japan, this is a society heavily influenced by hierarchy and personal relationships. Note, this is true for every country, not just Japan. Laplace Corporation had now grown too large. It was inevitable that they would eventually be targeted by some people. Those wanting a share of the profit pie, of course, were not few. It was just that now they had found an opportunity. Laplace Corporation was involved in a vast amount of work and labor positions, so violent measures could not be used. If that happened, it would likely cause instability in society. However, that did not mean there were no ways to exploit. Currently, being rejected for a registration application was the most basic form of indirect exploitation. If you don't have enough background or proper connections, the only choice is to spend money to get it through. Otherwise, even the simplest application could be delayed for 1 or 2 years. After all, those procedures would only be processed at the last time limit. Anyway, those people always had time. These things had almost become unspoken words in society. Yukino was now lying flat on the desk, her face full of exhaustion, as she understood these truths. Yukino, who was always righteous, despised such things. But she also did not have the ability to solve the problem in a fair and just manner. If she persisted, it would only hinder the development of Laplace Corporation. After graduation, Yukino had been tortured by society for a whole year, almost unable to survive in Tokyo, but she still didn't waver from her righteous principles. But now, with Laplace Corporation on her shoulders, the young girl began to doubt herself. Would continuing like this yield good results? Maybe sometimes being too rigid makes you break, perhaps flexibility is needed at the right time? These inner struggles, of course, Yukino couldn't share with anyone. But the boy in front of her was an exception. He might understand. Yakama Azuma approached the desk and poked Yukino's cheek as she slumped on the desk. When Yakama Azuma touched her cheek, Yukino's fair, snow-white skin quickly flushed a pale pink. But after waiting for a while, no response came. Moreover, the boy's finger seemed to be advancing more and more. So, Yukino took a breath, lifted her cheek, and pushed Yakama Azuma's finger away. President. I'm being serious here. Her tone, like a concubine advising the emperor to focus on state affairs. Don't worry, I've already handled those things. Yukino doesn't need to doubt yourself, you haven't done anything wrong. Yakama Azuma's words made Yukino raise her head. She blinked her jet-black eyes, which resembled precious stones. What did you do? She asked curiously, her eyes filled with exploration. If Yakama Azuma were planning to bribe someone, he would definitely not tell her. Instead, the two would maintain a mutual, unspoken understanding. But the fact that he was speaking now proved that this was not a solution based on the usual unspoken rules. This piqued Yukino's curiosity. Just sell a little handsome. Yakama Azuma murmured half-jokingly. As a result, Yukino immediately jumped up. She pulled Yakama Azuma, who was standing by the desk, closer, carefully checking him from top to bottom. She flipped up his collar to check for any strange marks on his neck. She even considered unbuttoning his shirt to check his physical condition. As the young lady of the Yukino family, Yukino understood the dark depravity of the upper class. The wealthy ladies in Tokyo had tricks that were no different from torture. Seeing the situation escalate in a strange direction, Yakama Azuma quickly reached out to hold Yukino, who was becoming agitated. I'm just kidding. Yakama Azuma gently pressed her shoulder, forcing her to sit back down. That kind of thing can't possibly happen, right? Not finding anything unusual on Yakama Azuma's body, Yukino slowly regained her composure. With his personality, there was no way he would do something like that. She had overreacted earlier. Yukino widened her eyes, feeling frustrated that he could say such nonsense. In fact, I asked the mother of a friend. She holds a lot of power but is almost never involved in investments. I think Laplace Corporation could collaborate with her, working together to overcome difficulties as both investor and investee. Yukino Azuma's words were vague, but Yukino roughly understood the situation. She even guessed who the friend Yukino Azuma was referring to was. This solution could be said to be perfect. If she had to find a problem, it would be, why would the other party want to invest in Laplace Corporation? Yukino knew the answer to this question. Because the person they were investing in wasn't the company with vague prospects, but Yukino Azuma the radiant person was the real reason for the investment. If she were an investor, she would also bet on Yukino Azuma, and it would be a big bet. I understand. The rest, I'll try my best to handle. Yukino's voice was somewhat melancholic. In such gray areas, she truly couldn't help Yukino Azuma much. The only thing she could do was, in the bright light, try her best to do everything well. Yukino, I can't be without you. Having been told this, Yukino naturally didn't want to disappoint Yukino Azuma because of his choice. Just as Yukino was about to turn her gaze back to the mountain of documents piled on her desk, Yukino Azuma's finger pinched her cheek again. Been a few days since we met, have you lost weight? Yukino Azuma asked, his tone was firm. You must be overworking yourself lately, not eating properly, right? Come back early tonight, I'll cook soup for you. Yukino sighed lightly. She tilted her head, letting it lean towards Yukino Azuma's finger. She always felt that Yukino Azuma was using some kind of handsome man strategy to keep her working. If not, why would he be so kind to her out of the blue? Flirting with her over and over, why not just marry her already? Yukino suddenly froze. She just remembered something. It seemed Yukino Azuma next to her was still not of marriageable age. Realizing this, Yukino couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, as if she were a middle-aged cow liking young grass. Oh well, even if it's a handsome man strategy. Since hearing the words I can't be without you, she had no other choice but to stay by his side. Therefore, even if it's bait, she would willingly bite without hesitation. About half an hour later, Yukino Azuma left Yukino's office. After he left, Yukino went to the restroom to wash her face. Then, she returned to her desk. Her gaze fell on a gift box on the table. With a sense of expectation, she reached out to open it. Inside the box was a cute penguin-shaped stuffed animal. Its expression resembled that of a certain boy. There was no distinctive feature of Hokkaido. But Yukino really liked it. She looked around the office. Finally, Yukino placed the penguin-shaped stuffed animal, which resembled Yukino Azuma, in a corner of her desk. It was placed where she could easily reach out and pinch it anytime. Just as she finished setting it up, a knock echoed at the door. Director Yukino Shida, there have been some recent changes in the company's senior management. I brought the list for you. A pleasant female voice came in. Come in. Yukino withdrew her hand and returned to her usual cold demeanor as the icy goddess. Ishiki Iroha pushed open the door and walked into the office, handing Yukino the list. As Yukino glanced over the list, Iroha's gaze inadvertently fell on the penguin on the desk. A slight disturbance stirred within her. Ishiki Iroha had also graduated from Toei Agasaki Academy. Although she was a year older than Yukino, she had heard of the person who created the year of Yukino Shida. After joining the company and interacting a few times, Ishiki Iroha had gradually developed admiration for this kuhai. But this beautiful, icy woman who had once been completely solitary during her school years. Did she like toys like this? And even placed it in her office, a non-private space? Ishiki felt that this wasn't like Yukino Shida's style at all. Or perhaps, she was subtly showing a contrast. Like a young girl just starting to feel the first stirrings of love. Who could it be? The one who had melted the cold heart of this director. Curiosity surged within Iroha. Meanwhile, after leaving Laplace Corporation, Yukino Azuma headed toward the Sawamura house. He had been invited to lunch at the Sawamura household today. Sayuri's invitation was within Yukino Azuma's expectations. But what surprised him was that last night, Sayuri suddenly changed her attitude and actively approached him. Now that he had Sayuri, facing Sayuri made Yukino Azuma feel an extra 3 layers of pressure. Hearing the doorbell at the Sawamura house, the door at the entrance immediately opened. Oh, it's Yukino-kun. Come in, come in. Sayuri greeted him with a genuine smile, extending her hand to pull him inside the mansion. Sayuri Oba-san. Why call me san? It sounds so distant. From now on, just call me Sayuri. Is that really alright? Of course, what's wrong with it? You know, our Sawamura family doesn't have those complicated rules. Then, please just call me Azuma. Seeing the smile on Sayuri's face almost stretched to her ears, Yukino Azuma understood that Sayuri had definitely spilled the beans. Or at least Sayuri had noticed a slip-up. But that wasn't too surprising. Sayuri was never the type to keep things secret. Sayuri was smart, and more importantly, she understood her daughter better than anyone else. From the moment Yakama Azuma met Sayuri, he did not expect this to be hidden from Sayuri. Chapter 134, Declaring the harem in front of Sayuri. Sayuri had stayed at home for the past 2 days while her daughter was traveling. Each night, she slept on the new smart bed. After cooking meals, she didn't even need to wash the dishes herself. The experience was truly wonderful. Upon receiving this gift from Yakama Azuma, Sayuri began to ponder. Should she bet on him? If Sayuri had a son, she wouldn't hesitate to place all her trust in Yakama Azuma. Letting a high-quality stock like this slip away would truly be a loss. But for her daughter, all she wanted was for the girl to live a peaceful and happy life. No matter how high-quality a stock may be, there's always the risk of it dropping in value. For years, Sayuri hadn't gambled because she didn't want Sayuri to face even the slightest risk. The Sawamura family's assets were already enough for Sayuri to live carefree for a lifetime. But this time, the gamble was different. Her daughter had long since fallen into the quagmire calling love. Sayuri didn't hesitate for long. After a brief moment of deliberation, she almost immediately decided to take the gamble. It was inevitable, after all. No matter how much she tried to hold her ground, it was meaningless now. Sayuri only hoped her daughter could fight for herself a little in the future. Tsundere attitudes rarely have happy endings. After all, the girls around that boy were simply too exceptional. This should have been a full-blown harem carnage long ago. The fact that it remained peaceful until now was entirely due to how outstanding that young man was. But if things kept stagnating, even without a harem carnage, her foolish daughter would struggle to secure an important position. Over the past few days, while Sayuri was pondering how to encourage her daughter to take a more proactive approach, Sayuri returned from Hokkaido. The moment Sayuri stepped into the house, Sayuri noticed something was off. The aura around her daughter had completely transformed. The sour little pear from before had suddenly matured into a sweet, fragrant one that couldn't be hidden. This sudden change left Sayuri slightly stunned. She hadn't expected her daughter to make such progress during this trip. If it had just been the two of them, there was a chance of some youthful accidental gunfire. But this time, there were 4 people on the trip. To make progress in such a situation, something must have happened. Out of curiosity, Sayuri asked a few probing questions. As a result, Sayuri barely got a few words out before her face turned bright red with embarrassment, and she ran straight to her room. Sayuri didn't manage to extract any concrete information. But it didn't matter. Wasn't there still someone else involved? Sayuri smiled kindly. At the Sawamura residence. Dragged inside by Sayuri, Yakama Azuma had just finished changing into indoor slippers when 2 fluffy bundles rushed into his arms. Hogyokamaru nimbly climbed onto Yakama Azuma's shoulder and squatted down. Shirotamaru lay on Yakama Azuma's arm, affectionately rubbing against him. "They're not bothering you, Sayuri, are they?" Yakama Azuma still wasn't used to addressing her by name directly. "Not at all. These 2 are so well behaved. Now that you're back, I almost don't want to let them go," Sayuri replied with a smile. These 2 intelligent little cats had given Sayuri the full joy of owning pets. But as for whether she wanted to have one at her own house, Sayuri felt it was better to pass on that idea. She didn't think spending a fortune on a cat would necessarily bring satisfaction. Finding the right one was a matter of luck. Her daughter's luck, however, seemed to be quite good. If she really wanted to have one, perhaps Sayuri could try her luck. The 2 of them entered the Sawamura living room, one after the other. This is the first time Sayuri invited Yakama Azuma to her house, yet she didn't urge him to go see Sayuri. "Have a seat, let's have a little chat." Sayuri sat down on one side of the table. She first picked up the teapot she had prepared earlier and poured 2 cups of tea. One of the cups was pushed toward Yakama Azuma. Then, Sayuri rested her elbows on the table, propping her delicate face up with both hands. Yakama Azuma sat opposite her, not tense, but very serious. "So, you 2 have done it, haven't you?" "Yes." Right from the start, she dropped a heavy bomb. But Yakama Azuma, fully aware of Sayuri's personality, wasn't surprised at all and simply nodded calmly. "Honestly, I shouldn't meddle, but I just can't hold back my curiosity. Can you tell me the reason? Why did you suddenly change, Azuma-kun? Weren't you waiting for Sayuri to take the initiative?" "Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too." "Really, it's fine." Sayuri spoke as she motioned for Yakama Azuma to drink his tea. This wasn't just a question born of curiosity. More importantly, she wanted to understand what Yakama Azuma truly thought. In the past, Sayuri and Yakama Azuma's relationship had fallen apart. The main issue had always been Sayuri's personality. Since their reunion, It was clear that Yakama Azuma had been trying to guide Ariri toward maturity, helping her shed some of her childish tendencies. Sayuri knew this well and fully approved. A little maturity in Ariri was undoubtedly a good thing. But now, Yakama Azuma had quietly eaten Ariri clean. Sayuri needed to know what he was thinking. Had Azuma given up on changing Ariri's personality? Or had he decided to embrace her tsundere nature and spoil her to the end? Or was it simply that he had taken her without any promises for the future, risking another collapse like before? Yakama Azuma lifted the teacup and took a sip. Sayuri's tea was excellent, made from high-quality leaves imported from the best sources. The flavor was truly exquisite. After placing the teacup down, Yakama Azuma smiled wryly. "You've misunderstood, Sayuri. It's not that I've changed, it's that Ariri has changed." Yakama Azuma's response left Sayuri momentarily stunned. He then recounted the story of drawing fortunes at the shrine. After understanding the whole story, Sayuri couldn't help but hold her forehead. If she had known things could be this simple, she would have taken Ariri to visit every shrine in Japan to draw fortunes long ago. Of course, Sayuri also understood that her daughter's transformation wasn't solely due to one fortune slip. It was the result of small changes accumulating over time. The shrine visit was merely the final straw that tipped the scales. But now, all of Sayuri's prior assumptions had to be discarded. If the change had been Ariri's initiative, then based on Sayuri's keen judgment of people and her understanding of Yakama Azuma, she was certain, no matter what happened, Yakama Azuma would never let go of Ariri. However. "So, what do you plan to do next, Azuma-kun? Don't you still have other girls around you? The novelist who went on the trip with you, and Kato Megumi, the heroine of the light novel you wrote, they're even friends with Ariri." For someone of Sayuri's standing, asking this was akin to posing a deadly question. Yet Yakama Azuma's gaze didn't waver. "I will open a harem." Without a hint of hesitation, he declared. Yakama Azuma had never considered the idea of choosing. Only children need to choose, he wanted it all. Having once tasted loneliness, he never wanted to return to those days again. Whether it was Kasamijoka Utaha, Kato Megumi, Ariri, Bachi, or Yukino Shita Yukino, Yakama Azuma wanted to keep them all close. This had been his intention from start to finish, and he never planned to hide it. To say something like that in front of Ariri's mother? Sayuri pointed to herself, feigning shock. Yakama Azuma nodded. Sayuri stared at Yakama Azuma for a moment, then her smile returned. "How nice. If Ariri's father had half your courage, perhaps we all could have lived together." Note, she means herself and Mr. Spencer's harem. She is the winner in harem war. Sayuri picked up the teapot and poured more tea into Yakama Azuma's cup. "Even if you want to open a harem, I'll support you. But there's just one condition, you know what it is, don't you?" Yakama Azuma finished the freshly poured tea in one gulp and nodded. "I will bring happiness to Ariri. That, I believe, Azuma-kun. Good luck." Sayuri encouraged the young man in front of her, the one who had just declared his intent to create a harem and taken her daughter. As long as Ariri could be happy. A harem? Well, then a harem it shall be. Sayuri wasn't the least bit conservative. In fact, she even thought that Ariri had difficulty finding genuine friends. If her daughter could get along well with her new sisters, it might actually be a good thing. "Alright then, I need to cook lunch now. You can head up to the second floor and find Ariri yourself." Sayuri stood up and walked toward the kitchen. But halfway there, she turned back. "Oh, right. There's a party in Tokyo tonight. Would you like to go, Azuma-kun?" Hearing this, Yakama Azuma gave an awkward smile and shook his head. "Not tonight. I just got back from Hokkaido, and I've got a lot to catch up on." Sayuri didn't seem to mind his response. As she entered the kitchen, her voice drifted out lightly. "Suit yourself. Remember to ask someone to bring your things this afternoon." "All right." Yakama Azuma replied, not asking what things to send. Sayuri had made it clear enough. Before lunch. There was still a little time left. Yakama Azuma climbed the stairs of the Sawamura house, heading toward Ariri's room on the second floor. Unlike last time, when he had politely knocked on the door, this time, Yakama Azuma pushed it open and walked right in. Ariri was sprawled over her desk, intensely focused as she moved her pen across the tablet. As Yakama Azuma approached, he realized she was once again working on a jinshai. Hearing footsteps draw closer behind her, Ariri glanced up briefly. Seeing that it was Yakama Azuma, her gaze wavered slightly, but instead of yelling out in embarrassment like before, she simply lowered her head a little, allowing her golden hair to hide her reddened cheeks. "Azuma. Why are you here?" Yakama Azuma effortlessly pulled Ariri into his embrace, then sat down where she had been before. "Of course, because I missed you. But didn't we just this morning?" "Yeah, We just said goodbye this morning, didn't we? Wait, Ariri, are you thinking about something? Ecchi? I am not. I wasn't thinking that. Ariri started squirming, refusing to sit still in Yukima Azuma's arms. She genuinely thought he had come over because he couldn't resist himself. Yukima Azuma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All he could say was, Sasuga Kashiwagi Iri-sensei. His eyes shifted toward the digital tablet Ariri had been working on. It wasn't the usual dark-themed jinchai she often drew. This time, it seemed to be a pure love story vanilla. And the content of the jinchai was, Ariri, your storytelling skills have improved quite a lot. Are you planning to sell this one at Comic-Con? How could I sell this? This is just something I'm drawing for fun, to practice. Embarrassed and annoyed, Ariri flashed her small, sharp canine tooth and bit down on the arm wrapped around her. This time, however, there was no bloodshed. Yukima Azuma didn't feel any pain. In fact, it only tickled slightly. At this point, Ariri's tiny fang could no longer hurt Azuma at all. Chapter 135, Sayuri decides to take a gamble. After Yukima Azuma left the Sawamura residence, Ariri saw her mother, Sayuri, walking into the kitchen with a tray of dishes. But instead of putting them into the sink, Sayuri placed them into a machine that looked very familiar to Ariri. Leaning against the kitchen counter, Ariri asked in surprise, Mom, where did this machine come from? Sayuri, after washing her hands, turned to her daughter. Of course, it's a gift from Azuma-kun. Hearing that, Ariri immediately broke into a sweet smile, as if she had just received a treat. Seeing her daughter smile so happily, Sayuri could only shake her head in exasperation. Too easily pleased. Just a bit of sweetness, and this girl could be cheerful for the entire day. Sayuri thought to herself that if she were a man, she would also choose an innocent girl like Ariri to build a harem with. A little more coaxing, and perhaps this girl would even agree to let him hold another girl's hand right beside her. Sayuri shook her head, pushing those unhealthy thoughts out of her mind. She turned back to glance at the dishwasher. A gift from Yukima Azuma was not something easily obtained. Speaking of which, Mom, why did you suddenly start calling him Azuma-kun too? Ariri asked awkwardly, her curiosity tinged with suspicion, as if she was worried her mother had discovered something. Sayuri shot her a glance but didn't bother answering. Instead, she changed the subject. There's a banquet tonight. Come with me, Ariri. Hearing that, Ariri could only nod blankly. Usually, for such events, Sayuri would casually ask her if she wanted to go. Ariri, on the other hand, would only occasionally attend if she had free time. The atmosphere at these banquets wasn't exactly to her liking. She had to maintain the demeanor of a proper Uchiha-sama, unable to freely play around or act childlike as she did at home. She even had to conceal her true self more skillfully than when she was at school. However, the peers at these banquets generally only exchanged a few polite words, and nothing too troublesome ever happened. So, Ariri didn't exactly dislike these events. What Ariri didn't realize was that the courteous and graceful behavior of the people at these banquets wasn't because they were particularly cultured or noble. It was simply because she bore the name Sawamura Spencer. That evening, Ariri donned an elegant evening gown that covered her entire body, not even exposing her collarbone. Such attire would undoubtedly be stifling in the summer. But in the air-conditioned banquet hall, with even the car ride there being climate-controlled, there was no major issue. Mom, what's going on today? When Ariri descended the stairs and saw her mother, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Usually, Sayuri attended banquets in a simple long dress. Although Sayuri was naturally beautiful, her charm untouched by time, and could look stunning in anything, tonight she had truly dressed to impress. A black, form-fitting dress, a luxurious short jacket, her hair styled in an elegant updo, and an ornate hairpin as a refined finishing touch. Even Ariri, her own daughter, was left speechless. Let's go. There's much to do tonight. Sayuri, holding a folding fan, lightly waved it through the air. With her other arm, she gestured for Ariri to follow. Ariri understood now tonight's banquet was unlike the usual ones. She obediently linked arms with her mother. The two stepped into the car and headed toward the banquet. Tokyo, Shinjuku District. The heart of Japan's capital. In this bustling area, there was a grand hall used for hosting banquets, but it only opened a few hours each day. Half the year, the venue remained closed, leaving many puzzled. How did this place manage to stay operational? How could they cover electricity and water, let alone the expenses for maintenance costs? Yet as night fell, luxury cars began to slowly pull into the venue, even though it had officially ceased operations. Tonight's banquet was hosted by a veteran Japanese politician. Recently, the elections for regional representatives had concluded. The candidate backed by this politician had risen in the ranks, securing strong support in central Tokyo. This banquet is essentially a networking event, An opportunity for young politicians in the Tokyo area to showcase themselves. The guest list was extensive, including figures from both politics and business. Moreover, the invitees were not limited to Tokyo alone. Major neighboring areas like Shiba and Kanagawa prefectures also had attendees at the event. When Sayuri appeared in the banquet hall with Arari on her arm, they immediately attracted considerable attention. The younger men held their breath, while those over 37 years old showed visible surprise. Lady Sawamura, welcome. A member of parliament, brushing aside the sycophants around him, approached Sayuri and greeted her. Sayuri extended her hand for a light handshake with him. Senior Kobayashi, you truly are a teacher of extraordinary students. Sayuri's compliment brought a smile to MP Kobayashi's face. I wouldn't say I'm such an extraordinary teacher. It's just that the young ones put in a little effort themselves. After exchanging a few modest pleasantries, MP Kobayashi looked back at Sayuri with curiosity and continued the conversation. Lady Sawamura, it seems you've made quite the preparation for tonight's banquet. Would you like to have a word with my students? Sayuri opened her folding fan, gently covering her mouth, and replied, I brought my daughter with me tonight, so it's not convenient to chat with these young talents. However, I do wish to borrow the space provided by Senior Kobayashi for a brief discussion. Hearing this, MP Kobayashi looked slightly disappointed. However, Sayuri's response was reasonable. For someone like Sayuri, who rarely attended such gatherings, it made little sense for her to suddenly take an interest in a provincial MP's protégés. Although his student, a graduate of the University of Tokyo, had achieved an impressive feat by becoming a provincial MP in Tokyo at such a young age, it still wasn't enough to leave a profound impression compared to others. That said, Sayuri's desire to speak about something intrigued MP Kobayashi and sparked other thoughts. Of course, Lady Sawamura, feel free to say whatever you wish. I'll have someone prepare an extra microphone. MP Kobayashi smiled as he spoke. To him, no matter what Sayuri Sawamura intended to say, it was undoubtedly a good thing. The Sawamura family was a prominent household with significant influence among the upper class. As the sole heir to the Sawamura family, Sayuri's status had only risen after marrying a British diplomat. But a few years ago, the Spencer family's son had met with an accident. And Lady Sawamura, who had married a diplomat without changing her surname, gradually withdrew from the public eye afterward. Note, okay, I feel like I can already see the future with just this passage. Figures like Kobayashi had spent years attempting various methods to draw Sayuri back into the political arena. But Sayuri skillfully evaded all their efforts. For a prestigious family to suddenly retreat from politics was something people like Kobayashi found difficult to adapt to. However, as the years passed, there was little they could do. But tonight, Sawamura Sayuri suddenly expressed an interest in sitting at the table. Naturally, Kobayashi welcomed this wholeheartedly. For people like Kobayashi, they weren't afraid of powerful, influential families making waves in the political arena. What they worried about were individuals like Sayuri, who never stepped onto the board. Because by staying off the board, they had no way to influence or touch the cards in her possession. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kobayashi moved elsewhere. He was looking forward to what would unfold next. Sayuri, meanwhile, took her daughter to enjoy the buffet. In a corner of the banquet, two women with strikingly similar appearances were engaged in conversation with others. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the skin of these two women was exceptionally fair, akin to snow. Yuki Noshita Haruno and her mother, Mrs. Yuki Noshita. Mrs. Yuki Noshita was currently the sole MP in the Yuki Noshita family. As an MP from a major district adjacent to Tokyo, she had been invited to tonight's banquet. Since she already had plans to visit Tokyo, Mrs. Yuki Noshita naturally accepted the invitation to the banquet. Yuki Noshita Haruno, however, seemed somewhat distracted. Her gaze frequently wandered toward the golden figure in the center of the hall. Nevertheless, her social skills were impeccable. Even while distracted, Yuki Noshita Haruno's conversation and demeanor revealed no flaws. About Yakuma Azuma. Yuki Noshita Haruno had conducted thorough investigations. She was, of course, aware that Yakuma Azuma once had an ex-girlfriend named Ariri. Currently, the two were even living together. However, what Yuki Noshita Haruno had not known before was that the Ariri in question was actually Ariri from the Sawamura family. Information about Ariri had been deliberately restricted by Sawamura Sayuri, making it impossible to uncover details through conventional means. It wasn't until today, when Ariri appeared at the evening banquet, arm in arm with Sayuri, that Haruno finally understood this crucial detail. Her gaze flickered slightly. Beside Yakuma Azuma, there was someone like her. With just a bit of assistance from that person, he could easily ascend without limits. The Sawamura family was a prestigious clan even more powerful than the Yuki Noshita family. Moreover, Sawamura Sayuri was the one in power, a truly influential figure. Sayuri was Sayuri's only daughter. This further elevated Sayuri's status, and the resources Sayuri could provide were nearly limitless. If Sayuri had been a son, perhaps she wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Countless wealthy young women would line up to have their hearts broken by her. Even as a daughter, given Sayuri's attitude, Sayuri was entitled to do whatever she pleased. So then, what role was Sayuri playing by Yakuma Azuma's side? Furthermore, if Sayuri intended to bet everything on Yakuma Azuma, then where would that leave Yukino Shita Yukino, who was currently by Yakuma Azuma's side? Haruna pondered these questions. Unconsciously, she began to think of everything from a dark perspective. Because, in the political world, she had been exposed to countless murky undercurrents in the shadows. But every time her thoughts turned to that young man, they were interrupted without fail. Because she simply couldn't imagine that the boy under the sunlight that day, the boy spreading his golden wings so brilliantly, would wield her younger sister as a pawn in his grasp, to be dangled until the moment came for disposal. If such a thing were to happen to anyone else in the world, Yukino Shita Haruno wouldn't be surprised. But if it were Yakuma Azuma, Haruno couldn't picture such a scene. Haruno? Haruno? The voice of Mrs. Yukino Shita brought Haruno back to reality. Yes, mother? Haruno responded. What's going on with Yukino? Why haven't you brought her back yet? Mrs. Yukino Shita frowned. Hearing this, Haruno forced a wry smile. I'm trying to persuade her, but I need more time. Even though she hadn't seen Yukino or done anything covert since then, Haruno replied as such. Persuade? Mrs. Yukino Shita's dissatisfaction was evident. If persuasion doesn't work, just bring her back directly. Never mind, I'll go myself in a few days. Hearing this, Haruno sighed quietly in her heart. There was nothing she could do. Chapter 136. From today, get familiar with Laplace Corporation. In recent years, the situation of the Yukino Shita family has not been very favorable. Mrs. Yukino Shita, considered the backbone of the family's revival, has been under immense pressure. A few years ago, Japan's economic bubble burst. The real estate industry, once inflated to extraordinary heights, collapsed into ashes in the blink of an eye. Many families far wealthier than the Yukino Shita family were completely ruined or severely damaged by this bubble burst. However, thanks to Mrs. Yukino Shita's sharp insight, the Yukino Shita family did not plunge headfirst into the real estate industry but withdrew in time, thereby preserving their wealth. Nevertheless, in Chiba, where the Yukino Shita family's foundation lies in construction, they could not escape signs of decline amidst the significant economic shifts. After painstakingly stabilizing the family's current ventures, Mrs. Yukino Shita constantly searched for new directions for the family's future development. Expanding business into neighboring districts seemed like a good step forward. However, in Tokyo, which borders Chiba, entering the market was exceedingly difficult for the Yukino Shita family. Thus, Mrs. Yukino Shita shifted her focus to Gaifu. Recently, an unexpected incident occurred, one that no one could have predicted. This disruption might cause unpredictable repercussions throughout the whole melody of their plans. Madame Yukino Shita seized an opportunity and proactively approached a member of parliament named Kobayashi. Legislator Kobayashi, good day. You look particularly healthy today. She greeted. Kobayashi turned his head, saw Mrs. Yukino Shita, and took a moment to recall her identity. Oh, it's Mrs. Yukino Shita. Good day to you. He responded. The two exchanged simple pleasantries. Kobayashi had no intention of fostering closer ties with Mrs. Yukino Shita, it was merely social etiquette. After all, outside the Yukino Shita family circle, Mrs. Yukino Shita's political influence was even less significant than one of Kobayashi's protégés. Though the Yukino Shita family was highly regarded in Chiba, they truly held no weight in Tokyo. Mrs. Yukino Shita had anticipated Kobayashi's attitude. I've come from Chiba and brought some local specialties as a small gift. I hope Legislator Kobayashi will kindly accept them, she said. The items have been placed near the garage. It's just a token of goodwill. I hope Legislator Kobayashi won't refuse, she added. Hearing this, Kobayashi instinctively raised an eyebrow. Is it something valuable? If so, Mrs. Yukino Shita, I'd kindly ask you to take it back, he said. Gifts from Chiba didn't hold much significance to him. If there were strings attached, he would certainly refuse. Oh, no. It's just a few local specialties, Mrs. Yukino Shita quickly assured him and then casually asked, by the way, have you heard about the recent comet incident? It seems to have fallen in Gaifu. Kobayashi immediately grasped the implication behind her words. She wanted to know if the National Assembly had any plans regarding the comet disaster in Gaifu and what the future prospects in the area might be. This wasn't a major secret, so he didn't mind sharing. Of course, I've heard. The National Assembly has been grappling with this issue, though thankfully the disaster hasn't spread widely. he said. The meteor fell in the mountains of Gaifu, affecting a nearby inland lake. Rescue efforts are still ongoing there. The local mountain residents have to be relocated, and infrastructure will certainly need to be rebuilt. But, as you know, after the economic bubble burst, there's a businessman with the surname Suao who donated a piece of land after the disaster to temporarily resettle the locals. It has truly eased the country's burden, he explained. At this point, Kobayashi seemed satisfied but refrained from elaborating further. Mrs. Yukinoshita echoed his sentiments with a few remarks and then took her leave. Kobayashi's message was clear. Gaifu had suffered a disaster. The National Assembly intended to provide emergency relief and stabilize the population's morale. After all, once the local council elections concluded, the National Assembly elections would follow shortly. However, the National Assembly had no money for such efforts. The only solution was to rely on others to foot the bill, with the government potentially issuing some favorable policies in return. Currently, the prestigious Suawa family in Gaifu had already taken the lead in this effort. As the most prominent family in Gaifu, the Suawa family was an old, noble lineage with a much deeper foundation than the Yukinoshita family. Furthermore, they were firmly rooted in Gaifu. If the Yukinoshita family wanted to make an impact in Gaifu and gain rewards in the future, the best choice was to collaborate with the Suawa family. How to establish this collaboration, however, was not something Kobayashi cared about. He had already shared all the relevant information. As for the gift from Chiba, he accepted it without any guilt. Back in a corner of the evening banquet hall, Mrs. Yukinoshita fell into deep thought. The Suawa family. Previously, the Yukinoshita family had almost no ties with the Suawa family. How could she establish this relationship now? Conversations like those between Kobayashi and Mrs. Yukinoshita were countless in this evening banquet hall. The atmosphere was unusually harmonious. No one dared cause a disturbance. This was, after all, a party hosted by Kobayashi. Regardless of the circumstances, no one would dare create trouble here. As the banquet reached its midpoint, Kobayashi stepped onto the raised platform in the banquet hall. He lightly tapped his fork against his wine glass. A crisp sound echoed, gradually quieting the conversations below. All eyes turned toward him. Thank you all for attending tonight's banquet. Today, we have a guest in this hall who would like to say a few words to everyone. So, I kindly ask for 2 minutes of your time. I appreciate your cooperation. After speaking, Kobayashi downed the champagne in his hand. The entire hall was filled with curiosity. Everyone wondered who could be significant enough for Kobayashi to personally make such an introduction. The more perceptive attendees shifted their gazes toward one corner of the room. Sawamura Sayuri stood up and stepped onto the platform. Thank you, Senior Kobayashi, she said with a smile. Oh, it's a minor matter. Since you're a junior of mine, there's no need to thank me for something so trivial, Kobayashi replied, waving his hand dismissively. His words were heartfelt. For such a small favor, Kobayashi had no intention of leveraging it for any advantage. Sayuri calling him senior indeed had a basis. Before Kobayashi entered the National Assembly, the Sawamura couple had been his juniors in their field of work. Given this connection, along with Sayuri's status, Kobayashi was more than happy to extend a small favor. After a brief exchange, Sayuri stood at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am Sawamura Sayuri. May I take 2 minutes of your time? Thank you for your cooperation, she began. Upon seeing Sayuri take the stage, the audience exchanged glances. Those familiar with Sayuri were particularly puzzled. For years, the head of the Sawamura family had kept a low profile, seemingly retreating from both the political and social stages. Why would she suddenly stand up to address everyone tonight? Could it be that she was finally making her move? And if so, who would be the fortunate recipient of her support? Even Mrs. Yukinoshita, known for her sharp insights, couldn't hide her curiosity as she gazed at Sayuri on the stage. However, Mrs. Yukinoshita failed to notice the complicated expression on her eldest daughter Yukinoshita Haruno's face as she stood beside her. Recently, a junior in my family has been working on some small creations, and I found them very intriguing. Sayuri continued. Joy shared is joy doubled. So, for this banquet, I brought a few completed products to share with everyone. Consider them small gifts. If you find them useful after trying them, perhaps you might also consider similar products in the future. Currently, within the Sawamura household, we've fully embraced the products from this junior's company. Please take a moment to view this demonstration video. With that, Sayuri turned on the large screen in the banquet hall. She played an advertisement video showcasing smart home furniture produced by Laplace Corporation. All eyes in the room turned to the video. However, most attendees initially focused not on the content but on the small logo in the bottom left corner of the screen, Laplace Corporation. Some had heard of it, others had not. But from this night onward, everyone would undoubtedly remember this name. As for the video itself, some viewers recognized the potential in the smart furniture line, others were merely intrigued by its novelty. Regardless of their focus on the product, many had already begun contemplating investments in the brand. The idea of offering support or collaboration didn't even need to be spoken. After all, forget about smart furniture. Even if the video had been about handmade straw sandals, as long as Sayuri introduced them and mentioned they were made by a junior in her family, people would be willing to place orders for 70 or 80 pairs. Whether they used them or not didn't matter at worst, they could give them away as gifts. No one cared about the product's uniqueness. What mattered was who introduced it. By extending support to Sayuri now, they expected her to return the favor in the future. Have you heard of this company before? Mrs. Yukinoshita turned to ask her daughter. Haruno, who had arrived in Tokyo a bit earlier, swallowed hard and nodded. Yes, it's a newly established company. Growing very quickly. Currently, its market value has exceeded 100 billion yen. Mrs. Yukinoshita nodded, showing some interest. This 100 billion yen figure carried a special significance. It was enough for the Yukinoshita family to take note of, but not enough to fully prioritize. If supported by the Sawamura family, achieving this 100 billion yen mark wouldn't be a difficult feat. Thus, she was only mildly curious and didn't think much more about it. After all, the current business fields of the Yukinoshita and Sawamura families didn't have any clear connections. However, Haruno's eyes showed a flicker of unease. She knew that what she had just said wasn't entirely true. That 100 billion yen figure didn't come from the Sawamura family's support. It was the achievement of a young man who built it entirely on his own within less than a year. What was even more noteworthy was that the majority of this market value came from investments in products that hadn't officially launched yet. When the actual products of Laplace Corporation entered the market, combined with strong support from the Sawamura family, the market value of the company could rise to unimaginable levels. Haruno felt overwhelmed. Sayuri had placed a significant bet on Yakama Azuma, someone she was willing to invest not only resources but also time and effort in. The Sawamura family, which had maintained an attitude of gradually withdrawing from politics for many years, was now making a complete 180-degree turn because of Yakama Azuma. This was beyond Haruno's imagination. The person making the decisions was still Sayuri, not Hariri, the daughter who always stayed close to Yakama Azuma. Haruno didn't know that Yakama Azuma had not yet brought any tangible benefits to Sayuri. Sayuri had chosen to place unconditional trust in him. If Haruno knew this, she would likely be 10 times more astonished. When the video ended, Sayuri said a few more polite words. After that, she leisurely stepped down from the stage. Sayuri immediately ran up to her mother, her eyes shining brightly. "Mom, did you dress up like this today to promote Azuma's products?" Sayuri nodded. Upon hearing the answer, Sayuri smiled brightly. That smile resembled that of a girl in love, who had just received approval from her parents. "You're already proud of him even before getting married." Seeing her daughter grinning foolishly, Sayuri sighed and gently pinched Sayuri's cheek. "Oh, come on, it's not called being proud. Mom is helping Azuma now, later, he'll definitely help Mom back." Sayuri, her intentions exposed, immediately tried to justify herself. "That, I don't doubt. But that's not what matters." Sayuri understood Yakama Azuma well. But in reality, the primary reason she invested in him was largely because of Sayuri. This was, to her, like a dowry for her daughter. Chapter 137, Meeting Mrs. Yukinoshita, Breaking the Pot to Steal the Flower. "Today I will marry Yukino. The gifts have all been sent, and the rest, Azuma-kun, you'll handle from now on." Sayuri spoke over the phone. She felt that Yakama Azuma no longer needed further help. If she interfered, it might only cause more trouble. No problem, Sayuri. Do you want to invest in Laplace Corporation?" Yakama Azuma wasn't yet accustomed to calling Sayuri by her name without honorifics. "I'll pass. Azuma-kun knows I don't invest for profit." Sayuri rejected the stock offer that Yakama Azuma had intended to send her. She truly wasn't interested in investing for the benefit of Laplace Corporation. Although she understood that Laplace Corporation might become a giant conglomerate beyond imagination in the future, at this moment, she was turning down unimaginable benefits. But Sayuri didn't care. The Sawamura family's wealth was already large enough. Sayuri was not the type to be greedy and climb higher. On the contrary, she felt content with what she had. Compared to enormous profits, the thing she wanted most was for her daughter, Sayuri, to live happily. All right. Yakama Azuma didn't press the matter any further. Since Sayuri had refused, the stock would be given to Sayuri instead. When working on the next part of the White Album, he will trick Sayuri into signing the contract. After all, The foolish Yuri would never read the contract's contents. Yakama Azuma had made his decision. The eating of Yuri was one matter, and the gift from Sayuri was another one. Yakama Azuma had no intention of mixing these two things. After hanging up the phone, Yakama Azuma looked at the clock in his apartment. It was past the usual dinner time at home. But the person he was waiting for still hadn't returned. Yakama Azuma frowned. On the other side, in a private room of a high-end restaurant in Shibuya, Yukino Shita Yukino walked into the room with a dark expression. "Sister, what do you want?" Her words suddenly stopped. Yukino saw the person seated at the head of the table. It wasn't her older sister who had arranged the meeting. It was Mrs. Yukino Shita. This made the words Yukino had prepared stick in her throat, unable to be used. She stood frozen in place as though struck by a spell. Haruno was seated at the corner of the table, her face devoid of any emotion. "Out of the house for over a year, and now you've forgotten even basic manners?" Mrs. Yukino Shita's voice was very stern. Yukino took a deep breath. Then, she bowed her head to her mother. After bowing, she sat down opposite her. Without saying a word, she craned her neck to stare at Mrs. Yukino Shita. This scene surprised Mrs. Yukino Shita slightly. Her youngest daughter, who had always been terrified of her, now looked at her without hesitation. In the past, Yukino would never have dared to make eye contact like this. It seemed like living outside had made her stronger. But what good was irrational courage? "You've caused enough trouble. Come home with me." Mrs. Yukino Shita's words were non-negotiable, clearly an order. "I won't go back to the Yukino Shita house." Yukino said each word slowly. Resisting her mother was extremely difficult for her. After all, since she was a child, her mother's authority had created a psychological shadow over her. But now, even if it wasn't for freedom, it was because of that young man. Yukino Shita Yukino absolutely couldn't give up so easily and return to the golden cage called the Yukino Shita family. Yukino's resistance was to be expected. Mrs. Yukino Shita casually threw several photos and a stack of documents onto the table. "You're still stubbornly resisting while following this boy who's not even fully grown. What does it even mean? He's just a boy who needs the protection of the Yukino Shita family. Even if he's lucky enough to become famous, do you think he can resist me? When will you give up this naive idea? Fine, if you remain so stubborn and refuse to come home. I won't do anything to you since you still bear the Yukino Shita name, but I will make sure that boy has nothing left. His honor, his wealth, his fame will all be ruined." Mrs. Yukino Shita's words made Yukino leap to her feet. She placed both hands on the table and stared directly at her mother. Her fingers tightened into fists, her knuckles turning white, nails nearly digging into the palms of her hands. No matter how ruthless Mrs. Yukino Shita had been toward her, Yukino could endure. But if it involved Yakama Azuma, Yukino could never accept it. A wonderful boy like him didn't deserve to suffer any harm. He deserved to shine and to have everything go smoothly for him, without any obstacles. Yukino's breath became more rapid. "Don't touch him. Your words are just a joke. If you don't want anything to happen to him, then come back home quietly." Mrs. Yukino Shita aimed for Yukino's upright nature. If it were a matter concerning Yukino herself, with her personality, no matter how much harm she had to endure, she would stubbornly endure it. She wouldn't back down even if she were covered in injuries. But if her own desires caused harm to those around her, that was something Yukino Shita Yukino could never accept. With this type of coercion, Mrs. Yukino Shita would definitely make Yukino yield. Mrs. Yukino Shita was certain of her victory. At that very moment. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open. "This guest cannot enter." The voice of a service staff member was heard from behind. All three people in the room were stunned by this unexpected situation and looked toward the door. They saw a young man with sharp brows like a sword and eyes bright like stars, walking in swiftly. Yukino was both overjoyed and surprised when she saw Yakama Azuma arrive. Her hands, which had been clenched tightly, unconsciously loosened. But soon, in her worry, she clenched them again. Haruno's expression was unclear. She hid herself in the corner of the room, not wanting to make eye contact with him. Mrs. Yukino Shita frowned. She looked toward Yakama Azuma, who had just burst in. Suddenly, she recalled the proud image of him from a few years ago. "Excuse me, this." The service staff chased after him, repeatedly bowing and apologizing to the three women in the room, but upon seeing Yakama Azuma enter, she appeared flustered, unsure of what to do. Haruno waved her hand at the service staff, signaling her to leave. The service staff immediately understood and closed the door, quickly leaving. Yakama Azuma walked over to Yukino's side. He extended his hand, holding her hand gently, and carefully pried each of her fingers open. His fingers ran along the palm of her hand, opening her clenched fingers. He gently caressed the palm of Yukino's hand, where the marks from her nails were still visible. Then, he gently took her hand, their fingers intertwining tightly, holding on to her cold hand. "What are you all talking about?" Yukino Azuma asked as he grabbed one of the photos of himself from the table. "Talking about me? Well, that's great. Now that I'm here, let me hear what you have to say." Yukino silently watched Yukino Azuma, her gaze following him for a long while. Mrs. Yukinoshita frowned, then spoke. "This is a matter for the main Yukinoshita family. What right do you have to be here?" Yukino Azuma did not react to her words. Just like many years ago. He still didn't care at all about the Yukinoshita family. A family matter? Then it's all the more reason for me to listen, since, after all, Yukino is mine. Yukino Azuma took Yukino's hand and raised it. Their hands were intertwined, as if showing off. Mrs. Yukinoshita was so furious that she let out a laugh. Mrs. Yukinoshita pointed a finger at Yukino Azuma, laughing coldly, and asked, "Are you saying you want to marry her?" Yukino Azuma nodded naturally. "That's right." Yukino's gaze no longer lingered on her mother. To be more precise, ever since Yukino Azuma appeared, Yukino's eyes hadn't strayed from him. Now, hearing Yukino Azuma confirm that he would marry her, her emotions became a bit complicated. A fog quickly clouded her vision. Then, her nose stung, and tears started to fall down her cheek. It was just too unfair. Without even asking her opinion, he declared that he would marry her. Now, she didn't know what to say to oppose or stop him. She could only stand there, watching him, facing her mother so recklessly. What else could she do? If she opposed him? Yukino would rather die than do that. All right. Mrs. Yukinoshita clapped her hands. "What makes you think you're worthy of marrying a daughter of the Yukinoshita family?" Upon hearing this, Yukino Azuma's face showed disdain. Just like many years ago. He raised his hand and gave Mrs. Yukinoshita the middle finger. "What era are we in? Stubbornly pushing arranged marriages? Wake up, the Tokugawa shogun attended a long time ago." Mrs. Yukinoshita gritted her teeth and angrily said, "You brat, aren't you afraid of the Yukinoshita family? Don't think that just because you got lucky and have some assets, you can do whatever you want." Yukino Azuma rolled his eyes. "Do whatever I want? I'm not that reckless." Then, Yukino Azuma pointed at Mrs. Yukinoshita. "I've done my best up until now, and that's why I say no to people like you, who just do whatever they want. The Yukinoshita family? There's no one good in it. I witnessed that years ago, and my answer still stands. There are birds that are never trapped in cages, each feather shines with the light of freedom. Today, I'll take her with me, and I want to see who has the courage to stop me. Alright, enough talking. If you want Yukino, come and take her, try all you want. Of course, if you extend your hand, be prepared for it to get broken. I don't need to spell it out, do I?" Yukino Azuma grabbed Yukino's hand and walked out of the room. As they reached the door, Yukino Azuma seemed to remember something. He put his other hand into Yukino's bag, rummaged around for a while, and pulled out a dark gold business card, throwing it onto the table. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Remember this emblem, so you won't fail to recognize it later, hag." With that, Yukino Azuma opened the door and dragged Yukino outside. Mrs. Yukinoshita was so furious she was almost gasping for breath. After taking several deep breaths, she stood up and grabbed the dark gold business card from the table. On the front was an emblem that looked very unique. After a quick glance, Mrs. Yukinoshita clenched the card and crumpled it. It was definitely him. Mrs. Yukinoshita immediately recognized it, the emblem she had seen at the dinner party the night before. Laplace Corporation. Again, Yukino Azuma, and again, Laplace Corporation. Mrs. Yukinoshita was someone who didn't hesitate to use underhanded tactics. But she truly didn't dare to lay a hand on Yukino Azuma. Not to mention that Laplace Corporation already had incredible power. Moreover, behind Laplace Corporation was the Sawamura family. Mrs. Yukinoshita found it hard to believe. Why would the Sawamura family support a child from the Yukinoshita family branch like this? But no matter the reason, Mrs. Yukinoshita had to think of a way to deal with it. Yukino's arranged marriage might no longer continue. Chapter 138, the boy from years ago is standing right in front of her, and Yukino is completely falling down. You, how did you find this place? Yukino had too many questions she wanted to ask. A flood of questions surged in her mind. But in the end, she asked something entirely unrelated. Your sister sent me the location. When Yukino Azuma answered this question, his expression was somewhat unusual. Haruno had informed him. She had sent him the restaurant's information and the private room number. That's how Yukino Azuma was able to arrive so quickly. Why Haruno did this, Yukino Azuma somewhat understood. But his feelings toward Haruno were truly complicated, so Azuma decided not to dwell on it. He simply saw it as a debt he needed to repay. The two held hands, walking all the way outside the restaurant. Though it was summer, night had already fallen. A cold evening breeze blew by, and Yukino couldn't help but shiver. Noticing this, Azuma pulled her closer. The two were practically embracing each other. Feeling the warmth from the young man beside her, Yukino lightly bit her lower lip. Embarrassment and joy flooded her heart simultaneously. The two made their way to Yukino's car and got inside. But they still didn't start the car. Sitting inside, Yukino gazed at Azuma. Her eyes held an emotion. Love for the young man that was almost overflowing. So, Azuma-kun has actually known me from before? When she previously heard Mrs. Yukino mention a child who needed the Yukino family's protection, Yukino had vaguely sensed something. As the conversation continued later, Yukino had also confirmed one thing. The boy in front of her was actually the youth who, many years ago, had passed through her life in the garden of the Yukino family. A fleeting meeting from many years ago. The golden feather of the young man fell into her palm, turning into a golden hope that pulled her out of the Yukino family, like a birdcage, giving her courage, sinking deep in her heart, transforming into the bright moon in the sky. And many years later, when she fell into poverty, nearly losing her freedom, the boy threw her an olive branch. He had helped her grasp the last chance to survive, resolutely choosing her, telling her, only Yukino, burning fiercely in his chest, leaving behind an indelible red mark. Now, looking back, she finally realized. The bright moon in her heart and the red mark on her chest were the same person, two wishes fulfilled at once. Yukino felt that just asking this one question made her want to cry again. That's right, I remember. Because I couldn't forget. After all, Yukino is so beautiful, seeing you once would definitely leave a lasting impression. Should I blame myself for not telling you? Or do you want me to call you Yukino on-chan? The boy's use of on-chan completely shattered Yukino's defenses. Her face flushed, and her ears turned red as the evening sky. If possible, she wanted to hear Azuma call her that forever. After all, she'd first listen for 100 hours to her heart's content and then think about the rest. However, the side effects were too great. The feeling of embarrassment seemed unbearable for her. It took a long time for her to calm down. Yukino thought she had returned to normal, but her cheeks were still as red as ripe apples. You said you'd marry me. Is that true? Azuma blinked. He did have that thought. But whether reality would allow it was another matter. Because he would have to marry many people. Once he gained a large enough influence, he would nurture a few more members of parliament, then push for reforming the polygamy laws. And the response here is, I really think so, but I can't guarantee if it will work. What about Yukino on-chan? Do you want to marry me? Of course, if you don't want to marry me, it's fine. Even without marriage, the Yukino family won't be able to take Yukino away. By next spring, I think Laplace Corporation's money will be enough to buy the Yukino family. When it's time for marriage, Yukino might say, it's cold now, the Yukino family will go bankrupt soon. The remark about it's cold and the Yukino family will go bankrupt made Yukino shoot a strangely glance at Azuma. However, when she heard that Azuma genuinely wanted to marry her, Yukino felt as if she would melt. Even if it may not be achievable. As long as Azuma had that intention. No, to be precise, as long as Azuma had feelings for her. That was enough to satisfy her. The pure moonlight. The red lipstick mark in heart. Loving me. Yukino showed the silly smile of a girl in love. And at that moment, Azuma leaned toward her. His nose nearly touched her cheek. Yukino widened her eyes. What's going on? There was a mix of trembling and shyness in her voice. Though she was thrilled by Azuma's sudden action, Yukino still felt a little tense due to embarrassment. Is it not okay? Azuma asked, looking confused. Yukino looked into the boy's eyes, so close. Finally, she chose to close her eyes. Okay. Okay then. In the dark world, the other senses were more strongly stimulated. Yukino waited for the miraculous feeling that was about to come. As a result, in the darkness, there was a light rubbing sound. That sound was very close, just to her right. Yukino opened her eyes. She found that Azuma was fastening her seatbelt. You jerk, aho, back ha. Teased, Yukino immediately became angry. But Azuma pretended not to understand. What's going on? You still ask what's going on? I already asked Yukino if it's okay to fasten the seatbelt. What do you think? The question was about kissing. Is kissing okay? Yukino pouted and stared at Azuma. Though embarrassed, There were things that needed to be said. Yukino was not someone to back down just because she was embarrassed from being teased. Eh? Really? A kiss? Azuma leaned down again. Did Yukino really say yes? Yes. Yukino looked away and gently nodded. This time, Azuma did not pull away but came down. The soft feeling of his lips reached her. Their breath gradually became longer. She didn't know how much time had passed. Only when Azuma finally released her did she start to pant heavily. In the car, with each breath, the pink atmosphere spread further. Azuma looked at his work with satisfaction. After all, this was Yukino. She was that person, just like her name, Snow Under the Snow. If you were to talk about her beauty, it was an unreachable, unachievable beauty. It only made others admire her from afar. We should go home. Yukino spoke in a low voice. Yeah, let's go home. Yukino probably hasn't had dinner yet, so I'll make you something to eat when we get back. Azuma said with a smile. Yukino nodded upon hearing this, feeling warmth inside. The car had been silent for a long time, but it slowly started up and drove down the road in the night. Back at Yukima's house, Azuma went to cook a bowl of noodles for Yukino. Watching the beautiful girl eat her noodles, Azuma's thoughts drifted far away. Laplace Corporation was currently developing smoothly. There was nothing particularly urgent to do. Let things unfold naturally. This means that next year, the money required to buy the Yukino family is definitely not a fantasy. Therefore, at the beginning of next year, exactly on New Year's Day, Microsoft will release the computer operating system they developed. After the Microsoft system is launched, the stocks controlled by the Laplace Corporation headquarters will be worth enough to buy the Yukino family. It is foreseeable that in the future, Laplace Corporation's capital will never run short. As for promoting smart home appliances, Azuma was not very optimistic. They should sell decently, but calling it a boom in sales seemed unrealistic. After all, home appliances are large items, and the market is limited. You can't just throw away an old bed because you see an ad for a smart bed. However, with support from Sayuri, the development of this industry just needed some time. Of course, if there was a model promotion, the smart appliance brand could quickly gain more recognition. But this was something Sayuri couldn't help with. The promotion task would best involve a large hotel. Azuma quickly thought of his young disciple, whom he hadn't officially accepted yet. The Nitsuru Hotel was quite famous in Japan. After all, it was the first hot spring hotel. Even if it's only the first in the hot spring industry, it's still impressive in some regard. Perhaps they could discuss this. But that would come after he took Nitsuru as his disciple. And at least after the Ryu title tournament concluded. When was the tournament starting again? Azuma took out his phone to check. Mid-July. It lasted for a month. The final outcome would be decided at the end of August. Jin wouldn't be participating in the Ryu tournament this time. With his current 9th level shogi skills, Azuma could easily claim the Ryu title. To be honest, Azuma now hoped that Jin would participate in the Ryu tournament. Would Jin, the greatest shogi player in history, be stronger than him? Or would his 9th level shogi skills displayed on his system be more powerful? He was very curious about the outcome of that match. Moreover, facing Jin would surely accelerate the progress of his shogi skills. Aside from the Ryu tournament, there was also another important matter to handle. That was Kurokawa Akan's adolescence syndrome. Today, the second volume in the youth series, The Young of a Lonely Boy Won't Dream of a Bunny Girl Senpai, was officially released. At the end of the day, the first day's sales would also be announced. However, most of the voices on the internet were pessimistic. The most popular heroine from the previous work didn't appear in the next volume. This was truly a strange change. Some even said that the heroine of this new volume was a currently low-rated actress online. It seemed this new volume had been released hastily. The internet was filled with opinions claiming the author was just trying to make a quick, bad profit. While other publishers were celebrating, thinking this was the case. That morning, the first day's sales of The Young of a Lonely Boy Won't Dream of a Bunny Girl Senpai were updated. 3,100,000. The heroine from the first story had broken the historical record, becoming the highest first-day sales record ever. This record was held for less than a month before being broken by the second heroine in the same series. When this number was updated online, the entire light novel industry was shocked. They wondered, looking at the comments, why it was so different from reality. Didn't you all say that, right? Didn't you say that anyone who bought it was a fool? Is this what you call a boycott? Keeping Yukimi-sensei locked in the basement? Chapter 139, Supplementing Love by the Mommy Guardian. You told me, anyone who buys the new works is a fool, right? I really believed in you guys. Up there, You guys are just fooling yourselves. How could anyone actually believe that? It's Yakimi-sensei, it's not bad if you buy it, okay? I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning to queue for the first print books. I was very careful, and in the end, I only got 2 copies. LOL, I sat outside the bookstore from midnight last night, got 50 copies of the first print edition. Up there, do you still have any first print books left? I'll buy them at double the price. Are you dreaming? The first print books online have already been marked up 3 price, and I still aren't any available. Does no one care about the plot? Even though Volume 2 doesn't have Saint Megami, it's still really engaging. You can always trust Yakimi-sensei. Akane-chan's effort is so adorable too. How can you still laugh? I couldn't laugh a bit after reading it. Will she be saved in the end? Probably. She'll be saved. I think so. Yakimi-sensei, where are you? Come here and take responsibility. So, is the character in the book really Kurokawa Akane, who's being criticized online? Did you all watch the video from Love for Real? It seems like things have reversed. While social media was abuzz with discussions, a video quickly went viral. It was the official account of Namcho, a participant in the Love for Real program. The video content was simple, just behind-the-scenes clips from outside the main show. In the behind-the-scenes scenes, there were warm and peaceful moments. All the participants of Love for Real were high school students. The tricks and calculations were much fewer compared to those of adults. Especially the 3 girls participating, Sumiyuki, Kurokawa Akane, and Namcho. In fact, they were close friends in real life. If it wasn't for that, when Kurokawa Akane got into trouble, Sumiyuki and Mem wouldn't have rushed to the police station so quickly. The behind-the-scenes video stopped at a scene in the police station. Sumiyuki anxiously hugged Kurokawa Akane with a sorrowful expression. If this video had been released before the light novel was sold, it would have been heavily criticized. But now, the winds on the internet had started to change. Is it true? Are they really that good in real life? Then why was the show so intense? Clearly, they're cleaning up their reputation. What kind of background does Kurokawa Akane have to invite so many people to do this? As a light novel fan, I rewatched Love for Real from start to finish. I don't think it's fake. Kurokawa's character is really like that. Could you all just disappear if you're so obsessed with light novels? Can real people be as good as in books? Forget the book, it was just an incident during the show. Does Kurokawa Akane really deserve to die for that? I also think the criticism is a bit much. Kurokawa Akane is only 17, how can people on the internet say she deserves to die? Now, isn't this just reputation cleaning? Yes, the people involved have forgiven her, but the netizens won't let go. They've already sentenced her to death. The criticism was mostly one-sided. What was being spread on the internet were mostly parts of the event used to get views. There were people angry at those attention-seeking parts. And they said harsh words. They hid behind the internet, criticizing from their supposed moral high ground. But in reality, those giving opinions often made up only a small fraction of the people who understood the event. Most people would remain silent. Because this didn't concern them. Things that don't affect them, and they only hear part of course, they wouldn't rush to speak up. But, Yukima Azuma's actions made everyone truly understand Kurokawa Akane. Once they really understood, most people couldn't remain indifferent. It was like a child you've seen grow up, suddenly being falsely accused. You know full well that child isn't like that. At this moment, even if that child isn't related by blood to you, could you still just calmly stand by and do nothing? When the silence of the crowd started to erupt loudly, people who previously had different views on the event also began to have a chance to speak out. The one-sided views on the event would be dismissed. Conclusions that had been finalized would be reopened and could be explored again. This is a difficult but long-lasting method. When the winds completely changed, the stain on Kurokawa Akane would become a special adornment. Maybe when this story is mentioned later, some people won't like that kind of special image. But surely no one would look at it and instantly feel disgusted. Mem was following the situation online. Occasionally, she would send messages via line to Yukima Azuma to share good news. Yukima Azuma's responses, however, seemed somewhat brief. At the moment, he was on his way to Laplace Corporation, preparing to visit the film crew. The anime production team, introduced by Saga, was busy working in a professionally rented space. The director and producer of this anime were both well-known figures. Although it was an anime production location, they were also filming live-action scenes. In recent days, Kurokawa Akane had been moving back and forth between the film set and her home. Kurokawa Akane's job was to shoot the opening part of the music video for the movie. Before the movie premiered, it would be shown alongside the anime as part of a promotional campaign. In addition to shooting the music video, Kurokawa-kan also had to do voice acting for the main female character in the movie. She had no experience as a seiyuu. But since the character was based on herself, her emotions could make up for part of the technical skill. The rest, in recent days, had been taught to Kurokawa-kan by professional trainers. When Yakama Azuma arrived at the film set, almost no one noticed him. Due to the tight schedule, the working area was busy every day. Yakama Azuma didn't speak up to disturb anyone. He just quietly stood aside and watched. In the recording studio, Kurokawa-kan was focused on her work. There were a few experts around, slowly adjusting her performance. While the atmosphere seemed fine. Because Kurokawa-kan was very cooperative, learning voice acting skills tirelessly. But in Yakama Azuma's eyes, she looked like a delicate doll, being controlled by strings to perform. It had been a few days since they last met. Kurokawa-kan's condition hadn't improved from before. The good thing was, it wasn't worse either. She seemed like a beautiful doll. Working according to the instructions of others. Unaffected by the expectations of others or any other emotions. After a long period of work, everyone on the set took a short break. At this point, the director finally noticed Yakama Azuma's sudden appearance near the film set. Although they hadn't met before, he knew that this was the investor and planner for this project. He intended to approach and greet Yakama Azuma. But as soon as he stood up, he saw Yakama Azuma wave at him. The director was momentarily stunned. Then, he saw the girl, referred to by the crew as the robot doll, quickly running toward Yakama Azuma. This scene made everyone in the film set freeze. Guardian. Yakama Azuma smiled and greeted Kurokawa-kan as she ran toward him. However, Kurokawa-kan did not stop when she reached him. She rushed straight to Yakama Azuma, hugging his face, then pulling his hands up, down, and back and forth to check him carefully. It was like a mother checking to make sure her child was still intact. After checking and confirming that Yakama Azuma was fine, Kurokawa-kan finally stopped. Right after that, without any warning, the girl suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Yakama Azuma on the lips. The kiss was so sudden that even Yakama Azuma was taken aback. Wow. Wow. Naruto, so this is how it is? After spending many days together, the girl called the doll suddenly took the initiative to kiss the young man visiting the film set. This unexpected contrast left all the staff present in disbelief. Those who knew a bit about the situation were stunned. After a few seconds, Kurokawa-kan finally set her feet down and started breathing heavily. Guardian, this is... Yakama Azuma touched his lips, asking in surprise. Just as supplementing more love. Kurokawa-kan replied seriously. Yakama Azuma was stunned for a moment. He remembered that there was indeed a setting like this. Once her breath had steadied, Kurokawa-kan asked, is that enough? Do you need a little more? Yakama Azuma glanced around at the staff. Most of the female staff were now covering their faces, spreading their fingers to peek through the gaps in their hands. It was as if they were waiting for candy as a reward. That's enough for now. Yakama Azuma gently stroked Kurokawa-kan's face, saying. Upon hearing this, Kurokawa-kan nodded. Soon after, the director came over to ask if Yakama Azuma wanted to introduce anything. Yakama Azuma shook his head in refusal. He simply requested that the director pretend he wasn't there. So, after a short break, everyone on the set went back to work. This time, the staff, who had already been busy, now seemed even more motivated. Kurokawa-kan also resumed her work. But unlike earlier, when she had been an emotionless doll, now, Kurokawa-kan clearly showed more initiative. Yakama Azuma could certainly guess what his mommy was thinking. As her guardian, she had to set a good example for the child to follow. Time passed slowly. By the time it was dinner, the production team finished work for the day. Some post-production tasks had to be taken home to continue. There was no choice, time was too tight, and the workload was too heavy. Moreover, Yakama Azuma had already paid for overtime. There was nothing to complain about. As soon as work ended, Kurokawa-kan immediately returned to Yakama Azuma's side. Shall we go home? She asked. Yakama Azuma knew that when Kurokawa-kan said home, she didn't mean the Kurokawa family's house, but the place where both of them lived. The proposal was truly tempting. After all, Mommy Guardian was very obedient and took great care of others. Yakama Azuma had to use a lot of willpower to shake his head and refuse the temptation. Seeing Yakama Azuma turn her down, Kurokawa-kan's eyes were full of concern. She gently raised Yakama Azuma's face, and the two of them looked at each other. A rebellious phase? No, it's just that we can't always stay at home, and the guardian has to work too. You can't always take care of me. Then I'll quit my job. Of course not. If the guardian quits, how will you support me? Are we going to sleep on the streets? Yukima Azuma's words made Kurokawa-kan fall into deep thought. She was thinking of a way to take care of Yukima Azuma while also earning money. Noticing her thoughts, Yukima Azuma gently pinched Kurokawa-kan's cheek. Didn't we just add a little more love today? As long as we can regularly add love, that's enough. For our future, please continue working, Guardian. Hearing this, Kurokawa-kan finally nodded. Seeing her agree, Yukima Azuma handed her a light novel and a mobile phone. Chapter 140, in the book and in real life, it turns out he has already faced the whole world. Seeing what Yukima Azuma brought, Kurokawa-kan had no special reaction, simply took it. Her phone, since it was taken from her at the police station, had been confiscated by Mrs. Kurokawa. Yukima Azuma had visited the Kurokawa house once and retrieved it. Now, it had reached Kurokawa-kan's hands. For an item that could access the internet, something that once forced her almost to death. Kurokawa-kan felt neither fear nor disgust as she had imagined. Since it was brought by Yukima Azuma, she just calmly took it. However, Kurokawa-kan would absolutely never open the social media apps again. Because if she did, she might die. And if she died, no one would take care of Yukima Azuma anymore. Without a guardian, the young man would surely spiral into despair. At that point, it would be like the stormy rain again. When the young man was forced to awaken her fear of death, Kurokawa-kan would not be able to accept facing her own death. She put the phone away. Kurokawa-kan looked at the light novel in her hand. It was the second volume in the youth series. Having read the previous work, Kurokawa-kan grew fond of it. This was also one of the rare feelings she had since climbing up the bridge railing that day. Guardian, after reading, could you please write a review for me? My number and line are saved on your phone, you can call or text me. Yukima Azuma pointed at the book's cover. Similar to the book sent to Kato Megumi. This was also a manuscript of a light novel. This time they met again, Yukima Azuma could smell the lingering scent of blood from Kurokawa-kan. Though she had not been in contact with the internet, and no new wounds appeared, her condition was still not healed. Would she feel better after reading the light novel written for her? Would things improve after seeing the changes on social media? Before, Yukima Azuma just wanted to test treating adolescence syndrome on Kurokawa-kan. But now, he really hoped she could be successfully treated. When hearing Yukima Azuma's words, as always, Kurokawa-kan nodded without hesitation. The two had dinner at an ordinary family restaurant. Afterward, they temporarily parted ways. Before they separated, Yukima Azuma once again asked for a little love. Not entirely just for the flavor of a young boy. More than that, it was to reassure Kurokawa-kan. After parting ways, Kurokawa-kan returned to the Kurokawa house. When she got to her bedroom, she turned on the desk lamp, placed the book from her arms on the desk. In the past days, Kurokawa-kan had sat here countless times, reading and rereading each book. But at that time, most of the books she read were professional ones. Or scripts, backstories. It was the story of someone else. Now, Kurokawa-kan knew nothing, turned the page, and dived into her own story. When she saw her name appear in the text, she paused, her eyes fixed on it, stopping for a long while. To be honest, Kurokawa-kan really didn't remember why she entered the entertainment industry. She had almost forgotten the question herself. In the lines of text, the young girl recalled the reason and regained that reason. It was simply her passion. Just a simple love. She loved acting, dreamed of showcasing her brilliance under the camera, the dazzling lights that moved her. That was the initial reason Kurokawa-kan entered the entertainment industry. Compared to the expectations she had to bear or the achievements she had to attain, her passion was the reason she continued to strive forward. But when she truly forgot this reason, every step forward felt incredibly heavy, as if there were countless sharp blades underfoot. For her own passion, Kurokawa-kan pushed forward. As the story gradually progresses, the darkness outside the window also deepens. The moon gradually rises, finally hanging suspended in the sky. The bright moonlight shines through the window glass, casting down on the floor, stretching the tense shadow of a young girl. Inside the book, Kurokawa-kan gradually lost her direction, only left with blind effort. Like a headless fly, crashing everywhere until, in the end, after a mistake caused by trying too hard, the rage began. The words, "Invisible," danced on the paper. Outside the book, the young girl lowered her eyes. She tried to restrain herself from closing the book and tossing it aside, and insisted on reading on. Her mind was pulled back to those days. The excellent paragraphs, like small hammers. Bit by bit, they shattered the protective layer that kept Kurokawa-kan from thinking. Knowing this was dangerous, but Kurokawa-kan began to think again. Yukina Azuma said to read seriously. He even asked her to write a review. So, she had to take it seriously. Inside the book, the teenage girl, attacked by thousands of people, couldn't avoid the thought, my life ends here. So, Kurokawa-kun thought. If no one knew me, how wonderful would that be? Entering the entertainment industry was definitely a mistake. I'd rather disappear. Such thoughts turned into a real illness. The supernatural disease created in the youth series, adolescence syndrome. The young girl named Kurokawa-kun began to gradually disappear from this world. Kurokawa-kun realized, sometimes, the people around her couldn't perceive her existence. With the passing of time, the range of invisibility, from school, expanded to the whole area, the city. The time she was invisible stretched from a few minutes to hours, and even half a day. Though still existing in this world, it was as though she was out of sync with the world. When realizing this, Kurokawa-kun took her final self-rescue action. She changed into a bunny girl outfit and went to the Tokyo Library. If anyone saw her, this outfit would definitely attract attention. With that thought, Kurokawa-kun met her childhood friend. Outside the book. Because of the boy's appearance, the young girl was in great pain, but finally found the source of healing for her heart. The burning thoughts gradually reconnected. The story of peaceful life in the storm, bit by bit, was liberated. The young girl's cheeks flushed red. The emotionless doll finally learned to feel embarrassed. The days together flashed like photo in her mind, making her gently bite her lip, also giving her courage to continue reading. Inside the book, the boy and Kurokawa-kun tried many ways. They faced the whole world. But all those efforts proved useless. The world was gradually losing Kurokawa-kun. The boy realized that if he fell asleep and his thoughts stopped, he might forget Kurokawa-kun. So, the boy began to avoid sleep. At first, through willpower, then by drinking caffeine. The longest record for a human without sleep was 11 days. But in reality, only 3 days passed, and the boy's nerves were completely disordered. After realizing this, Kurokawa-kun made a decision. She decided to put sleeping pills in the boy's coffee. When the boy fell asleep and woke up again, he would truly forget Kurokawa-kun's existence. In a world without Kurokawa-kun, the boy unconsciously walked to the bridge. He stepped on the bricks they once walked on together. It felt like a sudden premonition, like waking up from a dream. On the crowded street, where there was no place for that girl, but it was vast and desolate, the boy called out Kurokawa-kun's name desperately. Meanwhile, Kurokawa-kun stood on the bridge railing, bidding farewell to the world. In the end, the boy ran as fast as he could towards Kurokawa-kun, who was falling, stretching out his hand as far as possible. Would he catch her? No one knows. Only an open-ended conclusion remains. The world may have lost Kurokawa-kun forever. Maybe the young man, with all his strength, grabbed Kurokawa-kun's hand, and together, they could face the entire world. No one else knows how it ends. But, outside the book, she is the only one who knows the ending. She trembled as she closed the book. At this moment, Kurokawa-kun couldn't stop crying. Her fingers wiped away the tears sliding down her cheeks. After struggling to regain clear vision, Kurokawa-kun took out her phone. She logged into her Twitter account. She had given up once. But the young man had taken her hand and pulled her back into this world. She would not give up anymore. Even if she couldn't succeed, Kurokawa-kun would not give up. No matter how difficult the path ahead is. From today, Kurokawa-kun would take one step at a time. But when she actually logged into her account, the imagined obstacles didn't appear as she had thought. Under her account, the number of comments had increased several times compared to the period when she was boycotted. But they weren't just insults. On stage, Kurokawa-san shines. She is the girl who works hard and has always been the one I support. She truly isn't as unpleasant as people say online. I hope everyone will understand her more. I'm sure there will be more from her. Telling stories about bullying in the industry, selfishness, messy social interactions, and affairs with many men. Do those who say these things have any basis? Do the people who claim to be Kurokawa's friends truly understand her? Do you just want to see her die? I'm a fan of Yuki Miyazuma-sensei's book. I can only say, from the writing, finally loyal to her character, looking at Kurokawa-kun's record, I don't think she's a bad person. I will definitely continue to support her in the future. Long reviews dominated the top posts. Kurokawa-kun stood frozen in place. What is this? The book. Yuki Miyazuma. Kurokawa-kun vaguely remembered that Yuki Miyazuma had contacted Mum during the stormy period. Not knowing what her was feeling, Kurokawa-kun called Mum. Moshi moshi, Nyan grr? On the other end, Mum was clearly fast asleep. Mum-chan. Kurokawa-akan's voice was dry, almost not sounding like her own. "It's me, Akan." There was some noise on the other end of the phone. Then, Mom's voice clearly became more happy. "Akan-chan. What's wrong? Are you okay?" The caring voice made Kurokawa-akan's heart tremble. "Yeah, I'm okay. I've been a little depressed these past days, but I'm fine now. If you can, could you tell me what happened during this time?" "Yukima. Azuma, what did Azuma do?" "I don't know anything, like a fool." Hearing this, Mom clearly sighed with relief. Then, her tone became a little strange. "Yukima, huh?" Mom thought for a moment. Yukima Azuma hadn't prohibited her from revealing anything. So, like a true gossip expert, Mom recounted everything Yukima Azuma had done during this time to Kurokawa-akan. The light novel written for Kurokawa-akan. 3 million copies sold on the first day. And the collaboration with Love for Real for promotion. During that process, there was a lot of pressure from social media. Most of it was mixed with personal selfishness, so what Mom said was fairly detailed, even somewhat exaggerating the difficulties Yukima Azuma had faced. Overall, he did his best for Akan-chan, but don't tell him I told you this. After the call ended, Kurokawa-akan blinked, stunned. In her days of insensitivity, there had been someone who, for her, had faced the entire world. Chapter 141, Raid on Izumi Sagiri's house the next morning. Guardian. Yukima Azuma smiled brightly and greeted Kurokawa-akan. Just like last time, Kurokawa-akan quickly ran up to him. As the distance closed, Yukima Azuma noticed something different. The sharp smell of blood that used to cling to Kurokawa-akan's body had completely disappeared. It wasn't suppressed, but completely gone. It seemed that the light novel had worked. As long as the illness in her heart was resolved, it seemed like the adolescence syndrome could be eradicated. As he thought about this, suddenly, Kurokawa-akan lunged at him. The slender arm of the girl wrapped around Yukima Azuma's neck, pulling him into a tight embrace. In that position, it was as if she wanted to merge forever into the boy's embrace. The distance was slowly erased. Yukima Azuma could even feel the girl's fast heartbeat through the soft fabric. His thoughts were completely interrupted. After a moment of being stunned, Yukima Azuma lifted his hand and gently patted Kurokawa-akan's back. After all, this was good. Kurokawa-akan had so many things she wanted to say. She wanted to thank Yukima Azuma for saving her from that dark world. Or perhaps, she wanted to express the emotions she had bottled up all this time. But when she actually met him, the words caught in her throat. Her arms around Yukima Azuma's neck. Kurokawa-akan couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Tears fell, with feelings of emotion, joy, fear, and relief. After crying for a long time, Kurokawa-akan finally stopped crying. When she pulled away from Yukima Azuma's embrace, she was still choking up. She took a thick envelope from her bag and handed it to Yukima Azuma. It was her feeling after reading the book. In the end, she chose this method, the simplest way. Actually, Kurokawa-akan wanted to say it directly to Yukima Azuma. But now that the guardian had regained his emotions, she felt too embarrassed. So she chose this intermediary method. Yukima Azuma took the envelope and put it away. "I'll find some time to read it carefully. Let's go, we should have breakfast first. You have work later, right, guardian?" Do you want a little love? My today." Kurokawa-akan had vaguely realized that the boy in front of her might not be the kind of person she once thought. But she still quietly brought it up. Yukima Azuma was a little stunned and then nodded. The two silently agreed to this little lie. Kurokawa-akan pulled Yukima Azuma's collar, making him bow his head, then shyly kissed his lips. She had never felt this way before. Now, perhaps this was the real first kiss of Kurokawa-akan. After breakfast, Yukima Azuma took Kurokawa-akan to the anime production site. "Guardian, goodbye.